Please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
We're holding space with variety.
Thank you to everyone at Variety.
Ready to support independent filmmaking to our industry.
I finally got some wings, and the sky is not the limit.
You guys put me on a cover, and I'm so grateful for that.
It feels so good to be in this room.
Very pleased to present the 2024 Variety Business Manager of the Year Award.
Welcome to the Variety Entertainment Summit at CES. Thank you to our partners. Premier partners, Amazon Ads, EY, The Trade Desk, Official Partner, Zephyr, Supporting Partners, Deloitte, Epidemic Sounds, Nagra Kudelski Group, Ray, Tencent, Vizio. Please welcome to the stage Variety co-editor-in-chief, Cynthia Littleton.
Good morning, everyone. Happy third day of CES, and I hope, like Oprah, you are all excited to be in this room. We are. Thank you. I appreciate the scattered laughter. We are so grateful for everybody. We know CES is a packed schedule, and we are so grateful for you to take the time and spend it with us. And we are very proud. We have been more than a decade now. This has been part of baked into the CES platform and program. And based on the number of people that came up to me last night as I was making the rounds, there's a lot of excitement for it. And again, we are so grateful as you saw. We are a 120-year-old brand. It's hard to believe. I feel like I've been there for 100 of those years. But the 100 years in just the last 5 years with changes we're going to talk about. But truly, I defy you to show another 100-year-old media brand that is active, as vital, as multi-platform as Variety. And we are extremely proud of this, doing events like this, part of it, connecting with people, and connecting with industries. And again, we are just so grateful. We have a packed schedule. So I'm going to get right to it. We are going to start off. Excuse me. We are going to start off our first panel here. We're taking a pretty easy topic to start. The future of content. We're going to break it all down. We're going to sort it all out, and we're going to bring up our panelists now. Thank you all for being here bright and early.
Announcing the future of content, moderated by Variety co-editor-in-chief Cynthia Littleton.
All right, coming on up here. First off, we have Allison Hoffman, president of Stars Networks.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Next to Allison is Jay Levine, Chief Strategy Officer and Business Operations for Sony Pictures Entertainment, the studio that is about 10 minutes from my house. Next to Jay is Julian Franco, President of Strategy and Operations for Fox Entertainment. Fox had a big announcement this morning that we'll be talking a little bit about. Next to Julian is Val Borland, President of Entertainment for Versant. Did I get that right? Versant Media. All right, I've been practicing. And next to Val is John Liebman, CEO of Realstein Entertainment Partners, and someone I've known for a very long time. I've known most of you for a very long time, and very excited. I feel like we have a terrific cross-section here of everything from representing talent, business operations, to platforms, to the ventures that Fox has invested in. So we have a really nice cross-section of the industry, and so we're just going to get right to it. In terms of kind of taking the pulse. We wanted to start by taking the pulse of where the business of making content and especially obviously represented here some of the biggest traditional Hollywood studios platforms. And as we all know, we don't have to explain to anybody here. It's been a very challenging time for entertainment. It's been a lot of disruption, a lot of upending of business models that were stable and static for decades in the last 10 years. That rule book has been torn up, and everything. We're going to talk about just the complexity of deal making and licensing right now. But I want to start by anybody who would love to jump ball for anybody who would like to catch it. I want to start by talking about that pace of change around you and your group. The companies represented here. Val's company just 2 days ago went public as part of the spin-off media, the spin-off of NBC Universal. Obviously. But listen, you want to applaud somebody that's taken a company through something like that. Anybody that's done it is not easy. And Stars also recently spun off from Lionsgate. Sony Pictures has had significant management change. We're so proud to have Jay's boss, Ravi Ahuja, was one of our speakers last year. We got one of the first interviews with Ravi, and there's so much going on. Fox just had a big announcement this morning about launching Fox Creator Studio, another neon sign showing the convergence, social media, fandom, community trends almost as important as those old-fashioned 34 and 18 demos. But I wanted to start with given the pace of given all that's going on. How has in your experiences how is that affecting the end product? The TV shows you produce, the movies that you're doing, the digital ventures, the marketing, the live experience. How has the kind of call it turmoil, swirl of activity in the industry? How do you see that affecting the final product that goes to consumer? It's a jump ball for anybody who wants to grab it.
I can start.
Sure. It is dizzying. It's energizing. I think people in media thrive on chaos and change. So I think that we're a good set of people to be dealing with right now. I think for us, Stars is we are very committed to premium programming. We are very committed to our audiences. We serve underrepresented audiences. We see the end product. We see a lot of the players going for general entertainment, trying to be everything to everyone in the home. Animation, unscripted, sports. I think there's been a big rush on sports and sort of war for sports rights. And I think for us, we've stayed out of that, and we very much stayed focused on our mission. So I think it is a swirl, and it is dizzying. But I think it's sort of reinforced our value proposition position because we are one of the few that have focused on content and stayed focused on scripted, long form, mature content for adults. And so that sort of differentiates us. It creates sort of an advantage of focus in the marketplace. And I think it also helps us be a great partner. We are very partner focused brand. We have partnerships with all of the cable affiliates. We have partnerships with Amazon and Hulu, Apple TV Plus, distributed everywhere. And I think it just reinforces our value. But I would say very specifically it's really interesting what's happening with sports and how a lot of the production and the resources has gravitated to that. But not for us.
That's fascinating.
I'll just keep the line going. For us, we're definitely navigating a complex ecosystem right now where it's moving quicker than ever. The bar for success is higher. Our industry is always evolving. So for us, to me, it's really thinking quality and uniqueness of content as differentiators to help break through a lot of the clutter. So it's not just about making sure that we're executing our product well. On the television side, it's about making sure that we're partnering with the right platform. So Apple TV and Pluribus is a great example of that. The quality of the nature of the show you're going to get. Everybody here knows that kind of quality. You're going to get creator-led vision, great marketing. K-pop Demon Hunters is another example. Produced by Sony Pictures Animation and by Imageworks. And the virality of that really partnering with Netflix. So I think as long as you stay true to the quality and make sure you're thinking about the differentiating factors, that's the way that you're going to break through.
Julian?
Coming back, I think your question was affect the quality of the programming.
The quality, or even just produce what your ambition. And again, do you want to talk a little bit about Fox Creator Studios? At 8 a.m. on Variety, we broke a story about Fox is putting significant resources into Fox Creator Studios. You're signing. I'm doing the telling for you. You're really leaning into the creator economy, trying to tap into that energy and that excitement and you're starting with a food vertical, and you signed up a chef you might have heard of named Gordon Ramsay, but some other really digital native. Can you talk a little bit more about the goal of that?
Sure. I think for us, we're in key spaces. We are in the animation business. We have the most streamed demanded animated series right now. Number one in 2022 Prime Video with Hotel. Right, we're still the home. The Simpsons season 36, I think. Bob's Family Guy, new IP. Right, we're consistently just generating new IP. That's one part of the business. In the food business, when we think about food, one of the things I like to say on the lot is we're not in the cruise ships and theme parks business, but we're definitely in the food business. Right. So one of the things that we believe we inspire more American next level dining experiences than anybody else. And what media is today is thinking about how you participate in all of the touch points around how they might do that. Right. And when we look at what Fox is, Fox Entertainment, really a platform agnostic ecosystem where we test, we produce, scale IP, and we're not trying to play a game four-dimensional chess. We're just really pragmatic and simple in our approach and saying, hey, we're going to go where audiences exist. Right. So whether that is on something like YouTube, or whether it's a real life experience like our investment in BJ Novak's company Chain. So for those that were in LA, we had a big Chain Holiday House December, which was a big hit. So we think about that. These are the ways that food pulls people together. Right.
And that creates a community, and that creates an audience. Just for the uninitiated, BJ Novak, credible actor, real entrepreneur, has a really clever idea of having events where top chefs come in and create their elevated versions of Denny's Grand Slam or literal chain favorite chain restaurants and elevate them. And I think that's just a perfect microcosm of somebody seeing looking at something from a totally different angle and coming up something that sort of spans live experiences. I have no doubt that media, more media is in its future. So that's a really interesting example.
Yeah, and I think for us on the creator side, what it is I have two guys at home that are teenagers, and for them, they think they're watching television, right? There is still what I would call eventized co-viewing when they sit down and watch a movie or a television show with mom and dad, and that's still a lot of it. But they also do a lot of one-to-one viewing. They do it with niches where they care about, passionate about. My 14-year-old, it's a lot of food stuff. He's a chef. He loves to cook, so he's deep in he's watching it on YouTube, and as far as he's concerned, it's just TV, right? So what we recognize for a whole new generation of people that is television, and we have an obligation to meet that where they are, and then find a way to serve them. So that's what we're doing. We're excited about it.
And Val, I know you have been creating Versant. I'm sure so much focus on what those programming targets are going to be. Can you talk a little bit about just for the audience what the components of Versant are?
Oh, sure. Forget. For the entertainment networks, it's Sci-Fi, it's USA Network, it's Oxygen. It is. I'm going to look at you guys. Golf Channel. Golf Now. Golf Pass. Sorry. The news networks. CNBC, MS Now. Still practicing. What did I forget? Fandango. Rotten Tomatoes. A lot.
But really, that's great. It's great. It's a wonderful portfolio. It's diverse. It is, it is a real opportunity, and the opportunity that we're having. I was at NBC Universal, so we spun off Comcast from NBC Universal a couple days ago. I had been at NBC Universal at that point for 9+ years, and barely interacted with the Rotten Tomatoes people. And I said, I was like, we're both entertainment brands. Why haven't we leaned in on each other more, collaborated more? So that's been a really great opportunity. So to go back to your question a little bit about how it's changing, the consolidation, or transformation. It's really just forcing us to think differently. And I think everyone's going to have a different perspective on how it affects them based on where you are within the industry. There's probably maybe there's less product that's being put out there. Some would argue that's a good thing because there was too much at one point. But I think where Julian was going was the quality has changed, right? And I think that's the important part of it. Absolutely. John, I'd love your perspective on all of this. What we'll call the swirl from the talent perspective. Brillstein Entertainment Partner. But again, for anybody who isn't familiar with the company, they represent some of the top A-list of the A-list in terms of actors. You've always had a great mix of actors, producers, writers. What from that vantage point? How that's a broad statement, but from that vantage point, do you find talent is energized? Are they overwhelmed? How is this all playing out for your clients?
I think it's a little bit of both. As I sit here thinking about how the ecosystem has evolved over the last 20 years. We haven't even mentioned ABC, NBC, or CBS, right? So that's what it was in the 90s, right?
And Fox was
sorry. And Fox. And now we've got a dizzying array of platforms, and YouTube is has also not been mentioned, and TikTok and all of the different ways that people communicate with other people. A lot of it is beyond programming.
And so I was thinking like interaction with has probably media has never been whether it's digital or has never been influential in what people eat, what they make, what restaurants they go to, what chefs they follow. It's really fascinating.
It's fascinating. And so you have to think I think about this from the artist perspective. And the artist is effectively like a gig worker, right? They don't have jobs like we, right? They have job opportunities that come and then go and then another job, and they're not locked in the old studio system. An artist was signed up to a studio. It doesn't exist that way anymore. So the chaos and destabilizing nature of this is something that really affects many artists and representatives in the whole community. And as Val said, it depends where you sit. If you are an A-list actor, and you can get people to come to your movies or television shows. You're fine. It's different. It's different. You got to figure out how to work with new players in the world. And for example, with Brad Pitt, it was Apple and Warner Brothers. That was groundbreaking collaboration, and it worked. Huge, $630 million box office, and number one on the streaming service. We have creators, many creators who are reacting to this whole destabilizing, chaotic nature by creating their own content
at a price probably 1/600 of what you spent on F1.
If that. And so what we all have to figure out as representatives of artists is we don't deal in algorithms. We deal in creative concepts. And so what we are doing more and more, and I would say our clients are doing more and more of, is packaging, putting things together, so that by the time we come to the folks on this stage with pitches and ideas and people who work for them, they are baked, a little bit more baked, and so you can see what it is, and that way when you all go through the metrics, try to figure out is this going to work on our platform, and how would we make this work? You have a bit more meat on the bone. I think that's one of the ways.
It's interesting. Would you say that with the emphasis on packaging, I would chalk up to probably enormity of the playing field. That's different from the old days. Do a deal with the writer, and then you have weeks, if not months of development going back and forth. My sense of it is that things are coming in the door a lot more packaged. It's kind of like go no go. Although many places still do pilots. But would you for Allison and Val in terms of development, would you say that the increased packaging has changed that process?
It's definitely helpful. I actually had a conversation with my head of script yesterday, where we were talking about how we're going to develop for our AVOD platform. And he was talking about, we got to get ahead of it and the timing. And I said, I think you need to get to a place where you change how you think about developing. And maybe you don't even develop. Maybe it's just go to series. I could see the beads of sweat start forming. And I was like, maybe you just go and you take the chance because that's the speed in which we need to move now. We don't do pilots anymore. We don't do things like that. But I could see him like he was so uncomfortable with it, and it's gonna be on me to a place of comfort and push our industry to a place of comfort. But we move so faster now.
I agree, and I think it's sort of the packaging helps vision. What is this going to be? Our ability to analytics, get involved earlier to say to what extent will this be a fit with this platform? It's always a creative call, and it's always about that creative decision. I think the other pressure is like it's fast and flawless. Like there's just no room for mistakes in the same way. And so you really have to put when you put your money against something, it has to work. And I think in some ways that creates a solidarity. It's like we are all in this, and this needs to work, and we want another scripted series or whatever. But the pressure is really high compared to whatever the olden days were. In terms of I don't know. There was a little bit more leeway. I think in the past, some things don't.
The aforementioned ABC and NBC used to typically they develop 70 scripts. 12 of those would become pilots. So you had the room for error in 40 to 45.
That's a great hit rate. And now
let me ask John from just a pure dollars and cents perspective, that development deals, like that, that could be. There was definitely talent money during that process, even if nothing was on the air. Is that more challenging for people when it's kind of a no-go situation? You don't have those payments along the way to help nurture a project.
Yeah, it is. It's also more challenging because there are fewer dollars. So you have
more platforms and fewer dollars. That's our world.
More platforms, fewer dollars, and it's a battle for attention, right? So it's not just as we were talking about the three networks back in the day. Now it's you go to a bus stop, everybody's phone, right? You go to dinner and everybody's looking at their phone. So for better or worse, it's a battle of attention. You're not just competing against other entertainment platforms. You're competing against food. You're competing against politics. Competing against everything that the user-generated world has allowed us to create, and then AI will come to CES at some point. So I think it is something that is very stabilizing. I will say on the optimistic note, in the end, what you're going to watch is creativity come to life. That's what we all do in different ways. And so creativity starts with artists. We need all these other parts. We need the pipes. We need financing. We need the collaboration. Everything that goes into it, and those things are changing. But in the end, content starts with artists. So that's where I feel confident that it will change. Who we represent will change. Who creates will change. Should change. The world evolves. But that's where I feel confident that yes, the economics are tough. It's a challenging period. In the end, I think if you work with the right talent, all of us, you end up with a great product.
And I think as much as we talk about algorithms, it becomes kind of shorthand for something. Every one of the new and old, everybody is chasing because it starts on the page and it starts with that human creativity. And although we'll probably talk about AI. As we were talking about, there is no world in which an AI platform is going to create the next. That's not going to happen. The AI platform might help the next creator of Seinfeld create something worlds that we couldn't even imagine. But it's going to start with that human creativity. I'm going to keep saying that. I really do believe it. Jay, I wanted to follow up on something you mentioned. Pluribus, which is truly one of my favorite shows. So happy Ray won the Critics' Choice Award. I'm hoping that she is so good. If you know Better Call Saul, she is so good. So good in that. And really, this is quite with Vince Gilligan. That's great. So you have A-list auspices. How do you monetize Pluribus beyond Apple TV?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, the unique thing for us overall is when it comes to the difficulties of monetization as an independent. I'm going to broaden it out. And I'll come back. But as an independent, we have a unique position because we sell to all platforms. We're not beholden to necessary buyer. That we can actually we're not even to our own strategy, right? Because us as Sony don't have a general entertainment service, and we're flexible. So like there's times that we want to finance things. There's times that we can tailor deals and we want to co-produce. We can even decide to do a lot of window experimentation. With Pluribus, it's you got to ride the success of what it's going to be, and then hope you can go back for another bite at the apple. Is really what it is. And we just feel if we can create these types of products that allow us to get ownership back at a certain point in time to monetize like we used to. That's the direction direction that we want to go back.
And without super specific, would you say that those time horizons, the licensing deals in the streaming space, those time horizons, yes, we'll take it for 20 years, like those are coming down.
We like them to come down.
Yes, I would imagine.
You need extreme flexibility. You used to do those deals for 4+ years, 20 years, in some cases, depending on what you're talking about. We'll do 6-month deals. We'll do 1-year deals. Because when we're sitting in this room next year, all our businesses are going to be different in some way.
We'll be talking about some property.
So I think for both sides, it's very hard and not necessarily the right thing to commit too far out. As much as we all want that security, I think flexibility.
It should be flexible. It shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all, and it should really depend on the auspices. It should depend on the IP. It should depend on everything that's attached to it.
I would add, we do business with Sony, a lot of business with them because we are a big purveyor of movies, and that model of licensing changed a lot. But I think it's to benefit both sides. I think the windows have changed. They've gone earlier for theatrical, going to streaming. They've shortened a lot. But I think on our end, we have a lot of insight into what window do we really need to drive subscription and to drive viewership. Maybe we don't need these long windows that we used to do. And so Sony likes that, and we're like we can make that work. We can understand when we come in. Maybe a 3-month, maybe a month window on a tentpole is good.
It's about the long-term value. The IP. That's what it is. That's what it is. And sure, if we can deficit finance more, take it back earlier, and feel there's an opportunity worldwide to go, it's advantageous.
Very interesting. Julian, Fox obviously has been reconstituted in the last 6 years, and you've done a lot of very interesting everything from going into really digital native now the Fox Creator Studios. How as you've kind of had an interesting opportunity. The company has had an interesting opportunity to kind of rebuild kind of from scratch, somewhat like Versant as well. What have been the drivers to go to the areas of development, or the areas of business development that you have? What are the things? I guess what are the north stars for you? Where you want to invest, and what makes sense for Fox Corp in 2026?
I think for us it becomes 6 years ago was the 20th transaction, right? So it locks with I would say the best balance sheet in the business, and an opportunity to think about what the future of media and entertainment looks like, and be able to build for that future. We like Jay was saying, for them, we're not beholden to a globally scaling direct general entertainment subscription video on demand service, and everything that goes along with trying to feed that. So what we do is we do have to look after the network, right? And Lachlan keeps really simple news, entertainment, and sports. And then we have all the direct-to-consumer that sits inside of the Tubi Media Group. So we look after the entertainment division. We get to think about what is the customer going to care about, what is going to be meaningful to the customer, where should we be. And what we tend to do is we sell TV shows to every streaming service out there. We sell in areas where we think we have a right to win. Number one show like Hotel and Prime Video. If you think of animation, you probably think of early on. We do Knife's Edge: Chasing Stars on Apple TV, which is a show from Studio Ramsey Global, which is about the chase for Michelin stars. Beautiful show that just got picked up for a second season. So those types of things where we think like this is where we have a right to win, this is where we have an opportunity to expand, and where we have a point of view, it does absolutely always come down to the creative, right? So it comes down to the ideas that the creative teams have. I believe that we must continue to invest in human creativity and try to continue to invest in the development of content and the development of stories. I think for us it's we're a 100-plus-year-old brand as well, and for us, I think the mission remains the same. I think it's the same as it always was, which is to discover and empower the world's greatest storytellers, to give them the tools and resources to be able to tell their stories and to be able to distribute them out into the world. I think that's our mission, and you're consistently looking for great storytellers with a strong point of view, with with a story that they feel passionate about. In my mind, passion equals care. So that's a lot easier to scale. And then, and yeah, we do get a lot of opportunities to like take shots, right? I'd like to believe that that Lachlan's a big fan of the entertainment business. I think he's a big fan of our.
Might say he grew up in it.
Yeah, and he gives us a lot of opportunities to like do what we think is right.
Awesome. It's like you said, a rare opportunity to start almost from scratch, but with a lot of assets. Oh boy, I have more questions, but our time is coming down to our last couple of minutes, and I really want to follow up on something that Val said about AVOD, because I think that is such a AVOD. I mean, you know, in the simplistic terms, AVOD is becoming the new syndication, and I love your thoughts on it. I know, obviously, for Allison, that's not you're in the premium business, as you said, but. Val, when you said developing your AVOD strategy, where are you looking for distribution of those channels or that content that you are looking? Is that on your own Versant platforms, or are you looking to partner with Samsung and
partner with everyone? And our AVOD platform is Fandango at Home. It already exists. We already have those partnerships. What we want to do now is to build it and to grow. And I think the unique thing about Fandango at Home, or Fandango as a brand, is that it is ticket sales, it is transactional, it is AVOD, so it's a great opportunity. It's a hub, and we're going to lean in on that strategy. So it's really exciting to be there at this point. Look, I was one of the first people at Peacock. Those were great days to build something, but as we all know, you get to a point where it gets harder and harder and harder. And now I'm kind of doing a reset again, where I get to come back and build a streaming platform. And, working hopefully with our partners up here. Allison and I have had many meetings in the past about partnering. There are different ways to do things. You don't have to be as precious where you develop something and it's only on your platform. You can share it with someone else. It's okay. So I think there's going to be great opportunity to really lean in. And AVOD, we talked about YouTube a lot. Like AVOD is just a really, hopefully we're in the trendy part of the industry right now, focusing on AVOD.
I want to ask the same question to John from a talent perspective. Are you sitting with folks and saying basically AVOD is the new syndication? This is the way you continue to monetize? Because you represent folks that in some cases have a lot of their own rights, have some libraries. Is that a big discussion right now?
It's beginning to be. I would say that a lot of the creators, and especially in comedy, people are creating their own content. They're not.
It so lends itself to short form bites and
short form, and it's also theirs, right? So you say something funny, you think about something funny, and you can just own it, and then the IP is yours. And so what we're seeing a lot on the comedy side is that comedic talent is doing stand-up, they're doing podcasts, they're doing YouTube specials. Jim Gaffigan just did a bourbon special that was on YouTube, and maybe it'll sell somewhere else. So there's a flexibility that's happening. But in the end, they got to get paid for their work. And so what we're finding is with digital, a lot of times it's pennies and nickels and dimes. And so I'm hoping that in 2026 and beyond, we'll see a sophistication in the ad market where we can partner with sponsors, we can partner with brands, and we can deliver to the consumer where they are, as you said, where the audience is. We can deliver to them content that they would be interested in that's financed, and where the artist can get paid at least something.
Very interesting. Oh my God, we could go longer. Thank you so much. We're going to have to wrap it here, but really appreciate your time and your insights. Have a great rest of your CES. Thank you, everyone.
Introducing a conversation with actor-producer Breckin Meyer and co-founder and CEO of Arcana Labs, Jonathan Younger, moderated by Andrew Wallenstein, Chief Media Analyst and President of Luminate Intelligence.
Hello, everyone. We're going to get started with our next panel, so if you could just take your seats. We got a really interesting conversation to have with a very interesting company, some interesting gentlemen from that company. So thank you. Take your seats, and let's get into it. Arcana Labs, you may not know, but this is the place where we're going to introduce you to a really innovative, I think we can call it an AI production studio. Jonathan, why don't you sort of walk us through the basics on what Arcana is?
Anyway, thank you for having me. I've been in the movie business for nearly 20 years. I'm a producer. I make a lot of action films. And about 4 years ago, I discovered generative AI, like everyone else. And the movie business was hurting, the independent business. And with these tools, I think we could save it. So what we did is, me and my co-founder, we had a hypothesis, which is if you put AI into a sandbox and create a multi-model platform, can you create cinematic quality content that's artist-driven? It's artist-driven AI, not AI-driven art. And that's what Arcana is. We launched it about in March, and we also made a movie. We made the first fully Gen AI movie that got a SAG contract last year called Echo Hunter, and yeah, it's a SaaS product, but also there's a production arm. So yeah.
And you guys have like an academy attached to this as well. What is that?
Yeah, of course. We have an academy where you could take courses to train in AI if you want to train in whatever vertical you're into, whether it's filmmaking, making music videos, architecture, animation, all kinds of things like that, from really, really incredible teachers from the visual effects world, from the architecture world, from landscaping even. And every week we add a new instructor, so you could take these courses, kind of like masterclass.
Interesting. Now, Breckin, everyone recognizes Breckin as an actor, producer. So how does someone like yourself come to get involved in a venture like this?
I got it through the kind of normal channels of my manager and agent. Obviously, as an actor and a writer and stuff, I started, obviously we knew about AI. And this was the first thing that was approved by SAG. And I was like, well, that's interesting, because I was curious about dipping my toe into it. But I had the fear everyone else does when you first hear about it. And so the fact that it was through my union, which I've been a member of SAG for 35 years now or whatever, kind of gave me a backstop where I was like, okay, let's see what this is. And then Yoni and I met, and Kevin, the director of this short, and I started messing with it. Just as a creator, I started messing with the Arcana engine. It was so much fun, and it is, like Jonathan says, it became this tool. Like, I can't draw, and this became a tool where I could create the thing I'm trying to create without my terrible caveman drawings, and this thing is another tool to help me with kind of my creation. So I brought it immediately I do this animated show, Robot Chicken. I brought it to those guys. Like, you guys got to meet with Jonathan. This is very interesting stuff that we can create. So it kind of went through the normal channels. But it being SAG approved was a huge thing, because everyone's terrified that everything's taking all your jobs and all that thing.
Well, yeah, look, there you bring up the terror. Yeah. There's clearly some issues that people have in Hollywood with AI, what it means, potential job displacement. Mm-hmm. But it feels like, Jonathan, with this venture, you're taking a tack that's looking to maybe counteract fears and embrace the technology.
Yeah, I think any new technology is always met with fear. AI is just a really interesting one, because it doesn't really have limits, so we don't know the limit of it. But at the end of the day, like I mentioned, artist-driven AI, so we're still going to need storytellers. We still need writers. I mean, ask ChatGPT to make you laugh or cry. Today it can't. I could be eating my words a year from now. I don't know. But today it can't. And we have, you need filmmakers but you can use these tools to execute your vision and lower the costs and the barrier to entry. Also, you're lowering the barrier to entry for new filmmakers to want to come in and play, which I think is the most exciting. Through Arcana, I was able to discover unbelievable storytellers that without these tools, I would have never had a shot otherwise, which has been really, really cool to see.
And Brecken, from your point of view, you were talking about your long-time association with the Guild. When you take the temperature in the circles you're traveling in, how are people talking about AI?
It's the initial thing. I can't talk right now. You have to tell them I can't talk. Just kidding. No, I think everyone had it's the same as Jonathan was saying. It's that initial fear, like, I bought Yoda as a puppet. I was happy with Yoda being a practical puppet, not CG. And then when CG came about, everyone was like, "Oh, don't do that. It's the practical thing." And it's like, nah, but we're not going to get Yoda having a lightsaber fight without CG because the puppet can't do it. Frank Oz can't do that. So I think this was similar. And once I started messing with with Arcana and seeing what was available, it's like we always get asked with Robot Chicken, how can I get started as a young animator or creator? And we always say, like, well, we didn't have YouTube, we didn't have our phones. Like, you already have it. You have everything you need to do now. And I think Arcana and AI is the same thing, which is it's another tool, and it's a tool that will help you, especially if you don't have the money to do a whole bunch of pre-production, pre-viz, all that stuff. And with AI, you can map out, okay, I know exactly the shots I'm going to use. And in fact, I don't even need to shoot anything else. I just need to do that shot. And it makes it, just economically, with time and money, it made it really, for me, an exciting tool and an interesting tool to mess around with.
So the industry reception is one thing. Then there's also the audience reception. We have an interesting piece of data that I wanted to put up on the screen if we've got it here that shows how consumers are reacting to all sorts of instances of using AI in the business. This is from Luminate, the company that I work with. We survey people all the time to get their sense of things. And if you look at the data in the broad strokes, there's a good degree of uncomfortability and unfamiliarity, less so people are being interested or engaged by it. Do you look at that as sort of a potential issue as AI comes to market, or maybe just a short-term non-issue?
I think it's a non-issue. I think that this is a powerful tool that we don't have a choice. We have to adopt these things. Brecken was talking about lowering the cost. As an independent producer and not from the studios, we have to lower the cost so that the distributors can distribute and make revenue to be able to come back and buy more films. So I understand it's met with fear. I could tell you that a couple of years ago, when I first showed my first version of Arcana to the MPA, they kicked me out.
Really?
Like, they were like, "You're cannibalizing the industry." A year later, they hired me to consult and educate the studios and their clients about AI. So go figure.
Kind of tells you everything right there. So as you both forecast maybe even just a year or two from now, do you think there's going to be a warming to this stuff from consumers?
Yeah, as an audience member, I know. I'm just a giant fan of film, which is why I do the job. But to me, it's like, I don't know if you remember when Polar Express came out, and it was like, oh, it's kind of cool, and yet kind of terrifying. And then now you look at it and you're like, yeah, but look at Avatar now. You know what I mean? The difference is, and I think that initial fear is always what you get with kind of a new entry into this business and new things like that and a new product. As a fan, I'm excited to see, like when I saw the finished product of Echo Hunter, the short we did together. Again, I wasn't on set for all this production and stuff, so when I finally watched it, just as a viewer, I was like, that's fucking cool. You know what I mean? I was like, that's so cool. I get to play a character that I normally would not get to. So as a creative, I'm like, yeah, you're probably not hiring me for Boba Fett. I got to do it. You know what I mean? So as a moviegoer, it was super exciting for me. As a consumer, as an audience member, I'm excited to see like all the things it can do with the help of really creative artists.
I just want to say, and the director of Echo Hunter, Cavan, the kid, he directed commercials and music videos. He always wanted to direct a sci-fi film, but nobody would get behind him. No studio would finance him. He couldn't get the cast. And he was able to make Echo Hunter with these tools, and now he's on his like third or fourth sci-fi film, and he's getting studio gigs now. So he's not going to be. He was pigeonholed, and now he's no longer pigeonholed, which is an amazing thing.
So does Arcana technology, would you say it democratizes the ability of people who may not necessarily have gotten the chance to do a certain kind of movie, a certain kind of way? This is sort of a breakthrough?
Yeah, it does. I mean, you still have to have a good script. It's got to be good. I mean, if you have a bad script or or a story that's just not that good, I don't care how much AI you put, it's going to be bad. But yeah, it does democratize it, and it gets us to a place where the only barrier to creativity today is passion. And it's not somebody giving you permission to do something or not.
And so is there, Echo Hunter was clearly this kind of really pioneering work. Do you have a vision for what sort of the next breakthrough could be? Is there a certain goal you guys are trying to hit in terms of what you could do?
Yeah, we have a bunch of things in production now. We're doing an animated series. We're doing a major sci-fi film from a creator named Chris Perna, and then we're going to try to do genre, some horror stuff.
Okay. Brecken, you've done so many different kinds of writing, producing, acting with a lot of different auspices. Do you see a world a year or two from now where the big studios, bigger production companies are embracing Arcana and the technology, or do you think, hey, this is going to take a long time?
No, I think they definitely, I think they already are, and it is that initial fear, and then it sounds so ominous to say it, but like it's not gonna stop being here. Meaning AI is not gonna not be here anymore, and so it's either you adapt and learn to use it and use it as a tool, or you kind of get rolled over. But I think what you're gonna see is, like, remember, everyone knows the show Friends. It's a good show and it's about friends. And when Friends came out, it was such a success. Suddenly there were all these other shows that were like Friends knockoffs. And so creatively, like with AI and with Arcana, it's like, yeah, you can make a terrible AI movie. You can also, hopefully, someone's going to make a really awesome one, like this short that we did. So I think it is all about the artist. As Yoni said, if you don't have the script, it's just going to be a screensaver. And that's not as exciting and that's not as much fun. So you do need the creatives. It doesn't replace the creatives, but it gives them a new tool, in my opinion, kind of another arrow in the quiver that wasn't possible before. And I mean, I remember all the movies as a fan growing up, when you hear George wouldn't do the new Star Wars ones because he's waiting for technology, and you're like, that's awesome. And now this stuff is here, and now little Georges can go do the same thing with less Jar Jar Binks, possibly. So unless you love Jar Jar, and you know what, fantastic.
Very controversial panel.
Yeah. Sorry.
In terms of this AI production studio model that you're, again, pioneering, do you think we're going to see, because I think we are starting to see already, a bunch of these kind of things? Do you think there's going to just be a real surge in these kind of entities that you've built?
Yeah. I think the workflow of production is going to shift. I think we're entering an era where pre-production, production, and post is kind of melting into one thing. And you're kind of doing it all simultaneously. And that's a brand new way of working. I've made 50 movies, 50 traditional films in my career. And what I'm seeing, and I know the traditional production workflow pretty well, what I'm seeing and what we're all seeing is that you're basically going to make the movie twice. You're going to make it in AI, and then you're going to reverse engineer and do these blends. Like, I need to shoot. You're going to look at what you made and be like, okay, I need to shoot this practically, this practically, this practically. And it's going to be blends. And that's where I think the actors come in. Why the actors are really important, because they're selling an emotion. Right now, you need real actors. So there's going to be these blends of like AI stuff, real actors, a lot of volume screens, blue screens still, but yeah, a lot of AI, which is basically almost kind of replacing visual effects to an extent.
Okay. Well, it's a really interesting venture. Looking forward to seeing what you guys would do next. Thanks for coming in and talking to us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
WatchFree Plus is more than just free entertainment. It's entertainment made just for you. With over 300 live TV channels and more than 25,000 free movies and shows, you can discover new favorites and revisit timeless classics. From action and comedy to breaking news, live sports, and true crime. Everything you want to watch on the couch or on the go. WatchFree Plus. Free TV. Anytime, anywhere.
Announcing the new business of entertainment. Moderated by Danny Ledger, telecom, media, and entertainment leader for consulting services, Deloitte.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's discussion on the new business of entertainment. We are going to delve into some of the most dynamic changes shaping the future of the entertainment industry. We will touch on topics such as the evolving habits of viewers and the latest trends of monetization and measurement. My name is Danny Ledger. I have the privilege of leading Deloitte's telco, media, and entertainment sector. It's also my honor to moderate today's panel with our amazing group of industry experts. I would like to start by just doing a quick round of introductions, and then we'll just kick off. So to my left is Rita Farrow, President, Global Advertising, The Walt Disney Company. Mark Marshall, Chairman, Global Advertising and Partnerships, NBC Universal. Amy Reinhard, President, Advertising, Netflix. Jeff Collins, President, Advertising, Sales, Marketing, and Brand Partnerships, Fox Corporation. Mike O'Donnell, Chief Revenue Officer, Vizio. And Tim Natividad, President, Sales and Advertising, Televisa Univision. So let's begin with some stage-setting questions so we understand the circumstances we're all in today's business and entertainment. And I'm going to prefix this with a bit of our research at Deloitte. What we see is that audiences are increasingly treating social, streaming, and other forms of media as interchangeable. The definition of TV has fully expanded. Consumption is short form, omni-platform, and highly personalized. So with that as a backdrop, I'm going to turn to Rita first. Rita, what is some of the biggest shifts you've seen in how audiences engage with TV content, and how have you adapted to meet audiences across platform?
Thank you for that. I think it's actually a really great question that everyone's going to have a very consistent point of view on. I would probably say live, no question, has really been the last 12 months one of the biggest drivers of engagement and time spent consuming. And that's not only in sports, but also entertainment. We've seen that across the board. And I agree with you on social and short form and micro series. I think we are all working on what does that new format of content look like, and how much are we putting across our entire platform. And when I talk platform, I'm talking everything, not only our linear businesses and our streaming businesses, but our social platforms and everywhere our customers engage. And I also think that you're starting to see from the advertiser side a shift of a conversation that is accelerated around far more accountability versus just a price conversation. That truly has really moved the marketplace forward, and it's requiring us to think of how AI is going to transform that, measurement is going to transform that, and new advertising experiences.
Great. Mark, anything you'd like to add to that?
Everything Rita said is 100% true. I think for us, we use, a lot of times we'll use the Olympics as an example. Hopefully everyone is aware the Olympics are coming up in Milan. Please tune in. Leave all your TVs and streaming devices on. But if you think about the Olympics, to Rita's point, that is the ultimate live event that is out there. But we've also now able to personalize that with people can watch on Peacock. You can watch the Gold Zone and have the live events curated for you, or you could watch any event you want on your own time, or you wait till Mike Tirico tells you in prime time and takes you through kind of the backstories of that. Social plays another part of that, where we have 25 different creators who are over there telling stories in a different way. We used to, we used to use social as we'll just put highlights up, and then we realized that's not what works. We actually have to be able to tell stories differently. So we use Olympics as a little bit of the North Star for what we want the rest of the organization to look like.
Great. And you both sort of touched on this, but the topic of fragmentation is also part of that theme. And so I'm curious how you've seen that reshape the way networks think about their planning, what kind of tools they're using, especially AI-driven tools, because we all know AI is everywhere. And how are you helping understand better for your advertisers where audiences are watching and where they're spending their time. Maybe I'll pass that one to Amy.
Yeah, in terms of fragmentation, look, I think for us, it's interesting. There is a lot changing, but there is a lot that's still staying the same. And so we think about that fundamental nature of storytelling. And regardless of what format that takes, whether it's live or it's short form or it's series or films, that at the heart of it, it still is about the creative nature, right, of storytelling. And we want to make sure that we are there for our consumers and for our advertisers to be able to meet them wherever we are. We've got a little bit of an advantage just in terms of coming into this game late in terms of the advertising piece, and now having just launched our ad tech and leaning into innovation. So we are doing a lot of just testing and iterating, and we want to make sure we talk about moments of truth with our consumers, right? And we want to make sure that we're winning as many moments of truth with those consumers in terms of the storytelling as we can. And then we've certainly, honing our story with the advertisers in terms of our doing first-party measurement, right? That's something that we are innovating and moving towards, moving into interactive formats. There's a lot more to come, but we've got a lot of work to do, and we're really excited about being able to do that.
Wonderful. Anyone want to add to that or build?
Yeah, just to touch a little bit earlier on the changes in consumption that we've been seeing. I think, for years and years, all of our companies, we create these amazing moments, these amazing big tentpole events. And what would happen is after those big tentpole events, we would cede a lot of that conversation to other companies. And a lot of companies, a lot of creators were built off the back of our IP. I think one of the changes you've seen over the course of the last couple of years is all of our collective companies have reclaimed that. And we've reclaimed it through partnerships with creators, through acquisitions in the creator space. And that's really important for our advertisers because now they can obviously extend that IP from those huge moments into new audiences that they're getting in social and buy it all together.
Yeah, I'll just build on Jeff's point as well. And you touched on AI, Danny. Before I joined at Televisa Univision, I worked for a small startup called TikTok. And, what I'll say is the rise in, AI-generated content, I think, is going to hit a tipping point pretty soon. And we're already well past that tipping point with regards to short-form mobile consumption, as Jeff has mentioned, as well as Rita. And that's a really fun playground, not just for us as publishers, but for brands as well. We're at Televisa Univision this year. I think we're on the hook for about 100 different micro-novella series. We had a little bit of a kind of glorified beta throughout Q4, and what we're seeing in the results is super exciting, super promising. Our micro series on our VIX mobile app is bringing in about 22 episode views per session. Compared to my TikTok time, I'm seeing TikTok users come in for 20 sessions, 20 TikToks a day. So we're excited about the engagement, and we're now starting to see brands like JCPenney come to us, and I'm sure this is happening not just with Televisa Univision, but across the board saying, hey, I want to experiment with short-form micro-series. I know that the content that is consumed today is going to be different than that of previous generations and future generations, so let's innovate and build together.
Great. Let's push on that theme of innovation a bit more with AI and specifically how we're seeing it show up in creative, planning, optimization. So, Jeff, I'm going to turn to you for this one. As we look to 2026, how do you see AI and automation in general shaping campaign planning, creative, optimization, or just any other area that you're generally excited about?
Yeah, I think to answer your question, it's shaping and reshaping every single one of those areas. I think just to give you one example that we've seen at Fox, we have a small army, as I'm sure everybody on stage does here, of account coordinators and account managers, right? Historically, their jobs were mostly data entry. We've been able over the course of the last year to automate a lot of those data entry tasks and then upskill those employees who number in the hundreds, right? I mean, it's a tremendous part of our sales team to do much more advanced yield management. So we're giving them new tools, we're giving them a lot more training, and they've become really the tip of the spear for us in terms of dealing with clients and working with clients to optimize their plans. So what I love about this, it helps our clients, it helps skill our employees and up-level our a lot of times entry-level employees, so they're doing much more advanced work and really provides much more of a career path for our folks too. So everybody's worried about AI taking jobs. I think the really important thing that we found is not just being able to automate, but then the training that must come after that for those employees to take on those new skill sets, but the new tools that they're going to be given.
That's great. Rita, anything you'd like to add to AI? And I guess one of the questions I'd be really curious about too is, we know that it's not a question of if, it's just when and how does it scale?
That's right.
So how are you seeing it show up at scale across Disney?
Well, we have AI embedded into our technology stack. We actually have our tech and data showcase today, so I don't want to give too much away because we're actually going to announce some of these things there. But obviously, creative generation is a capability in an AI technology-enabled stack that is critically important. The other thing is, on the data and insights piece, a lot of times you know the what, but you don't know the why. And so AI is really helping us with identifying trends, outcomes and things that are really informing how you optimize future campaigns and planning for partners, which I think is really valuable as well.
That's great. Great. All right, I'm going to turn to the topic of measurement. And Mike, I'm going to toss this one your way. We know that it's a concern for advertisers how measurement is communicated and tracked, especially as we look across campaigns and platforms. So question is, what are some of the key measurement challenges that have emerged, and how have you addressed some of those to drive higher confidence in adoption for marketers?
Yeah, so from a measurement perspective for us, we have ACR data built into our televisions, and that's viewership data that allows us to recognize what our customers are watching, whether it's in linear environment or streaming environment, or even if they're on a gaming console. And that's really powerful data that allows us help our advertisers optimize their campaigns across all different inventory sources, whether that's from planning, targeting, or measurement perspective. I think what's exciting when you talk about measurement from our perspective is we were recently acquired by Walmart, so we now have the ability to take that viewership data, understanding what our viewers are watching, not just what they're watching, but how they're watching, how often they're watching, marry that with Walmart data that understands what people are buying or how they're shopping, and create that full funnel attribution solution for the advertising community and create a better experience ultimately for our customers.
Yeah, I would add to that we've all invested a tremendous amount of time and resources and financially into measurement for our clients. But our clients are measuring more than just each one of our individual platforms or sites or networks. So it's critical that we partner with our agency partners and our clients to be able to give them the tools that they have to be able to measure more holistically across all of their campaigns and not just within the silos of our respective properties.
Jeff's bringing up a great point. I think over the last 2 years, I've probably spent more time looking at direct server-to-server connections and cloud clean room environments than I ever thought I would, and I'm probably the least technical person up here on the stage. Looking at our audience, obviously we represent a growing community in the U.S. Hispanic consumer base, which we know is accretive to the bottom line results of any other brand or advertiser. But what invariably happens is when you talk to an attribution or a targeting partner and we compare and swap data sets, we see a leakage of about 50%. That's verified by a number of third-party sources like TruthSet, who will come to us and say, this U.S. Hispanic audience, if not vetted in methodology, sees a leakage of about 50%. Our household graph reaches about 99% of all Spanish language speaking households. So what it means is, as I started here, a lot of my energy and where I'm thinking about resourcing the team and our efforts is in true engineering capacity, server-to-server connections, so that we can actually get the pathway to conversion correct for advertisers and brands. I will say I don't have the luxury of the shopper data that Vizio and Walmart has, so that's the game that we're in.
Sounds like you've been studying up on your cloud certification, so.
Nope. But I will let you say that, and I will say, yeah, sure.
But, I mean, if you go back, 20 years, like all of the people on this stage, they were way happier. It was a way easier job in the old days. Like, I mean, you used to do the lunches and the drinking and all of that. Like, I said I've hired more data scientists than I have account executives over the past year. It's just a different job, and the requirements the advertisers are putting on us to provide more information about the return on their investment has really stressed the marketplace. But Jeff makes a very good point, which is odd from him. But it is... He's a good friend. No one has to write that. They're not fighting, really. No, but we also can't build things in a silo. And so one of the things that we're working with in NBCN, our owner Comcast and FreeWheel, which sits at the center of a lot of it,
we need to be able to build technology that everyone can use and scale across the different pieces and organizations, because if we all spend time building our bespoke solutions, it's not going to work for the industry.
Yeah, and Amy, I'd love to get your perspective on this topic too, because I would imagine Netflix is somewhat in a unique position given where you're starting from. So when it comes to data, collaboration, the buy side, sell side, and how you're grappling with some of the measurement challenges, I'd love to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, look, we see the opportunity in our first-party data and our first-party insights, the same type of relevance that we've brought in terms of the content experience and the personalization, right? So how can we work with advertisers to bring those first-party insights at first-party measurement? Now, I know nobody likes you to grade your own homework, so we've got a large job ahead of us in terms of how we explain that, but we feel very comfortable with the opportunity that's coming out of that. So there's a lot of work to do around this, but I do think that if we can get to the place where we are on the content side and the relevance, we're going to show our advertisers that is our kind of special sauce. And the other thing I would just say that we want to make sure that we're preserving is member privacy. That's a huge piece for us. Our flywheel works because our members keep logging in on a daily basis because they trust us with their data. So I don't think that's different for anybody up here, but it is part of the equation.
Great. So I've heard from each of you about the power of live and live events, and not only looking at these as cultural engines, but really strategic engines. So I'd like to start to talk a little bit more about live, and Tim, so I'm going to toss this one to you. As live sports continues to command massive real-time audiences, how are you leveraging sports and live events to differentiate?
Yeah, well, at TU, we've been the home of soccer for a while. Mark, close your ears.
World Cup. Go ahead.
Looking at last year, our network and our properties represented about 50% of soccer consumption, not just with Spanish language, but with general market as well. Now, looking at this year and beyond, what we all know is the fandom of sports goes well beyond the actual live experience itself. We call it the fandom of sports, the fandom of entertainment, and this is a big reason behind why we've made a couple bets in the creator space, most recently with Mr. Beast and the road to this summer of soccer. Just to kind of pull the thread on that a little bit, we'll be experimenting with a creator-led tournament with Mr. Beast. I've seen some of the headlines, and they look pretty cool. They look pretty fun. I think there's one there like I trained 24 hours to beat a soccer legend, and I fell into a trap door. But what's exciting about this is obviously bringing soccer legends from the past together with creators of today. You can use some of the ancillary content around live sports to transcend generational boundaries as well as demographic boundaries, which you can only really do with a couple of few powerful properties, live sports being one of them.
I would just also say about live sports, obviously it's getting a ton of attention lately. For us, it's live sports, it's live news. I think, what's making it so popular amongst advertisers now, I think when you increasingly look at media and the media that people are consuming, it's increasingly isolating, right? You have your feed that's delivered to you over your phone, you're watching something on your own. When people are able to come together, they're able to congregate, they're able to build community around a shared passion, that's increasingly rare. So live sports still commands that, and I think that's why we're seeing a huge demand for it. That's part of the equation. The other part is you have all of these amazing mass scale, real-time reach in live sports, but you also need to fill that out with incremental audiences, cord cutters, cord nevers. So it's a balance between the two, and it's certainly something that we try to provide on a day-to-day basis.
And yet I think the demand is unsatiable, and you've seen that in the amount of new launches of sports streaming services this year. It is really incredible to see across linear and sports ratings growing 10-year highs. And yet there's so much demand that you have all of the various platforms really getting into this space and putting more hours programming sports. It continues to be a place where we have tremendous growth and multi-year commitments. Advertisers understand the value and want to lock it long term. And so I think that is going to continue to be a trend for the next couple of years.
Yeah, I think one person once said linear is still very relevant. Yes, let's move on to another somewhat related question about viewership habits. And Mike, I think you have an interesting perspective given the hardware platform and the operating system of the television sets that you have the pleasure of working with. So curious to see how you have been able to collect and kind of understand viewership habits across devices and what that means for measurement and helping with advertising.
Yeah, well, I think you touched on it a little earlier with audience fragmentation. For us, when we think of viewership habits and how we solve it, our home screen is the first thing you see when you turn on a Vizio television, whether you're going to linear or going into streaming. So it's really impactful for us and very exciting for us to be able to deliver an experience for our customers and help them find any of the great app partners we have up here on stage, what content is best available for them, and where they can go. So from a home screen perspective, that's the first piece that enables us to understand where our customers want to move. Then we're able to leverage our ACR data to help them find the right environment. When people come to platforms, or I should say advertisers come to platforms, they're not coming to buy channels or networks or GRPs, they're coming to buy audiences. So how do we help direct them to the right place, and how do we marry that inventory against, or the demand against the inventory that we have across the whole entire platform?
Yeah, and we've talked about measurement and viewership. I think one of the things that is really important for us moving forward is just attention, right? So there are a lot of different sources of content, and people view those in different ways. But I think our content is able to hold attention, right? And how does that create results throughout the funnel? And so we know, for example, on our platform, in terms of the engagement that we're getting, how many times people are logging in, the content that they're watching, and able to hold that attention. A hypothesis is that proves out throughout the funnel, and we're seeing great evidence of that. So I think that's going to, regardless of whether it's live or VOD content or mobile content, what holds attention and what really creates results.
And I think as an industry, we did not do a great job for, I don't know, about 90 years, where we just were using demos as a proxy for the success of a campaign. And thankfully now we have a bunch of different ways to be able to measure that. And we just announced our Performance Insight Hub, which is the first time you can actually look across linear and digital. It'll be a dashboard to be able to look at the incremental reach you can get, what's being delivered on linear and digital, because we do think that there is an element that advertisers want to be able to reach everyone. You do need to have broadcast, you do need to have cable, you do need to have streaming. Consumers look at it as all one, but often as advertisers or networks, we bifurcate those, and we need to make measurement work across all platforms holistically.
Great. Let's pivot to partnerships. The word partnership has evolved dramatically from transactional buys to strategic data-driven collaboration and increasingly co-commercialization. So Amy, I'd like to get your perspectives on how buy-side and sell-side teams are leaning into co-commercialization and deeper data partnerships, and where do you see AI unlocking additional value in those relationships?
Yeah, and there's a lot of talk about AI, but again, I go back to it's about storytelling, right? So I think about our recent partnership around our Stranger Things campaigns, right? And how authentic those felt in terms of the partnerships that we did with Discover Card, with Tide, and with Target, in terms of having those creative be interstitched within Stranger Things. And I think creating greater resonance with the members, right? Like they enjoy the relevance that those advertisers were able to bring for that campaign. So regardless of the fact that AI is the hot button right now, at the end of the day, it still comes down to storytelling and creative. And I think we can lean into AI as tools to enable that creativity and to enable speed. I think about something like K-pop Demon Hunters, which for us, we didn't know that that was going to be the cultural phenomenon and create the fandom that it did before it launched, right? But how do you seize on that when we do get signals that it is going to become a cultural phenomenon? And I think being able to act on those things quickly, and that's for us where we think AI can come in and help us.
Great. And we're also seeing that partnerships are expanding creatively. So things like creators, branded entertainment, integrated storytelling, to your point, Amy. Jeff, I'd love to get your take on how you may be reimagining partnerships, whether it's through branded content, creators, or even co-productions.
Yeah, we've made at Fox Corp a tremendous amount of announcements and investments in the creator space just over the course of the last year. We really look at it by vertical and by genre. And we sort of break it out that way. So for instance, within news in the creator space, we've made a lot of investments in the podcasting space because for a news consumer, that tends to be what they want around more context around a particular news story. On entertainment with food, it's really an extension of Gordon Ramsay and the food IP that we have, using creators and food creators online to be able to extend it that way and offer advertisers that message. On Tubi, where we actually own the distribution and the platform, it's a matter of, okay, how do we actually get creators to post within the Tubi platform, which we have over 10,000 creators, 10,000 new posts from creators on the platform just in the last couple of months. How do we curate that, find the right creators for the Tubi audience, and then ultimately be able to increase the time spent that consumers have on the Tubi platform? So again, we kind of looked at these partnerships within each vertical, and then we could ultimately offer those up holistically overall to advertisers.
Yeah, and Tim, I can't leave a creator topic without having you weigh in.
Yeah, well, I'll actually pivot to the partnerships comment, and I'll get into the creator stuff as well. You know, when I get it right, the way I think about partnerships when we get it right, the goal is to kind of simplify the fragmentation for our customers, for agencies, and for brands, right? And I always tell my team, you know, the greatest threat to our success is not another publisher or another video entertainment platform, but it's the decision from the CMO to say, you know what, this space is so complicated and confusing. I'm going to go back to my CFO and say, here's your savings, here's the ROI on our business plan next year, and I'm going to lop off 10%. So a lot of times I'm just trying to work backwards, my team, from the feedback we're getting from customers. And this kind of thinking is a big reason behind the partnership that we chose to strike with Roku, right? So instead of having to have our partners, customers choose between a kind of programmatic scale tonnage video partner and a premium video partner, our partnership with Roku allows them to do both of those, hit both of those media KPIs with us together, with obviously an incremental reach that is now 2x of what it was a year ago. So that's how we look at partnerships. I totally bypassed your creator comment.
Yeah, you can't exit without answering that one.
He also pointed at me when he said Roku.
I know, I noticed that. So I guess, you know, Tim, maybe tossing it back your way again. So, you know, we all know that creators are no longer a side door. They're actually a front door to your audience.
Yeah.
So how do you think about that in the traditional media landscape coming together with creators across your ecosystem?
You know, there's I look at creators as almost a wedge in the door, you know, where a lot of times if I put my own personal consumer hat on, you know, by the time I sit down on the couch, I know what I'm going to watch. I know what I'm going to tune into, and I'm tuning into Snoop Dogg commentating on some NBA game, right? But I'm going in with a clear intent. If I'm looking at creators, the whole point of the creator space is to introduce new topics and new ideas, new products. So there's a different, I think, mind state. And there's been a lot of research, if you talk to the folks at Kantar, a lot of the other research firms that kind of supports this claim. While, yes, the internet has made the world a lot flatter, I think in a lot of ways we've also removed ourselves from the discoverability of what is a global environment, right? So when I see creators coming in, what I love is seeing, you know, my parents and my neighbors bringing up creators like Mr. Beast to me. Meanwhile, what I see in the RFP is that Mr. Beast's main audience is a young male, 15 to 18-year-old, but now I'm all of a sudden starting to see him introduce new themes and sports to older demographics, and I think that's really exciting, and probably something that we haven't been able to get to yet since the birth of the internet generation.
Excellent. Well, with the time we have left, I want to do a rapid fire, go through each of the panelists, talk about what the future might hold. So as we close, what will the business of TV look like in the next 5 years? And maybe what are one of the two things that need to happen to make that true? I'll start with Rita.
In the next 5 years, I think technology is going to become ubiquitous, and I agree with Amy. It's all going to be about IP and storytelling. That's going to be the differentiator to run through all the pipes. So I think that is no question. I think brands are thinking of themselves as storytellers as well, and we need to enable that as part of what we're seeing on our platforms.
Excellent. Mark, over to you.
I mean, I agree with everyone. The storytelling is the differentiator for everyone, whether it is in a creator space or whether, for Rita, like College Game Day is, I think, one of those great elements that we probably don't think as a creator element, but that's what it is, and it's a cultural relevant element. We have to figure out what those things are together. I think we also are going to go into this period where, as a country, we are very divided. And I think we are going to continue to long for those events that bring us together. When you have the Macy's Day Parade with 80 million people watching the Macy's Day Parade, we're longing for that idea of what are the things that we all can do together. Shameless plug for the Olympics. Again, like we talk about, there's the blue and the red of America, and the Olympics are the one thing that we all agree on. It's the red, white, and blue. And it's us competing together against the world. I'd love to have that feel much more across more of our content and programming across our country. That was a political statement. I don't know how I got to that, but next 5 years, it's going to be really hard.
Yeah, I agree.
Follow that, Amy.
I know. You're always a hard act to follow. I agree with that. And on the other side, I think that it becomes even more personalized. So I do think the experience from a consumer perspective, the ad loads, the creative that you're seeing, the content that you're being shown is even more personalized. But I do think that fits in with what you're saying. You still need those big moments for people to come together.
So right now what we're seeing is there's just a lot more agent use and bot use online right now, right? So overall right now, this past year, over 50% of web traffic was non-human. AI agent traffic increased 300% just in the last year. I think you're going to start seeing this where consumers are using more and more agents on their behalf to be deployed, but those tasks are mostly lower funnel tasks. So I'm very optimistic that in the long term, branding, upper mid-funnel branding is going to be more important than ever before because it's going to be able to influence those consumers to be able to then direct their agents to go make those purchases for them. So I feel really good about branding. I feel really good about premium content moving forward.
Great, Mike?
Mark took my political statement, so I would say, I'm a little biased here, but I would say the world's largest retailer buying an operating system is going to have a big impact on the next 5 years. I think it's going to change the relationship from a platform perspective that customers have with their television sets. And I think today, when people come to a platform, our viewers come to a platform, they're coming for great content. That's all being delivered by the partners we have up here. And in the future, content will still be the main source, but I think there's an opportunity for us to continue to bring more commerce, more shoppability, and I think more utility into the platforms and the television sets themselves.
Yeah, 5 years from now, demo-based buying will become the forefront of every strategic conversation. I'm kidding. I think shoppable video has been kind of this white whale for a while now in our industry, and I do think there's a powerful opportunity for entertainment companies and businesses to own every step of the consumer value chain all the way through to fulfillment, distribution, and last mile. I don't know that anyone is doing it exactly quite well in the West yet. I've seen examples in Asia, but 5 years from now, I think that'll be the case.
Excellent. So we did the impossible. We went through all my questions. So I'm going to pivot to a new one. What is one or two things you've seen at CES that you're most excited about?
Mark.
See, we're friends again.
Anyone seen anything exciting, new, interesting?
Well, I do think this idea of agents is going to change how we do our business. Yeah. I think it's going to make a big difference in terms of how do we deliver content, how do we do business back and forth with ad agencies and clients. So I think the agent world will be a big one for us as we move forward.
Yeah. No other takers? Okay. Well, I guess we can wrap maybe a little bit early. I want to thank the panelists for their conversations and excellent answers, and Variety as well for helping organize this. So with that, we will conclude today's session.
Thank you.
Now introducing First Look, Go Behind the Scenes of The Audacity, moderated by Cynthia Littleton, co-editor-in-chief, Variety.
Oh, then in that case, we should swap.
They're going back. How are we doing? Okay. You're always right. Sorry, Simon. Simon, you come here. Simon, Billy.
Oh, you've got a thing.
No, sorry. Yeah. Simon, Billy, Dan, Gina.
Oh.
My mic is live.
Oh, I just don't want
Hello. Okay.
to go right into it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try an old trick here to quiet people down. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. All right. If you're tired of asking you to clap, let's settle down. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate you hanging in with us. This is a treat, people. Listen up, pay attention, because this is a real special treat. You are getting a very, very sneak peek look at a really fantastic new show coming to AMC Networks in April. It is called The Audacity, and it is rooted and revolves around Silicon Valley and all the themes that are animating this conference and that we are writing about and talking about and intersecting with our lives. It is you could not be sort of more in the zeitgeist of what we are talking about, and the curveballs that are coming at us as consumers in our culture every day. So you really picked some fertile ground here to tread with The Audacity. And so I'm going to just introduce, and it's a little challenging because, of course, I know nobody has seen it, but we'll talk about it, and we'll even have some clips. So appreciate everybody bringing the sound down so that we can talk here. All righty, so I'm just going to quickly...
Yeah, hit it up.
All right, Billy, all right. So quickly, the panelists here, but I'm just going to quickly stars Simon Helberg, star Billy Magnuson, Dan McDermott, Chief Content Officer of AMC Networks and President of AMC Studios, the big boss that is making this happen. And next to Dan, is Gina Mingaci, Executive Producer of The Audacity. So anyway, let's just start with the table setter. Let's start with Dan. Tell us sort of the conceit of the show and why you feel like it works, why you feel like it's an AMC Network show.
Great. Firstly, I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having us, Cynthia. This show is a sort of throwback in a lot of ways to the origins of AMC storytelling with shows like Mad Men and Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, Killing Eve. We focus on three primary things, which is one is lightning in a bottle characters that can break out and become part of the cultural conversation. We can put them on a billboard and everybody will know, oh, that's Duncan, from The Audacity, et cetera. And the second is that they take the audience into a unique world or subculture that we either haven't seen portrayed or haven't seen portrayed in this particular way. And the third is we want to be entertaining and fun, of course, but we also want our shows to have a sort of real cultural meaning and ballast and be about something important. And in this case, this is about the men and women in Silicon Valley who are shaping the world that we live in today, that are literally laying the cement on the freeway that we're all driving down with things like AI, data collection, social media, etc. And there couldn't be any more important group, in my opinion, to be taking a deep dive look at than the men and women in Silicon Valley who are shaping the lives that we're living.
Drama helps us interpret our lives, for sure. Thank you. Billy, now I know you've played many things. Now, you might have played a coal miner, but now you're playing a data... I'm making a joke about mining. Your character is the CEO of a data mining company, which could not be more in the au courant moment. Tell us about your coming to this show and how you put yourself in the headspace of being a CEO of a data mining company.
First of all, I want to say thank you for having me here. I'm really appreciative.
Very welcome.
And Big Boss Man here, Dan, he really is the genesis of all this thing. In the acting industry or the entertainment industry, everyone goes in for IP and understanding new ideas don't exist anymore. This guy had the balls to show up and believe in Jonathan Glatzer and see this world, because the tech world in Silicon Valley, let's be honest, there's times in history where there's a renaissance, and Silicon Valley is one of those times in our modern era which is defining humanity. And what better place to make a dark comedy than in that place that develops our society at this point? For me, 20 years in this industry, you see a script that Jonathan Glatzer wrote, and you're just like, damn, this is fantastic. It's always on the page that I recognize where true talent or the story or what's powerful is there is on the page. Yeah, when you read it, Jonathan Glatzer is the thing that sets this show apart from all the other shows on TV. It's the uniqueness and specificity of this guy's mind. And for Dan to give him the opportunity to make it, I couldn't be more grateful. So when it came my way, I was like, hell yeah, I'm in.
Thank you for mentioning. We did want to mention Jonathan Glatzer, who is the creator of the show and a no stranger to AMC, having worked on Better Call Saul and many other shows. Simon?
No, it was just that we saved that chair for him. He's alive, but
he's here in spirit, and if not virtually. We were thinking about the AI version, but we thought, we'll keep it real. Yeah. No. So same question for you, Simon. And curious if the two of you did anything together to educate yourself on Silicon Valley jargon or terminology, or did you play with tools? Have you played with AI platforms to kind of just put yourself in the headspace of your characters? Now, Simon, your character seems to capture the kind of, some of the loneliness and the isolation in our world. Can you describe a little bit about what your character, Martin, let me see if I get that right.
Martin Pfister. I did not have to research loneliness. It was something that I didn't even
You're going to make some new friends here, Simon.
Yeah. No, that was just on the surface. My character, Martin, is... like many people probably in the Valley, is a bit of a maladjusted genius. Went to Stanford at 15, made a chunk of money early on in tech, and now he spends every waking minute locked in his garage with an AI companion that he's developing to help alienated teenagers. But of course, he has his own alienated teenager daughter who he completely neglects, and all the other people around him too. So he's a bit of a recluse, and there's loneliness, I think, at the heart of all the characters, and they're all trying to connect, and they're trying to connect through technology, which has some pitfalls.
It's pretty sad when you think about it, but to your credit, to both of your credits, you bring, this show has such a tone. It's darkly comedic, but it can turn on a dime and be really funny, just like the stuff of real life. Gina, can you set for us kind of the 30,000-foot view in terms of just setting up the world and without giving too much of the plot away, give us a sense of kind of what the scope of season 1 looks like?
Well, season 1, we're going to meet Duncan, played by Billy, who is a wannabe tech titan who really wants to be one of the gods, the tech gods of the Valley, and he's shown that he is human and fallible, and you'll see a clip of that. You'll get the first taste of that, and it's sort of, we go into an exploration of the world of Silicon Valley through our lens, which is like a tiny town. It's a little bubble, Silicon Valley, in our show. It's like a small town. So we meet therapists, kids, wives, girlfriends, and we sort of focus on the relationships and the dynamics between them rather than, the big wigs and the guys that have made it. So we go into the lives of these people. Jonathan says when he came up with the title, The Audacity, he said he thinks that audacity is a superpower that we all have, that we don't even know we have, and that most people don't move fast and break things, but these people do. Our people do.
What's interesting, having seen the first episode, is that it does, we talk about Silicon Valley, it's a shorthand for so much. We talk about CEOs, tech CEOs, that's a shorthand for so much. But here, we are actually seeing these people with their children and with their, some of their day-to-day, issues, and then dealing with the kind of the existential, issues of our time in a way that, that is very entertaining, but also makes you think. It also really makes you think about the things in our world.
Well, when I think of a TV show, it's always about characters. In the tech industry, there's people spending millions of dollars making the perfect product, the perfect application or whatever, but it's all these faulty people making them, and we're seeing the faults in these characters. And that's what you explore with the TV show, is like, I want to show up every week with these characters and be like, God darn it, what adventure are they going on? What is the crazy mayhem they're getting into?
And if I could say one thing and add to that, the beauty of Jonathan Glatzer as a writer is he's interested in the humanity of these people. He's not interested in how rich they are, how successful they are. That's the backdrop, and that's an interesting component. But what's really interesting in real life and in our show is that they are just people with all the same human flaws as every one of us, and yet they are having a profoundly outsized impact on the lives of ourselves, our children, our schools, our institutions, our government, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. But Jonathan leads with that level of humanity, which is really special.
And in storytelling, it would be so easy to just show the flashy planes and the money. Like, this is the harder stuff, is the emotional stuff. Simon, you were going to say?
I was just going to say, and this, just to plug Jonathan too, and this is not that everybody's known Jonathan Glatzer, but in case you don't, that he wrote for Succession and Better Call Saul, and shows that tend to do this kind of exploration of real human, the intricacies and the flaws of being human. And you watch those shows and you don't, it's about people. And so I think he's a genius at observing humanity. So that's all.
Awesome. Well, let's give the audience a little flavor. Please, folks, no recording. Remember, this is copyright-based business, and this is the bread and butter of these folks. So please don't record the clip. But we are about to see a clip. If I'm getting the setup right, we're going to see Billy's character interacting with Zach Galifianakis, who's fantastic, and he also plays or did I get the clip order wrong?
No, you're doing it right. I think that's right.
So Zach Galifianakis also plays
known to Vegas very well.
Yes, exactly.
Zach, just to tee it up, Cynthia, for everybody, Zach plays a godfather of the Silicon Valley business, sort of a Steve Wozniak level guy who was one of the original OG founders, and now he's become very disenchanted with what the business has, what the whole industry has turned into. And Billy is approaching him.
A thirsty, narcissistic psychopath trying to get his money.
Well said.
We all know what can happen when billionaires get disenchanted, so let's cue the clip.
You keep coming at me.
Carl Bardoff. Duncan Park. Hypergnosis. Big fan. Super huge. Hugest. It's titanic. Uncomfortably huge. Mind if I sit? Your manifesto, Bardoff's Law, that was super important to me, In a society driven by technology, growth will continue endlessly. The ultimate hockey stick. Yeah, you're on my Mount Rushmore, Carl. I'll tell you that. But you're not stone. You are flesh, and I bet you're not done. Not even close. So me, I co-founded Fafa.com. Fafa, you've heard of it? Nope. FAH-FA.com. Yeah, it was huge in 09, early 10. But it doesn't matter. My latest enterprise, Hypergnosis. Data analytics, great algo. The thing is, Cupertino wants us. Yeah, we're in acquisition talks. It got leaked to the press a couple weeks ago, so I'm not talking out of school, but I think it's a big mistake taking the deal. I mean, you know what it's like there. Golden handcuffs, you get it. So I was thinking, if I could find a private placement investor, someone whose reputation for picking winners is so stellar, and here you are. I mean, so I gotta ask, like, how about us? And maybe Hypergnosis is how you get back in the game. Double rainbow. I mean, with a forward-facing data analytics company, we could really make something. What the fuck? The fuck is wrong with... Oh my God!
Well, there you go, folks. I mean, what a great... He has, 2-3 words in that? I mean, he just does it all with, and again, quite the...
Yeah, I had all the lines. I had to memorize all that.
But let me ask you specifically, like, did the jargon, did the tech talk, did that come natural to you, or did you have a coach that was, walking you through? Being a classically trained actor, you have dialogue and you have to understand the world that you're working in and do the research and all that. But again, I think it's the emotions about these people. This is like his livelihood is on the line, and like living in that world is what's more important than the jargon sometimes. And so focusing on the emotional journey of these characters is important. I haven't spent a ton of time in Silicon Valley, but I will say the times that I have, I think they have an endless supply of wood-paneled bars where key things go on. People, when you go, they always say, "Oh, you got to go to this place," and it's always wood-paneled and a tiny bit grungy. But anyway.
You go out there and party a lot? Is that what you're saying?
No, a conference circuit, major.
You were really looking for a friend. You were just like, anybody else been to these?
If you'd think I would have picked up a deal or two, or at
least need a drinking partner,
some stock options or something. Let's talk, Dan. It occurs to me that it's that AMC really has some authority to sort of tell this story, because it really does feel like it's you had a great show. I know it was before your tenure there, but a great show, *Halt and Catch Fire*, which really captured that zeitgeist of the moment in the 80s in Dallas, which was also such an interesting place to set it. Was there, as you developed this show, was there any part of the thinking like this is 40 years after *Halt and Catch Fire*?
We didn't discuss it. We didn't talk much about it. I actually I lived in Silicon Valley from the time I was like 12 to 18 when I went to college. So I'm very familiar with the area, and I have a ton of friends and family who work in Silicon Valley. So I'm frequently up there and frequently around there. And it really is, as Cynthia's saying, it's one of the most unique places on the planet, just in terms of the environment and the culture. So we didn't think much about *Halt and Catch Fire* because we knew that was just a different time period, different location, everything else. We really wanted to lean into everything that's really unique and specific about Silicon Valley right now.
Gina, what did you find sort of most challenging or, most energizing about capturing this world right now?
Well, I think it's the people. It's the actors. It's honestly, it's Billy as Duncan. It's Simon as Martin. It's all the other. It's Zach as Carl. Sarah playing.
The cast is really.
The
awesome.
Cast is kind of spectacular.
I know
it sounds.
It really is.
It's
Lucy Punch.
Yeah, of course, Lucy's amazing, and and that's the thing that's really exciting. I mean, Jonathan wrote a wonderful script, but these folks brought it to life and made it real. And I've been around for quite a while now, Cynthia, as you may know. And I've caught lightning in a bottle a few times, and I really, I don't want to overstate how excited I am about this show. We'll see how it's received, we'll see how it performs. That's out of my hands, but under the heading of, can we do something that's really special, that's unique, that hasn't been done before? This is one of one. Nobody has seen this show before. Hasn't been done anywhere. It's not a sequel. It's not IP. It's not. It is really special because it comes from the hearts and souls of all these folks.
And again, AMC is so wholly original ideas. And I do think that there is, people in Hollywood are starting to say, wow, we might just run out of things to remake.
Seriously, I'm done with that.
Yeah. Gina, what did you find in terms of, you've worked on Killing Eve, a very elaborate production. What was challenging in the production or assembling all the elements to get it just right?
Well, we kept saying we wanted to punch above our weight, and the more we sent the script out to these actors and got this cast, we were like, well, now, it was the same challenge as Killing Eve, which is not as much money as everyone else has, not as much time to make it, but you want to be here. You want to be playing here, and hopefully we've delivered on that. Also, I think it helps to, I know we've been talking about, AMC and it being, but there is no one better than AMC to make morally complex characters come to life. And those are very specific shows that are hard to get made right now, So, and they're also the ones that people remember. Walter White, Saul Goodman, people remember these. Don Draper, they're all AMC characters. So it takes a special group of people, and also we need people to help us take risks and back us in taking those risks, And it was across the board too, and how we put. Everyone we hired for the show, everyone to bring it to life, to the production design, all of it, cinematography. We wanted to be here with everybody else.
We like to say, Cynthia, that we may not have the most money to spend on a show, but originality and creativity is free.
Yes.
And if we support that, and we really lean into that and encourage our filmmakers, our actors, our writers, everybody associated with the show to really be original, be thoughtful, be something that nobody's seen before. That's our sort of, that's our pixie dust at AMC.
This is the kind of show that just needs that boutique approach. You're not one of 100. You are one real big priority for the network in April. All right. I want to make sure that we get to clip number 2, which involves Simon's character. Gina, can you set it up for us?
So Simon has created Martin. He plays Martin. He is a genius, of course, and he is creating a therapy bot for teens. And we're going to see him in this clip gather some research for it. And at the same time, you'll see how disconnected some of these people are from their very own family and kids and friends in his approach.
Gotcha. And once again, please do not record it. Thank you.
Jameson, hey kiddo. What are you up to these days?
Soccer tournament.
Stalker tournament? That sounds...
Soccer.
Soccer?
Yeah. I prefer skiing and squash, but they have wealth connotations. Soccer's more relatable.
Hey, Tessie's here somewhere. You two should get together. When's the last time you guys had a sleepover?
Not since, 7th grade.
Okay, can you just hold that face? Building an intelligent entity, more of an autonomous companion for alienated teens based on personal data ecosystems, but it has been a real slog to replicate a genuine look of bothersomeness. Thanks, Jane.
Okay, just a sec. Sweetie. Next bite of the lemon square tastes exactly like the first. Yeah. I don't know how many of those she's eaten. You try, and you try. It's really hard being a mom.
Simon Helberg, everyone.
Simon, what again? Curious for you, what were there things you read? How did you get yourself in the headspace of this character? Somebody that disassociated.
Yeah. I did read a lot about. There's there's so much material out there, but. At the end of the day, I think that I was trying to really understand where he was coming from, and I feel like he's one of the good guys, and that he's trying to actually help. But of course, there's damage, and he's broken. And is he creating this companion, at the cost of having a relationship with his actual daughter, or is he doing it? Is he sacrificing that relationship to help the future of kids? Is it more efficient to completely neglect his own relationships in order to do something great for humanity, which I feel like is common thread amongst a lot of innovators. So I just tried to find the good in him.
Gotcha. Are you a show like this? Does it lend itself to cameos? Are you looking for real world figures to maybe pop in, or is that maybe would take people out of the story that you're trying to tell?
We don't even use real names of companies. It's all our world. So and we don't the cameos we have guest stars that are just amazing. We have Randall Park that's a guest star. He'll be popping
great actor,
up.
yeah.
He'll be popping up as someone in this world, and obviously it wants to be that, but we're not going to go there. Every single company name we've made up. In our universe, it's all of our companies, not anything real.
Mm-hmm. That's got to be fun too, because you can have so much creativity.
So much fun coming up with those names, Cynthia.
What of course, you can make a great show, but if people don't know it's out there, how do you plan to collectively sort of sell this to America? Are you going to, I know obviously you're starting here and you're going to do a lot of press, but is there approach? Is there a way to get this out to the audience, especially that digitally connected audience?
Sure, we have a first-rate marketing group led by Kim Granito. This is probably going to be our biggest launch this year of anything we do. The amount of time, energy, financial resources, et cetera. We're going to do a lot on social media, and using digital advertising, obviously for the obvious reasons, being the subject matter of the show and whatever. And I'm confident that we're gonna get this show exposed to everybody in the country. Everybody's going to have a chance to see it.
I think the biggest, again, is word of mouth is still king. With all the technology and all that stuff, word of mouth and saying hey to a buddy, like, check out the show. Again, like, that being human and the specificity of this show, like, that when you become specific about a topic or idea or a story you're telling, it becomes more universal. And that's where I think you can connect with it. And like Jonathan Glatzer's specificity with the show becomes universal. And you don't have to be in the tech industry to enjoy the show. I really think it is universal. And word of mouth is the number one.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Way to get it out.
And, talking about, to bring it back to Jonathan Glatzer, it's really, for AMC, I know it's really been important to you to really have an incredible roster of creators that you work with again and again, including Gina, having, worked on Killing Eve. What does that bring to AMC, Dan, in terms of just what it brings to the network?
Yeah, well, I think you said it earlier, Cynthia, we're a boutique company. We create long and deep, lasting relationships with everybody, with writers, producers. Gina was an executive at the company before she went on and became an executive producer of Killing Eve and was instrumental in the success of that show. Jonathan Glatzer worked on Better Call Saul for years. We're going to be working with Billy and Simon for a long time, and the rest of the cast, not only on this show but other shows. We really try to cultivate and curate an environment where people can do their best work. And there's great platforms out there. We're not special in that respect, but what does make us special is we're very small. We're a very tight group. We got Ben Davis leading our programming team. He's the smartest guy, the best executive in the business. We got a great marketing team, great PR folks. I mean, it's really when we come up with a show like The Audacity, it gets white glove treatment throughout the system, which is not necessarily the case when a show is one of 25 shows that are being dropped that year.
Gina, is there a role for Jodie Comer, and who played the incredible Villeneuve in Killing Eve? I could totally see that character coming in and has just raised $200 million for
We do love sociopaths, so she would fit right in. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay, when it premieres in April, do we have the date? Is it
April 12th?
April 12th. Mark your calendars and your devices. And are you going to brave social media and fan reactions once it premieres? That's for all of you.
Billy, are you going to?
What's the question?
And let me ask you, Simon and Billy, do you typically, when something you're in is released, do you typically go out and look? Now everybody has a focus group of millions at their fingertips. Do you look at reaction on social?
Yeah, I think it's important. I'm sorry,
because it's going to be intense on this show. I can
hope
promise
so.
you.
That's the whole point. We have the ability to touch the world now through our phone, and I think it is about community. I think art has always been about that. Like, the deepest part of the purpose of art to me is to connect to people. And it's either like I have an emotion that I need to express, and then for someone to receive it and go like, oh my God, I'm not alone in feeling that. I've felt that. And I think that's the beauty of art. And if you don't discuss that or have that community or discussion about it, I mean, why are you would be living isolated. I don't think that's good.
Living like Simon's character.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care what anybody says about me as long as it's glowing.
Well, folks, I mean, this is perfect.
I do have to say, this is, in 20 years of being in this industry and working, I've got to punch James Bond in the face. Conor McGregor has punched me in the face, you know.
But what about your on-screen work, Billy?
I know. This show is I'm so proud of it and so excited to be a part of it. And like AMC and Dan and Gina and Simon, the whole team, it's 20 years doing this. I'm just like so grateful for this opportunity. It's weird, you know. I think it's fantastic. And
you have all the enthusiasm of an entrepreneur that has just done their Series A. Congratulations, everyone. It really looks promising. Can't wait to see more. Thank you so much for coming and sharing with us. And we know that everybody was a good citizen. Do not send clips out. It would not be fair to the artists up here. I know you won't. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cynthia and Brady.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Please welcome How Smarter Partnerships Are Reshaping Media, moderated by Andrew Wallenstein, Chief Media Analyst and President, Luminate Intelligence.
Thank you. If everyone could take their seats, we're going to have a great conversation here about a really interesting partnership. So let's get started. If you could just take your seats, thank you. Great. So I am joined by Ian Colley to my left from the CMO of the Trade Desk, and also Coram Malik, who is the CMO at Walmart Connect. They've got a really interesting partnership that, well, let's start, Ian, with just explaining this to anyone who's not familiar, because this is innovative stuff.
Sure, happy to. I think there are two dimensions to our partnership with Walmart, and Coram and I have known each other for several years. We both have kids that go to Wake Forest University, Demon Deacons. I always wanted to know why they were called that. They're deacons, so I assume they're somewhat religious.
After a football game.
Somehow they turned demonic. Nobody could explain to me how that happened. Still puzzling. But the Trade Desk and Walmart have had a relationship for several years, and I think it's easily explained in two dimensions. One is the technology dimension. Walmart has a demand-side platform where advertisers can buy ad impressions related to everything that Walmart does, and that's built on top of the Trade Desk's platform. So Walmart gets the benefit from all the innovation that we deliver daily in our platform, and then bring all of their retail data expertise to bear on top of that. But I think more broadly, and perhaps more importantly, we have a shared vision of what the future of measurement might look like in digital advertising, and moving beyond traditional measurement methods to incorporate a much clearer sense of what actually happens as a result of ad spend. What do consumers actually do? Do they buy the product? Do they consider the product? How can we understand more about that and get much clearer signals from a measurement perspective about the impact of every advertising dollar? So the technology side, but then also the vision of what the future of how we think about measurement in everything we do, I think are two ways of looking at this.
Thanks, Ian. And I don't know where the Demon Deacon came from. I just know that I write a lot of checks to Wake Forest. Yeah, the only thing I'll build on that a little bit on the shared vision, which is there's a lot of discussion in the industry of how much something costs, et cetera. We have a shared vision of value and impact for advertisers, and that's the essence to the partnership. Of course, the data and the technology and the commitment to make media returns happen works for sure, but we're really committed to how are we driving sales for advertisers? What is the outcome that we're trying to get to? You can think about it from a reach perspective or a brand resonance perspective, and of course, we at Walmart think about reaction as sales. Like that's the ultimate impact that you can have with advertising. And just to kind of give everybody just a quick Walmart footprint, right? We have 150 million customers that engage with Walmart on a weekly basis, both in store and digitally. And you combine that with a footprint of 4,600 stores in the United States. That's a massive footprint from which to work and serve customers and introduce advertising at the right moment. And we're excited to work with the Trade Desk to engage in that scale and find those customers across the open web.
So we all know CMOs like yourselves want the maximum bang for their buck. They want to understand how their dollars are being put to work. You guys have this partnership. There's also CMOs are dealing with the big tech platforms of the world. That's stiff competition. We'll talk about that in a number of respects. But when I think about those platforms, I think about the criticism that often comes their way in terms of vanity metrics, cheap reach tactics. So how do you sidestep those kinds of issues in this partnership?
I think when I talk to CMOs, and we've had a few conversations even here this week about kind of this dichotomy that exists in digital advertising, which is consumers spend about 2/3 of their digital time on the open internet. So that's things like streaming television, movies, digital audio, which is alone is 3 hours a day for the average American, which is astonishing. Things like journalism, live sports. They spend about 2/3 of their digital time on those premium aspects of the open internet, about 1/3 of their time on these big tech walled garden platforms. But 2/3 of the ad spend still goes to those big tech platforms. And if you ask most CMOs why this kind of dichotomy exists, they will say that, or at least my experience has been, a lot of them will say that when they're talking to their CFOs and their CEOs, they will lean into things like linear TV on one end and to these big tech platforms on the other because they are simple and they are familiar. And they can sell them easily to those stakeholders in their companies. But the CMO also knows that they're not as performant because they're not reaching people where they are most leaned in and where they are engaged. So I think the 2026, I think, will be a year where the open internet will come together more than it ever has, particularly around things like measurement and how do we take the complexity of the open internet, because it is more complex than the simplicity of walled gardens, and show that there are ways of thinking about spending on the open internet against the very best content in ways that we can actually measure outcomes in ways that don't rely on last touch attribution and give you a much fuller sense of what led to the sale. And partners like Walmart are fundamental in this, and I think Walmart's been a pioneer in helping marketers think about this and giving them a kind of a view of what's possible if they think about this from an open internet perspective.
Yeah, let me build on that, Ian. Just, we speak with not only CMOs who control, for example, national media budgets. We also have the pleasure of working with chief sales officers, right? They have shopper marketing budgets. And we're hearing those roles being asked by the C-suite at the CEO level, board level, to maximize the impact of the dollars that they're being allocated, right? More and more. And so whenever you hear things about cheap reach, it should immediately turn into how am I creating value and driving impact, not how am I doing it necessarily at first, like what is the goal? And I want to share two stats that are kind of interesting for that. We recently did some research that when we used Walmart Connect, connected TV buying, combined with Vizio CTV ads, you can get incremental reach with your linear TV buy with Walmart Connect CTV up to 55% with a recent iSpot study that we just conducted. Why is that important? Well, advertisers care about reach or resonance or reaction or sale, and we have the opportunity to provide not only brand solutions, and of course what we're known for is performance solutions. And so Trade Desk has been a great partner to enable a bunch of that for us, not only on display, but also across CTV, audio, any other things across the open internet.
Do you guys have any specific examples you can give of brands that have utilized the partnership and how they're getting visibility into their spend?
Sure, we have a number of those. One great one that I often come back to is Fruit of the Loom, which was looking to reach new buyers for their products as part of a back-to-school program. This is fairly recent, and they came to the Walmart DSP, and they were able to understand the impact of the ad dollars on new buyers coming into that Walmart environment, and they saw 5x return on ad spend over what they were expecting to drive, just because they had that visibility into buyer behavior in a way that they had never had before. So we're seeing major consumer brands like that, CPGs, for whom environments like Walmart are their major selling environment, see tremendous value in that kind of partnership.
Yeah, and I'll share another one. So Planters, right? We're looking to expand new customers, and they engage with Walmart Connect not only for our on-site media, but also what we call off-site, working with Trade Desk, and that helped to deliver for them a 23% lift in incremental sales, which is also very exciting. And I think that's a really, really important example because, of course, we at Walmart have things on our platform. We have performance solutions. You can buy search on Connect. But as you move off of our platform, we work with partners like Trade Desk to activate shopper data across the open web and finding the right shoppers in the right environment, the right customers. And Planters did a great job with that. And we're happy to support them. So I think there's just much more we can do together.
You know, another knock on big tech in this space is giving visibility into what happens after the last click. So, you know, whether we're talking about giving into insight and multi-touch attribution, and you mentioned that earlier, Ian, or just where consumers are in the funnel, how are you guys doing that?
That's a super interesting question. I think it's as much about what happens before the click as versus after, I think. I often think about it in the context of I'm a big soccer fan, so Erling Haaland is the big soccer player in the Premier League for England, scored I think 50 goals this calendar year, or Kylian Mbappe for Real Madrid scored 50 goals this calendar year. If you only paid the person who touches the ball before it goes in the goal, you'd have a pretty inefficient soccer team. Like Erling Haaland doesn't really touch the ball that much except to score. All the touches come from players like Rodri and Phil Foden and all the other players all the way from goalkeeper through defense, through midfield, through attack. And you have to understand kind of the whole process of what influences the goal. And it's exactly the same in advertising. What led someone to a purchase? If there's a major car maker who famously says that it takes about 20 years to create a customer for that brand. So you're showing that person ads for 20 years before they finally click the button of buy Mercedes or buy Subaru or whatever the brand is. So if you're giving credit just for that last click, you're ignoring 20 years of brand building that's incredibly important. But we can now understand that more clearly than ever, every stage of the funnel, where the consumer is, the impression that we're making on them through the funnel, through partnerships like Walmart, but others too, that help us kind of give full credit through the whole funnel as to how you're building that relationship with the consumer and where they are in the funnel so that you can reach them in different ways at different times based on where they are at any stage of the process.
And just within multi-touch attribution, I'm just curious, how do marketers know what is incremental versus what was just going to come together anyway?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So I'm going to say something maybe controversial, Ian. I didn't know you were a Man City fan.
I'm not a Man City.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Wolverhampton Wanderers fan.
Okay.
We are bottom of the Premier League.
Okay. Man, don't judge me. I'm an Arsenal fan, so I don't know.
Opposite ends.
Okay, back to the story here. So it's a great question, and so one of the things we are asked for by CMOs and chief sales officers over and over again is incrementality. I have a media mix going. How are you, as a new part of that media mix, providing a lift to my business? And that is being asked relentlessly. And one of the things that we do here at Connect is not only do our own studies with partners like Trade Desk on incrementality and incremental search, like for example for search, we'll do some work with CTV, but also work with third parties. So we just did a study that showed how does Walmart Connect media compare to social media norms for return on ad spend. And we did this study with Circana and as a third party, and lo and behold, what it shows is Walmart Connect compared to digital media benchmarks outperforms in iROAS by 2.5x. That's a lot of words that I just sent. My point is that it's important as a media buyer and an investor to see what is the incremental lift that you're getting to your investment. And working with third parties like Circana, working with partners like Trade Desk that are committed to value, not cheap clicks or reach, is what we're excited about. And I'll also say I've been around long enough that this discussion happened during the mobile evolution. I used to be at a firm called Facebook. Now it's Meta. I will always call it Facebook. But in 13, 14, 15, there was a similar experience in where people were like not getting credit to mobile. And we had to go through a similar exercise of saying it's a multiple touch points to get to Erling Haaland's goal, and mobile plays a role in that. And I think that's true today just as much as it was in the past.
So, outcomes are one thing, but I'm also curious about how does this partnership deliver on transparency and control?
I think one other adjective you could throw in there is objective as well. I think when, as I said before, if consumers are spending 2/3 of their digital time on the open internet, how do you reach them effectively with objectivity? So the Trade Desk doesn't own any inventory. We don't have any owned and operated inventory. Any big tech platform is always going to prioritize their own ad impressions. They would be fiscally irresponsible not to. So if you want search, you can go to Google. If you want social, you can go to Meta or Facebook. If you want the open internet, hopefully you're more likely to come to a platform like the Trade Desk or the Walmart DSP, both of which don't have any skin in the game as to which impression is more important. We will help you select the one that is most valuable to your ad campaign to reach a specific audience at the right time, in the right channel, at the right price. So that objectivity is everything that we're based on. We're doing a ton of work, or have done a ton of work over the last few years to make the supply chain of digital advertising as transparent as possible so that buyers can have as much visibility and signal into exactly what they're buying, because the open internet is somewhat complex. There are those who might try to obfuscate what the value of a particular ad is, in part because the supply of digital ads vastly exceeds the demand for digital ads. So there's a lot of incentive to kind of hide the value of an ad impression. But through things like our Sincera acquisition, we're helping and providing tools to help advertisers understand much more clearly the precision of exactly what they're bidding on to buy.
And you've mentioned this mismatch between digital ad dollars and the open internet. Like, why is that? And can it meaningfully change in the coming years?
I think if you look at the economics of it, it has to. If I would to say something controversial. I believe that if you rely too much on cheap reach, and the big tech platform tells you, oh, we helped you sell 1 million toothbrushes this month. But the business says, well, I only sold 500,000 toothbrushes this month. That misalignment is happening more and more. And I believe kind of the kind of reliance on cheap reach for many brands is the major reason, and that misalignment that occurs over time as a result is the major reason why CMOs have the shortest tenure on the C-suite. And the economic reality of the fact that consumers spend the bulk of their time on the open internet. If you really want to engage consumers where they are and where they are most leaned in, again, this is the most premium content on the internet. This is not content that you're doom scrolling while you're waiting to buy a pastry at the counter outside. This is content that you're highly leaned in with, you're highly engaged with. So if you want to reach consumers where they're leaned in, where they're engaged, where they're spending the bulk of their time, you have to do that on the open internet. Now, we on the open internet have to do a better job of making that simple. We have to do a better job of partnering with companies like Walmart to bring the value of it to life so you can understand the impact of every ad dollar. But I think Walmart has shone a light on how to do that for a few years now. That's opening the eyes of CMOs as to what's possible. And we have the opportunity to build on that in ways in 2026 that I think will change the way we think about measurement by the end of this year than we do today.
Enough controversy, by the way, for one panel. Let's, we got to take it easy on these.
Talk about soccer again.
What comes with this approach that you guys are offering to the marketplace are elevated CPMs, and I'm just curious, do clients ever balk at that, or is the value add clear?
Yeah, let me touch on that. So it goes back to, well, let me use an analogy, right? So it's I've got a son in college at Wake Forest, and he's been studying the stock market, and he's like, Dad, this stock looks good, it's cheap, and the price is low. And I'm like, well, it really depends on what your time horizon is, your risk tolerance, and your investment objectives. And I think that's really, really important in media as well. And it's like, what is the objective that the CMO and the media teams are trying to accomplish? And can that objective be accomplished with a ROAS, or return on ad spend, threshold that the CFO needs to see for those dollars working? The price of the media and how much it costs and rising CPMs is a second derivative, or it's a second order thing. Because as long as the return on the stock price or the price of the media is higher than the CFO and the CMO wants, it's shouldn't be an issue. So that's something we do hear about. Oh, there's rising CPMs, and for example, we have a search platform. And one of the things we want to hold ourselves accountable for, and we just announced it this week, we GA'd search incrementality, which is you can buy search advertising on Walmart Connect, and we will show you the incremental sales you'll get. In recent study, we in the food category, we saw for every dollar someone, for the investment that a advertiser made in the food category, they got $2.30 in incremental ROAS. Incremental sales. So that's a pretty exciting stat. And so to kind of bring it full circle, yes, CPMs can go up, CPMs can go down, they can stay flat. But if you keep your eye on what's your objective, what are your thresholds, as a marketer, your CFO will be a lot happier, and so will you.
Okay. In researching this partnership, I came upon an interesting concept of the closed loop membership, and I explain how that works. It's an interesting aspect of this.
A closed loop measurement, which is basically what we've been talking about, that for the first time through the partnership with Walmart, we were able to show marketers the impact of an ad dollar spent on actual consumer action. So that closed loop ability to understand the impact of campaign dollars on consumer purchases or consumer intent it was a major breakthrough in our ability to provide that. So.
Yeah, that's it. You got it. It's a gold standard, right? I mean, just to kind of simplify it even more, like you put $1 in, did it turn and did it spark a sale? And how do you measure that? You know, for years and years, there's been proxies for that. You know, I'll go back to it. We have a 4,600 store footprint. We have 150 million people we serve every week. And we have the opportunity to tie media impressions to sales. And, you know, we kind of have a fun line that we talk about sparking sales for our advertisers. We're really committed to that. Now, there's a lot of things that go to sparking a sale, right? Brand solutions and a great work in CTV, et cetera, but it drives impact. So, yeah, it's gold standard is closed loop measurement, and you can use that to better your media investments.
And how sufficient are MMM models and TV ratings when it comes to this partnership, and how you see that?
I think, as I said before, I think this is a year we'll see a tremendous amount of innovation in the whole measurement world. I think that there will continue to be a place for traditional measurement models like MMM, but they will evolve because we now have much better insight into actual action as a result of ad spend. So I think there are lots of ways that traditionally marketers think about measurement, but this year we're going to bring a ton of innovation to help bring kind of this new way of thinking to bear. Because if you look at any market that digitizes, whether it's the stock market or any market, what happens is you get much more data symmetry over time. And that's happening in digital advertising now, thanks to folks like Walmart liberating retail data in different ways. But I think this year will be a year that we bring much more of that to bear with new kinds of innovation around measurement. So I don't think the old models will go away. We will continue to evolve them.
Okay. So this partnership is still fairly new, and I'm curious how you guys see this evolving. Are there different things that you're trying, or it's steady as she goes?
Well, you have some amazing AI announcements this week.
Well, right? not specific to the partnership, but let me touch on the partnership, and I'll talk a little bit about the stuff we're doing with Agentic. Look, what I'm excited about is just the philosophical alignment, and like having a commitment to outcomes and impact, and serving advertisers as this is the way, right, for any Mandalorian fans, right? So, and I'm excited about that. And, you know, not getting distracted by cheap or expensive CPMs and focusing on the impact, the return on ad spend, and not being objective about it. So I'm really proud to be on stage with Ian and the Trade Desk team for that. I would be remiss. I talked about the store footprint that we have. I've talked a little bit about our digital footprint. You know, Ian referenced this. You know, Agentic is something you may hear about at CES, AI, right? How long do we go without saying AI? It's got to be a record.
That it was a record.
Right? But yeah, we're experimenting and serving customers with agentic experiences. We launched Sparky last year, and we tested some ad surfaces within Sparky. And in fact, when you think about agentic shopping experiences, our Sparky agent, when you surveyed the customers using it, 81% want to use it for product discovery. And then use that to inform a buy. So there's a lot of new surfaces out there. Agentic experiences for customers is one that we're incredibly excited about. But even in that experience, that customer will eventually go and consume premium publishers on the open web. And we want to be able to work with somebody like Trade Desk to reach them there and serve our advertisers together. So we're excited about sizzly things like agentic experiences, but then again, comes right back to how do you connect with a shopper across the internet.
I think what you're doing with agentic is a great case study of how agentic should work. I think, as we've heard a lot of this week around agentic and the application of AI, it's only as good as the data platform that it's based on. And as the world's largest retailer, you have an incredibly robust and refined data platform upon which to run agentic models. I think there's a lot of discussion in the industry around things like agentic, but I think it's also an industry where there are very few platforms that have that comprehensive, refined data platform that can integrate first and third party data, that can can understand, in our case, 20 million ad impressions a second. There are very few platforms in the industry that have that scale, that are dealing with refined information, not crude information, that have the ability to bring on amazing measurement resources like Walmart. So I think if you don't have that scale and rigor in the data system that you have, that you're building agentic on top of, you will optimize to incomplete data and perhaps not get the optimal result. But I think what you're doing is a great case study on how to do it right.
Appreciate that, Aaron.
We've got about a minute left. We've covered a lot of ground. Is there anything that we didn't touch on here? Any parting words?
No, I think we covered a lot. I really appreciate the partnership with Karoom and Walmart. Like I said before, I think what they started to do 3 or 4 years ago is opening the eyes of marketers as to what they can do from a measurement perspective, and that as marketers increasingly look at the limitations and risks of what they're doing from a cheap reach perspective, we have to do even more to showcase the work we're doing with partners like Walmart to bring that kind of measurement efficacy to life.
Yeah, and I'd just say have a higher standard for your media partners and ask for incrementality, ask for impact on sales, and focus on keep the eye on the prize, and you'll do great things.
Terrific. Thanks for talking to us today.
Thank you.
Introducing a headliner conversation with Anthony Wood, founder, chairman, and CEO, Roku. Interviewed by Cynthia Littleton, co-editor-in-chief, Variety.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for sticking with us. Appreciate it. We have a real treat today. We are so grateful to Anthony, who winged in from Austin for the occasion here. You know, Anthony doesn't do a lot of these, so we are doubly grateful that you chose to make the time for us. We were talking about you have been at CES many times, but it had been a little while. So I'm sure the Consumer Electronics Show is grateful to Variety for bringing you back and checking things out.
Thanks. It's great to be here.
Thank you so much. Well, we have. Oops, here. Excuse me. Part of the reason we're so excited to talk to you is because Roku is been so far ahead of the curve. So far ahead of the curve of the streaming media revolution that I think people, even tech-savvy people, even industry-savvy people, don't fully appreciate the scale, the size, and scope of your business. So I just want to ask you, just give us the kind of elevator pitch, not that you need to pitch it in elevators, but give us sort of the elevator pitch of what Roku has grown to. You started in 2008, which is practically BC times for streaming media. And you have evolved into quite a business and quite a footprint these days. Kind of sketch out the scale and scope of Roku's business.
Sure. So we're just at a high level, Roku's business is we're a TV platform that connects viewers, advertisers, and content, and that's kind of our role in the ecosystem, is to connect those different stakeholders. You know, we're the first streaming platform, TV streaming platform. We're by far the largest by a large margin. Well over half of U.S. broadband households use Roku to watch television. Probably 40% of all streaming flows through our platform. We're the #1 streaming platform in the U.S., Canada, Mexico, and also very large in all of Latin America and the U.K. We do, our primary business is what we call our platform business, which is advertising and subscriptions. That's just over $4 billion this year. So that's kind of the
$4 billion in revenue.
In revenue, sorry, yeah. I think those are the highlights.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Sorry. That you dropped the mic at $4 billion in revenue. Yeah, no, that's great. Let me ask you, what was the again? Actually, Roku, as you just told me, started actually 2002 before the streaming, but the push to streaming came around in 2008. From that point, what was the accelerant? And do you remember when it happened? What was the accelerant that allowed you to scale?
Yeah, well, that's when Netflix entered the streaming business. So that was really, I mean, that was it. So basically, we partnered with Netflix. We shipped the first Netflix streaming player. It was literally called the Netflix player in 2008. And, at that point, Netflix was still primarily DVDs by mail, but they had just started doing streaming. And it was an add-on, like it was a free add-on. If you had your DVD by mail service, you got streaming for free. And it was on PCs, and you could buy a Roku Netflix player. And that's how we started. And then we quickly transitioned from just being a Netflix player to being an operating system for TV. Like that was our goal, was to be a complete operating system. So, we just kept adding more and more features, more and more content partners. I think after Netflix was Amazon Prime was the one after that, and then we just kept adding more and more. We had the first app store for television. We had the first streaming stick form factor. We had the first universal search. We basically invented all the features that are common on streaming TVs today.
Let me ask you about, how did that first Netflix partnership come about? Did you and Reed Hastings run into each other somewhere, or were you aware you had been tracking the evolution of Netflix?
Yeah, well, so before that, I had started the first DVR company and shipped the first DVR, but I always viewed DVRs as like a stepping stone, like not, like a feature, basically.
A bridge, like technology?
A bridge,
and that was Replay TV,
That was Replay TV, yeah. And so I always thought, like, okay, streaming is going to be the thing. If that's the future, all TV is going to be streamed. And I viewed Netflix as, like, clearly their name was Netflix. So, like, I figured they were going to do streaming. And so
You saw through that, yeah.
Yeah. And so I just called up Reed. I didn't know. And I said, hey, it's me. And
fellow serial entrepreneur. And yeah, I'm sure did you speak each other's language right from the start?
Yeah, I think so. I think we connected. And but basically, so I would have regular meetings and try and convince him to let Roku make a Netflix streaming player, and he would say yes, and he would say no, and then I mean, the short version is basically, I got wind that they called me and said, we're looking for a VP of Internet TV. Like, we've been sort of doing the streaming stuff on the side. It's not really going well. We want to hire someone that really knows about it. And I said, okay, well, I sort of given up at that point on trying to convince them to let Roku do their streaming player. So I said, I'll do the streaming player for you. I'll be your VP of Internet TV, as long as I can just keep running Roku as well. And he was like, okay, which I thought was pretty cool that he was willing to be that creative. So I worked there for 9 months. I built the team that did the Netflix player. I started their licensing business. I went out and signed up Xbox and I think it was LG, the first two companies to license. And then what happened was Reed was like, wow, this licensing is going really well. I don't see why we need our own streaming box. And he's like, maybe you should do it at Roku. And I was like, great. Like that's the secret plan has come full circle. So that team that I had built inside Netflix became Roku employees, and then we finished up and we shipped the first Netflix player. So that's the story.
That's amazing. That is right place, right time, and keeping your finger on the pulse.
And persistence.
Well, yeah, but definitely. That's everybody in this room knows that. Well, thank you for setting that sort of foundation for us. We're going to see a clip of now what's really driving Roku in 2026, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the industry.
This holiday, throw stress away, let's sing a song to join along. Howdy is here, streaming the cheer, movies and shows, no ads, let's go $2.99, almost a crime, that's all it costs, cheaper than socks. Oh, and the shows, don't forget those, more episodes, streamed by the loads, no stress we bring, that's why we sing songs of good cheer. Howdy is here.
obviously, Howdy is a new iteration for you. Tell me about what was the spark. What was the? I mean, I think obviously we've seen the AVOD business just continues to grow and grow. But what was the spark for offering that iteration of your service?
Yeah, so Roku's business is we're a platform for TV. We distribute streaming services and streaming content. We're the largest distributor of streaming services and streaming content in the world. And we have a very large subscription business. So that's our core business. But we have also started building out our own first-party owned and operated streaming services. So, the Roku channel is where we started. The Roku channel is a big driver of our business. It's the largest AVOD streaming service after YouTube in the world, I think, and certainly the number 2 app on our platform. So that's where we started with our own streaming service, and that's where we got started. Then we bought a small company called Friendly, which is like a lightweight virtual MVPD. So we have that. That's another product, and then
like a small bundle of channels, like broadcast,
like a cable bundle, but streaming. But it's essentially it's the niche, and its niche is basically all the stuff that's not sports. So it's a lot less expensive. It's like Hallmark and Lifetime and A&E and channels like that. But that's growing well. That's going good for us. And then the opportunity for Howdy was, if you just look at what's going on in the streaming world with streaming services, they're getting more and more expensive. They keep raising prices, and they keep adding larger and larger ad loads. And so, the part of the market where it actually started, low cost and no ads, is gone now. There's no streaming services that address that portion of the market. So that's what's Howdy. That's the opportunity for Howdy. So it's $3 a month and no ads, and it's doing extremely well. Just like we built the Roku channel using the promotional power of our platform, that's what we're doing with Howdy. We're using that to grow it. But Howdy has very broad appeal. There's lots of people in the world that want a $3 a month streaming service with no ads, and so we'll start on Roku, but we'll also take it off platform as well. And I think it's going to be a really large business for us.
And forgive me for clarity, Howdy includes licensed channels, or it's all original Roku content?
It's all library content. So basically, the way it's $3 a month. So you can't do originals for $3 a month. So, but you can do really good library content, and it turns out that if you look at what people watch on streaming services, originals are how the brands bring in customers, and people watch originals, a lot of them. But actually, most of the viewing is library content, and so this is a way to get library content, good quality content, and without ads for only $3 a month. And it's not designed to replace, a major streaming service like Netflix or Disney. It's designed to be an add-on service. And most customers these days have multiple streaming services. It's a great second or third streaming service. So that's where it's positioned in the market.
Well, I mean, again, part of what you were so early on is that you were so early on was that people want choices. They want discrete bundles that make sense for themselves. And it's so interesting that with the blending of AVOD and subscription, that the industry is kind of catching up to your business model between, the evolution of Netflix and the HBO Maxes and Paramount Pluses. Has that alone, the fact that more people are blending the two, has that alone been an accelerant for Roku?
I'm sorry, blending the
services that makes an ad, an ad-free option, a subscription option, and even bring in the virtual MVPDs. It's so interesting that again, Roku was really ahead of the curve on that.
Well, I guess the way I think about it is our core business is distributing streaming services, and we're very good at that. So distributing means not just distributing them, but marketing them, promoting them, signing up more customers. We're the largest platform for those companies to distribute their services, and then and we have lots of tools to help them grow the size of their services, and that's how we make money. We make money by helping our streaming partners
grow their installed base and build engagement on our platform. That's essentially a big part of our business model. We get paid. There's various ways, but we get paid for that. And so the more those services grow, the more they add monetization techniques, the bigger they get, the better it is for our business, because we're their largest distribution platform and we monetize the content that we distribute. So.
Are you seeing, as Amazon gets more aggressive with Amazon channels, are you seeing, now that there are more competitors to try to be that portal to make it easy for folks, is that maybe one reason why you're innovating with things like Howdy, because the competition has increased?
No, we're innovating with Howdy because we want to make our business bigger, and there's opportunities to build new streaming services that haven't been addressed yet. So, no, Howdy is basically a way for us to have a pure play streaming service that we own and operate, and that I think if I just look at the market, it's going to be a big streaming service. So, like Amazon, obviously we compete with them, but they're also a huge partner. We're their biggest distributor for Amazon Prime. Yeah. We just announced a big deal with them on the ads side, where we're working together on ads.
So off Amazon's air, Roku is the second biggest distributor for Prime, for their content.
I think I have to double check, but I'm pretty sure we are the biggest distributor of Prime. Yeah, because we're by far the largest streaming platform, a lot bigger than Fire TV, for example. So, I guess they are on multiple TVs. Anyway, I don't know. You'd have to ask them, but I'm pretty sure. My guess is we're their biggest distributor. But that's common. We have complicated relationships with a lot of partners. Where Howdy, for example, as well as distributing streaming services for big studios, we also license a lot of their content and distribute a lot of content. We license a lot of content for the Roku channel, and we license content for Howdy as well.
Gotcha. You could have predicted that this question was coming. How is AI transforming your business, given all the inputs and all the content that you're managing? I would imagine that there's a lot of opportunity there.
Yeah, AI is obviously huge. I think the way I think about it is in three buckets. One is just business operations. How do we just make our business more efficient by adopting AI? We do that aggressively. I think companies that don't do that are going to be at a serious competitive disadvantage. Their operating expenses will be higher than their competitors. So we're very focused on just being more efficient. Second is we use AI throughout our product. So, targeted ads, recommendations, these are all AI-based technologies, and that's traditionally machine learning based AI, but we're moving all that to generative AI. It's the next generation. But I think the way AI is going to disrupt the media industry mostly and in a big way is just through lowering the cost of content creation. So I think people underestimate how dramatic that's going to be. Obviously, I don't think people are going to get replaced. Humans are still the creative force behind creating content and hit shows, but the cost driven by AI is going to come down dramatically, and that's going to change a lot of companies' business models. And that's a lot. So I'm focused on how do we take advantage of that. That's a big opportunity for us.
The sort of conventional wisdom has come that this is the next great leap forward after the PC and then the web browsing revolution. Do you buy that?
Yeah. In fact, I don't know if you have that chart that we brought. I don't know if you can show the chart.
Oh, forgive me. We did have a chart.
Oh, look, chart right.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, this chart just shows different technology trends. I didn't make this chart. I think
answers my question.
Yeah, this chart came from a venture capitalist, I think. But this chart just shows how different technologies that really lower the cost of something, lower the cost of compute power, lower the marginal cost of distribution, and how AI is going to dramatically lower the marginal cost of content. And each of these technology waves have had huge impacts on related industries, and the same is going to happen with AI and content.
You think that the talk of an investment bubble will be ameliorated by these productivity gains over time?
I have no idea if there's an investment bubble, but I know that AI is going to be huge, and it already is. So, and it's going to affect lots of different industries, but in our industry, it's going to lower the cost of content production. I think, I predict like within the next 3 years, we'll see the first 100% AI generated hit movie, for example.
Ambitious. Let's kind of end here where we started. I'd like to sort of press you on what was it that you saw that made you want to invest in streaming media in the mid-aughts?
Well, just my career. I've been very interested in computers and technology since I was a kid, and also very entrepreneurial. And Roku is six. It's my sixth. Six in Japanese is my sixth company. So I've had six, all very successful companies. And the first company I did was actually making tools for using digital technologies for producing video and audio production. So so I've sort of been in the industry for a long time, and it just became just clear to me that streaming was the eventual future. So that's why I started Roku. So I don't know if that answers your question.
That does very much. Well, I want to close. If anybody in this room is a fan of the fantastic music performance show Austin City Limits, you can thank Anthony, because you and your wife are big supporters of that show, and I watch it almost every week and love it. And thank you for supporting wonderful music in the city where you live. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time, Anthony. Appreciate you doing this.
Thanks.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Overcome operational constraints to focus on future growth, and harness technology and AI to power entire industries. With EY's full spectrum of services across sectors, we're all in to shape the future with confidence.
Announcing Experience This, What's Next in Events Across Platforms, moderated by Todd Spangler, Business Editor, Variety.
Hello, hello. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Today we're talking about live events, and like this one, by the way. So Variety is a believer in the power of IRL, and so we've got a really great panel of speakers here to talk about trends and their businesses. So let's get it started. We'll just go down the line, have folks introduce themselves, and first up is Sandra Douglas Morgan, president of the Las Vegas Raiders. Not a great year for the team, but tell us about the Raiders and where you are today.
Sure. Thanks for the intro. I think look, it's 2020. We are undefeated in 2026. We won last Sunday, so we're focusing on that, and we have the #1 pick. But in all seriousness, I lead business operations, and so it's really been a great year for Allegiant Stadium and all the incredible events that we've hosted there. So proud president of the Raiders for the last 4 seasons. I'm a hometown girl based in Las Vegas, and really have. It's been great to see what the stadium has been able to do for our city and for the entire community.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it, but it's one of the most tech-advanced stadiums in the United States, maybe in the world. Going on to Kim Boyd, President, Licensing and Entertainment, Hasbro. Peppa Pig, you know and love Peppa Pig. Transformers is a big property also. Kim, what's your role at Hasbro?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. I run entertainment and licensing, and I also oversee the global experiences business, which is one of our fastest growing businesses. So to your earlier point, people are excited about being in real life. We have over 60 million fans that pass through any one of our 150 branded properties around the world. So I think we're one of the largest branded portfolios, most visited branded portfolios on the planet. So.
All right. Next, we have a guy whose company has live in its name, Kevin Chernett, EVP, Head of Global Media Partnerships. Kevin, what's your role in the organization?
So I oversee all of the content distribution that we're capturing from our live events. Most of that's in the form of live streaming. We do a ton of short form content. If I'm innovation-wise in AR, VR, anything that we can extend the experience from the live event, that's pretty much what I focus on. And if I'm doing my job, we're helping satisfy the FOMO by bringing the real-time extension to those events.
Yeah, we'll get into that too, how the gears should mesh here between digital streaming and in-person stuff. It should be all a virtuous cycle, right? And Jen Brown, President, Global Products and Experience at Lionsgate. You know a little bit about meshing those gears. What is your role there at Lionsgate?
Yeah, so hi everyone. My team is responsible for extending our content off the film and television screen and into mediums that fans engage with. And that's everything from video games and consumer products to live stage shows, attractions, experiences, and everything in between and outside of those boxes.
Okay, and then right there in the end, Javi Borges, global and U.S. media and entertainment sector leader. Sounds super important. At EY.
It's not really, but.
Okay. But you're in a seat, figuratively, where you're advising folks like the rest of the panel speakers on
That's right.
trends. What top level here going into 2026, what are trends that you see in the live experiences space?
Yeah, that's right. So first of all, love being here. Our partnership with Variety is one that is just incredible, and we love this summit. So thank you. And I think the way that we view media and entertainment goes beyond the traditional content creation and distribution. And I think what you see here on the panel is indicative of the way that we view it. It is the battle for our fun money has never been more complex and more competitive. And so our focus every day is to help organizations like the ones represented on this panel win that battle. Right, and I think the trend I'm most excited about in 2026 is that there are a number of aspects of demand that we see for experience over things that is just increasing every day. And throughout the comments, I'll talk about a consumer pulse poll that we did last year at the height of economic uncertainty and tariff talk in the April-May timeframe. That I'll just give you a tidbit, 21% of those polled globally said they would be spending more on experiential entertainment this year than they did last year. So we'll get into it.
Yeah, so you know what, let's kick it off. Kevin, have you seen the business bounce back stronger than it was before the COVID shutdown, basically, right? What is driving that demand from where you sit?
So the biggest thing that's changed in our world is live streaming of music, actually. Not even what we're distributing, meaning fans around the world have access to all of the artists in the world, and that never was that way before. So discovering new artists is easy. Social media has fundamentally changed that. So we have artists that now have fans in parts of the world they've never, ever even performed in. And so it creates this amazing sort of demand and interest to go see them in live person, or the stuff that I'm distributing, at least watch a clip, watch a live stream, get the backstage access view of them walking on the stage, because everyone just wants to be as close as they can to the artist that they love. Yeah. But the discovery thing has just fundamentally changed our business.
Yeah, Jen, do you want to weigh in here? Because you're coming at it from the other side of the coin here, right? You're traditional media entertainment company. You've got TV, movies, and you're bringing that into real life experiences. What's changed for your business in that respect?
I mean, I think you can't ignore the interactions that we're able to have with fandom now. I mean, one, there's a lot of social channels now, but there's also platforms where fans are building community and engaging and having conversations with each other. And so we can pay a lot of attention to that. We can be part of the dialogue. And if we listen to our fans, have conversations with the fans, it really helps us determine and drive the types of things that we should be creating to extend our content into other formats. And so I think that has been a huge driver in why you're seeing more varied types types of experiences. And quite frankly, like at Lionsgate, we've been in the experience business since I joined the company almost 12 years ago. Like we've done a lot in this space because we really value it for our fans and we've seen the impact it can have. But what I'm noticing are a lot of other content creators and brands sort of jumping into the space because they're starting to see the significant impact it can have both on the fandom's affinity and emotional connection to the content, but also on the bottom line, right? Driving revenue. If you create things that are really valuable and impactful, you'll win in both areas.
And Kim, for you, you're trying to reach not only existing fans of a certain character or property, you're trying to reach new ones too. I mean, how do you manage that dual objective?
Yeah, so it's interesting. We have a large brand portfolio, and we have brands like Monopoly that have 99% brand awareness and have been around for 90 years, but they appeal to a multi-generational audience. So we are relentless about brand identity, but then also understanding our consumers and what they want and what they need. And, just to build on what Jen was saying, there was a recent study that's online that was done that said 84% of individuals between 14 and 44 call themselves a fan. And so the question is, well, where do they express their fandom? How do they express their fandom? That's where these experiences come in, where you can build community, identity, be with others that share that common love for a brand. And a brand like Monopoly, we take that job very seriously. So within our portfolio, you could be in New York City at Times Square in a life-size immersive game experience, but then you could also be in Mexico at a Monopoly-themed steakhouse. So we never look at our experiences as cookie cutter. We're looking at each one as a very specific, tailor-made experience.
Wait, there is a Monopoly steakhouse?
There will be one opening in Mexico, yes, with our partner of Timeless Brands.
Don't pass go.
Get the part.
You're all invited.
Get the Park Place pommes frites, right? Sandra, I had this theory that real life experiences, and Kevin mentioned FOMO, they're increasing in value with this absolute proliferation of digital media. What are your thoughts about that? And by the way, the rise of generative AI, which you can't trust what you see online maybe sometimes. So is that, fueling more this desire for an authentic experience to go see your favorite team play or your...
Sure. And I think just especially right now when you think about what's going on this week, I don't want to quote a number or anything. A lot of things that you're seeing online are not real, right? And it's been involved with our players, our coaches, even some of our executives. But that's neither here nor there. When you come to Allegiant Stadium, you know that you're going to be able to sit next to someone, even if it's an opposing team fan, and you're going to be able to enjoy that experience while you're with them. And we really want to make sure that we're extending that not only during the game, but before the game, after the game, and connecting not only our fans on Raider games, but also at concerts and other things like that as well. So with respect to AI, there's not much we can do right now in the in-game experience, nor would we want to, but we definitely have different opportunities for our fans and our customers when it comes to, putting your favorite Bo Jackson jersey on and seeing what you're doing there. How fast can you run a 40 when you're kind of immersing yourself in the app? And really leaning into our app to really connect with our younger fans and kind of explain to them the history of the Raiders, the history of Las Vegas, and kind of give them some different incentives, when they attend games, when they watch different games, and create that interactive experience through, with them with our phone.
And there are opportunities to upsell people on merchandise and concessions. It all is part of that business, right?
Absolutely. Season ticket members have discounts. It's a mobile wallet. You can go in and use your phone, hopefully, for any and everything.
And then hopefully they share their love of the experience with all their friends and digital followers and all that.
Yes, regardless of the outcome of the game, they're sharing that incredible experience that they have at the stadium.
The Raiders won their last game, so props. Javi, you mentioned, when we were talking about this panel, phygital, which some people may not know what that implies or means. Physical plus digital. What does that mean? What are the trends? What are the opportunities? And what are the pitfalls?
And I think Kevin and Sandra touched on this, right? So I think removing phygital is how can you enhance the physical experience through digital and through the technology, the immersion of the experience, right? And I think removing friction for the consumer is table stakes. And I think future generations, what we're seeing in the data is they expect that from the moment they're planning an entertainment experience straight through to when they're reviewing it and leaving comments, that whole process is as frictionless as possible. And it allows not just for the fans, but for the employees as well. So you look at things like, digital twin and agentic AI that can help, the organizations shift their employees to the right place at the right time to bring down the queues or, suggest upsell opportunities. And we're also seeing the data showing that, Gen Z, millennials, they want to pay more for exclusive access to skip lines, whether it be, or get closer to the talent. And you're seeing some of that in more traditional entertainment experiences, and you're seeing the demand generation from that.
By the way, this might be a good time to point out Netflix, one of the most dyed in the digital type of companies, has really leaned into, in-person experiences too. They opened these 2 Netflix houses in Philly and Dallas, and they maybe, against their inclinations, put movies and Stranger Things finale in movie theaters where people want this communal experience. So we'll see. Maybe they've gotten there's real money to be made, right? It's not just promotional.
It's real money to be made. It also enhances the story. Like Stranger Things on Broadway had pieces to the story that people learned a little bit more about the narrative. But I also think there's a search since the pandemic. There's been a search that people want to get off the screens and be more communal and have that human connection around things that they can, the world is getting more and more divided on certain topics that I think things like going to a Raiders game brings you together. And I was telling Sandra, as a frustrated Dolphins fan, I may start doing that.
So yeah, Jen, for you, part of it's promotional, right? You want to grease the skids or oil the flywheel. What is the metaphor I'm trying to grasp for? But part of it's promotional, but it's a real business with its own P&L, right?
Absolutely. I think, and that is why you're seeing Netflix, look at these opportunities, not just as a marketing activation. And, we opened the John Wick experience here in Las Vegas in March of last year. And we opened 3 live stage shows in the last 8 weeks of last year. Why are we focusing on these areas? Because we understand that fans want to experience the content, want to experience the IP in different ways, and also, importantly, want to be part of the story. We've put a lot of effort into Roblox, not just us creating content in Roblox, but we were a launch partner with Roblox in their creator program, which allows creators to play with our content and create their own experiences. And so I think fundamentally, if you're doing this right, you're partnering with creators, with fans, and you're having them actually help you build your business. If they want to create things and make money, if we can partner with them in meaningful ways and create things that other fans want to join in and play, we'll make money too. And so I think that's a piece of the space that's really important to think about.
Yeah, Kevin, so music obviously is the leader of the pack for you guys, and live events and Gate, right? But in terms of digital extensions, how do you think about that? And what are the opportunities for Live Nation?
So that's what I do every day. That's what my team does every day. We put on more than 50,000 events. So my job is to make sure the content that we are, the live event is being extended, but we have a pretty significant brand business, sponsorship business. And so our festival business, for example, we produce several hundred festivals around the world, but we already have sponsors who've invested in that spot in Lollapalooza, for example. And so when Coke is there at Lollapalooza, they've already invested in that, but we're also taking content even from the experiential areas that they've set up. And I have a live channel that we produce on Snapchat called Snap Nation. We have an exclusive channel on TikTok called The Submix, and we have reshaped the content and distributed in the language and the behavior, if you will, that each of these platforms. And then we have a live streaming business that would go out on Hulu, which is now Disney. And so the idea is really to take the brands and give them every extension they possibly can beyond the live, because Lollapalooza is huge and we'll have 120,000 people there a day. But there's millions and millions of people around the world that can experience what's going on there as well.
So is your challenge, figuring out the targets to focus on in terms of the platforms and That's what sort of executions will produce the biggest bang for the buck, or is it more like discoverability in a sea of digital and real world things to do?
Yeah, it's kind of my favorite part of the job. We were just talking this before because I didn't create TikTok; it just appeared, and I don't have to create any of these amazing platforms. We're just there's fans on every single nook of all these digital platforms that exist. So finding them is pretty easy.
Okay.
Getting good partners that understand the distribution, and sharing and ad partners and things like that—that's the key.
So TikTok, net positive for each of you guys, for sure, right? Really cool to see that take off. And what can we talk about next? What we're talking about before, sort of like we talk about IRL, but sometimes an IRL event or an in-person event is not necessarily the real event, right? Like you've got a VR experience or something at an in-person event. What are the trends there? And it seems like, several years ago, we were talking about how VR was going to be a huge thing, and it's orthogonal, but NFTs were going to be a major digital collectible thing. But, I guess, how are these new technologies or new platforms working their way into the live event space in a larger sense? Maybe Javi, you can.
Sure. Well, one thing that comes to mind right away is in the theme park space. You're seeing the trend go from maybe traditional roller coasters that took up a lot of space and were pretty static to, if you go to Epic Universe as an example, the Harry Potter ride is immersive from a physical sense when you walk into the world. And then when you go into one of the Harry Potter rides, you're basically sitting in a room with a digital screen in front, and the whole room moves. And then the digital screen, you're not wearing any glasses, but the digital screen is what causes the perception. Or in Disney, the Avatar ride is another one. I mean, you're saddled on this device that feels like you're on the Avatar, like I forget the name of the animal. Sorry, I'm not I'm more of a Star Wars guy, as you can tell from my socks. But the Millennium Falcon one is a great one. I'll talk about that one. So you walk in and you're literally flying the Millennium Falcon, which is my 8-year-old dream come true, with a digital screen in front of you. And as it's the combination of the movement with the digital perception, right? So that's one way. And what does that mean for our clients? Well, it's a much more flexible ride that you could do a lot of things to. And if something new comes out in the next IP, in the next film, you can add that in, or you could repurpose it altogether.
Let me ask you, Javi, when does it not make sense to do a real world instantiation of a brand? And not to pick on that, but the Star Wars hotel area in Disney World did not do as well as they had hoped. What lessons can be learned out of that?
And I think it's a multitude of reasons, right? One could be consumer demand, price point, the expectation, what they're looking for, the length of the experience. Are they looking to be in a Star Wars hotel for 3-4 days versus a ride that is 20 minutes? So I think you really got to look at a lot of different factors of what the consumer demand is. But what's great is I applaud Disney for the bold experimentation that they had in trying to do that, because the whole Star Wars world has really been a hit. And I think the Avatar ride at Animal Kingdom, even though I'm not a fan necessarily I love James Cameron, but I'm not really a fan of Avatar, was one of the most impressive rides I've ever been on. I mean, it felt like I was on that beast. If anybody knows the name of it, please yell it out, because I'm blanking. But
somebody Google it.
The what?
What is it?
Banshee.
Okay, it was a Banshee, and it was breathing right while we were going down. It's just crazy the depth perception that happens along with the subtle movements.
We actually had the Banshee at our Sunday night football game. It was on ESPN, go through, and we were trying to get it to happen with the fans, and they were like, if that one of those wings falls off and it hits someone, it didn't happen, so we used AI to have the Banshee go once after the stadium was
little safer.
Little things, yeah.
Little. little reassurance so you're not going to get swallowed whole.
Don't drink the butterbeer before the Harry Potter ride either. Maybe it is a better.
That's right. That's right.
I don't know. It depends on who you are, I guess.
Well, and I would just jump in to kind of build on what Javi was saying, because you know, we're a movie studio and a television studio, and we have a lot of content, but not all the content that we have is something that should work across, you know, every medium, every format of entertainment. We really think long and hard about what's appropriate, what do fans want, what model makes sense. Not everything belongs in a full-scale theme park, and you know, we've done a really great job of thinking about standalone attractions and experiences that deliver really high-quality value to our fans that feel theme park level. I mean, the greatest thing, you know, I heard when we opened the John Wick experience was someone went through and said, I felt like I just stepped off a theme park ride, right? Like, you want to deliver that type of emotional connection and value, but it doesn't mean it has to be a theme park ride. You know, a lot of the things we do are live stage. We do live to film concerts with Twilight, and those are incredibly successful because music was so important to those films, and fans want to gather and have community. And so it's really finding the right opportunities, and then I would also say not being pigeonholed by the categories that exist. That's important too.
What about Hunger Games? You know, you are in the Hunger Games. Is that a thing? Or is that not going to resonate?
We have not, you know, allowed fans to sort of step inside the Hunger Games. That's not something that we would do.
Okay.
But we did open the Hunger Games on stage in London in November. And we did it in a purpose-built theater. So it's a brand new theater that was built in Canary Wharf. And it was done that way because we wanted to bring fans kind of as close to being inside the story as we could. And we couldn't do that, you know, in a 100-plus-year-old theater. We really needed to infuse the technology and sort of the show control systems in order to make the physicality of the action of the games kind of come to life. So there are ways that you can bring the story closer to fans. There are ways that we're bringing fans inside the story, but that doesn't mean we have to like actually put them inside of it.
Right, okay. Well, Netflix did Squid Games, the experience, and I don't know how successful that was, but anyway. Kim, tell me, you know, maybe not Monopoly, the live show, but what are some ideas that are going to gain traction, do you think, for Hasbro this year?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Like, as I mentioned earlier, you know, we have such a huge brand portfolio, and I think everything that's going on here this week and what we've all talked about in terms of digital and physical, I think, you know, the opportunity, the excitement is making that transition seamless. And, you know, there's so many endless possibilities. I think about the future, and like if I could dream up what the future might look like, leveraging some of the innovation and technology that we've seen with some of our brands, it would be similar to, I think maybe Jen or Javi mentioned, the experience starting before you leave the house. You're in the experience, and then continuing when you get home. So imagine a Peppa Pig resort experience where when you return home, the content is customized based on the experience that you had at the resort. So there's so many opportunities, and I think the innovation and the technology that we're seeing we're all embracing it. I think, you know, especially with AI, it's a creative engine, it's a creative partner for us. So, and I'll also plug our new initiative that we have right now. We're standing up an AI studio. We have some of the leaders here in the audience today, but they're gonna, yes, Birdie, I can see you back there, and Gray, yes, we're trying to transform the way that fans are interacting with characters. So when you think about a personalized, customized character experience, some of those characters that you love at scale, there's a lot of opportunity there. So early days.
Let me ask you, you know, there's Legoland, there's stuff like that. I mean, is there, you know, have you considered Hasbro Land, something like that, as a permanent, I mean, it's a big investment, right? It's a big risk. It's a big swing that maybe doesn't always pan out, but what's the feasibility of something like that?
I love it when people come with creative ideas. It's great. I'll never say never. And so this is where we lean on our partners. So Merlin is a great partner of ours. And we have 15 Peppa Pig theme parks around the world. So, you know, we lean into the brands. We listen to consumers. We're constantly testing and learning in different formats. So maybe someday there will be a Hasbro Land.
but right now it's IP specific, let's say.
Well, not necessarily. We also have experiences that bring together multiple brands into one format.
Got it. All right. Let me go down the line here and just have each of you folks talk about, a success story from the past year. What really worked well? How are you going to replicate that? Sandra.
The great thing about our stadium is that we play on grass, we host UNLV, we have concerts, we have rugby, we have soccer, CONCACAF Gold Cup. But for me this last year, outside of WrestleMania, the best event was hosting Canelo Alvarez and Bud Crawford. It was the first time we had boxing at the stadium, and we really wanted, our team owner, Mark Davis, huge boxing fan. I'm a former boxing commissioner, so we love boxing, but it had to be that right match, and that absolutely was. It was just an incredible event, but even having it be on Netflix, having Max Kellerman talk about the stadium, those are the type of things you want to see in a different fan base and crowd that we hope will come back for a Raider game or a concert. So to have that one moment, and it was unexpected, kind of a little bit last minute, but have that on Saturday, it was, and a Monday Night Football game on Sunday. It was a Monday Night Football game on Monday. It was an incredibly a great weekend for Las Vegas, and even with the F1, the last two F1s, having a home game on that weekend, it's a great lift for everyone. You're able to kind of go to the race and end the week with a Raider game.
And it was key probably to have Netflix and media partners like that.
Yeah, the first time
elevated.
Yes, because Netflix wouldn't normally stream, a concert or a game. So to have Netflix in the building and have them be able to see how our building operates was great as well.
Yeah, Kim, you give us some future cast, but what was a good execution this past
So I'll stick with Peppa Pig because she had an incredible year last year.
She got a new baby sister, everybody.
She got a new baby sister. It's a brand that's 20 years of heritage, but we needed a refresh, and it's a great example of a story-led transition and theme that was really embraced by all of our partners. So we had that story come to life, not only entertainment, but also across all of our partners. So like at our retail store at Battersea Park in the UK, we did a gender reveal. Who doesn't love a good gender reveal?
Really?
But it was an extremely successful year for us with Peppa, and there's a lot, now that we have a new family, a new sister, you can imagine all the new and exciting firsts that we can celebrate for
sibling
the next year.
rivalry.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Kevin, so you didn't have Taylor Swift, but you had thousands of other events in your pocket. What was a big win for Live Nation?
Yeah, I would rather share something out of my group because I mentioned it before. We a year ago were really proud of launched this channel on Snap, as I mentioned, called Snap Nation, and it's bringing unparalleled access to the 300 million fans that are on Snap. Behind the scenes, we've empowered artists to really go behind the scenes and shoot things so people can see and take fans places they've never been. And then at the same time, we're sending creators in the front of house to show that experience, and then we bring them together. So we're doing that on a regular weekly basis. We do that at our festivals, and we launched that a year ago, and we have over 4 million followers now, and it just continues to grow and grow and grow.
And Snap has some cool IRL tools, right, in the app where you can
so we
tag yourself there and stuff like that.
Yeah, and we also work with their technology cam kits so that on our screens, we're able to use the lenses. I'm sure you've seen it because you've seen it with the Raiders and other places. It's crazy fun engagement. We're getting brands involved with that now too because it's really fun. People love seeing themselves on the screen, and then we're just dropping in these really fun, silly lenses, and it's kind of a really fun, engaging experience.
Mr. Monopoly at Allegiant Stadium at a Live Nation.
We're getting to something.
All right. Jen, go ahead. Tell us your big win from last year.
I mean, I think our big win isn't one specific project. This past year, we really launched a lot of different things. And I think we're really proud of how authentic each of them was to the content that it was built around. And so that's everything from the work we did in Roblox with their licensing program and launching our content, live on that platform for fans to create with. It's Now You See Me Live, which opened at the Sydney Opera House a couple of weeks ago. It's the Wonder Musical at the ART in Boston. It's the Hunger Games on stage. It's the Twilight Crocs and the Twilight Lego set. All of these things that we did got fans so excited, and we know we're doing our job right when you wake up in the morning, your product launches, your game is live, your show opens, and all you see are fans just going crazy with excitement. That's when you really succeed in this business, and so we saw a lot of that this year, and I think we're just really proud of that.
And Javi, maybe we can pivot to the last question here for the panel. What are the future trends?
The one that has me the most excited is the demand generation. Just the demand that I think is just going to continue for experiential entertainment. So I see a number of factors. I talked about how in our consumer poll, we saw 21% planned, and these are people that had spent money on experiential entertainment the year before. 21% said they were going to spend more in 26 than the year before. The other is we're seeing, the multi-generational aspect to this. So as baby boomers retire, they're not waiting to, bequeath their wealth to the next generation. They're paying for the experiences of their children and grandchildren, and they're living out their inheritance with them. I think the rise of mental health awareness is contributing to that. And then, you see in the younger generations their hunger to have greater access and spend more on premium. All those things that came out of our study just show, the increased demand for all the products that are here on the stage, all the experiences that we can provide. And that's what has me most excited, along with, of course, the technological opportunities to harness that. But when I look around and I see something like Savannah Bananas that was something that was being done 100 years ago. Barnstorming baseball teams.
It's like vaudeville.
And they're taking it to college football stadiums, and they're filling up the place to watch, people play baseball and crack some jokes. I mean, we're living almost like in the golden age of experiential entertainment, and that's what has me most excited.
Golden age. Anybody else want to, any future predictions here? What are we going to see, 26, 27?
I mean, I'll just say something that I don't think a lot of people are talking about, so I'll tease it without tipping a hat, but there's going to be some really interesting VR things happening in the world in the next year that finally will, I believe, change the way people think about it, experience, and have a chance to experience it together, which was something that was never possible.
That has been a roadblock. You're saying virtual reality in person. Cool. Okay. Jen?
I mean, I think undoubtedly just continuing to create with the creator ecosystem is going to be a big trend. And I think also just blurring lines, right? Being less afraid to, call something a stage show versus an immersive experience versus an attraction. Like, who cares what the terminology is? Just make something really great for fans. I think you're going to see less of trying to stick within the boundaries of things that exist and meshing different categories and technologies together to push boundaries and create things that just stand out and deliver something that's more personable or more customizable for a fan experience.
Yeah, you mentioned creators. We have a track tomorrow, a Variety Creator Summit tomorrow. But Kim, let me ask you.
I agree with what Jen just said. It's going to be about that seamless experience in what Javi mentioned with the phygital, combining physical, digital. I think because of innovation, because of technology, consumers are looking for more, and they're open to it. They want that fandom. They want that real experience. So I think you're going to see more of that blending, breaking down walls, not having it quite so linear.
And Sandra, other than a better showing from the Raiders, what are you looking forward to this year? I hate to come back to
tough moderator. I'm going to echo what everyone else said, and when we talk about connectedness and bringing people together, I think the expansion of sports in the game. So I think global expansion for the Raiders. We have marketing rights in Mexico. So how do we bring our 2+ million Mexican fans into Allegiant Stadium so they can have that game day experience? We also have rights in Australia and New Zealand. So just the globalization of the game, going with the connectedness of fans, and making sure we're not just limited to Nevada or California or the U.S. that we can connect all over the world.
Yeah, excellent point. Well, thank you to all of our panelists. Great discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now take a break for lunch. We will return at 1:25 with our AI in Overdrive panel. Thank you to our partners. Premier partners, Amazon Ads, EY, The Trade Desk. Official partner, Zephyr. Supporting partners, Deloitte, Epidemic Sounds, Nagra Kudelski Group, Ray, Tencent, Vizio. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Overcome operational constraints to focus on future growth, and harness technology and AI to power entire industries. With EY's full spectrum of services across sectors, we're all in to shape the future with confidence.
The future of soundtracking starts now, where music by world-class talent meets the power of AI. Crafted by artists, amplified by next-gen tech, built to champion human creativity. Sound that can be found, adapted, synced, effortlessly, to create the perfect soundtrack. Because every story has a sound, but not just any sound.
Introducing AI in Overdrive, moderated by Cynthia Littleton, co-editor-in-chief, Variety.
Hey everyone, thank you. Thanks for coming back from lunch. Hope everybody got their blood sugar up, got some good vitamins. Water in these hotels is really important. And thanks very much for sticking with us. We appreciate it. We have a terrific panel here, a good cross-section of folks that are active in the intersection of AI and content and security and, you know, tracking those productivity gains, so we can really dive into some depth here on a topic that is very big and very opaque. So I'm excited to get going here. Let me just quickly introduce our panelists here. Right next to me, we have Andrei Kudelski, Chairman and CEO of Nagra, an AI security firm, and we'll hear a lot more about being on the front lines of that very big business. Next to Andrei is Kristen O'Hara, VP of Agency, Platform, and Client Solutions for Google, little tech company you might have heard of. Next to Kristen is Sam Hall, Chief Product Officer of Epidemic Sound. You just got a little taste of what they do. Very interested to talk about in the nitty-gritty of content creation. Next to Sam is Jill Steinhauser, Group Senior Vice President. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My head is down. Forgive me. Thank you for being savvy enough to see. So we're gonna. You guys switched. Oh, no, I'm kidding. No. Sorry. Jill Steinhauser, Group Senior Vice President, Platform Monetization and Partnerships for Warner Brothers Discovery. That's a lot of activity there that you got going. And finally, next to Sam, forgive me, is Rahul Gautam, Global TMT, Global TMT Consulting Leader and America's Media for sorry, I'm going to start that again. Global TMT Consulting Leader and Global TMT Consulting Leader and America's Media and Entertainment Consulting Leader for EY. Sorry, it took me 2 tries. We appreciate you being here. All right, awesome. Again, we have a real deep dive. I'm gonna just position this so that I can see you guys here. All right, there we go. All right, thank you. That's better. Okay, now I know who's who. Thank you. All right, well, we really wanted to talk about how AI is transforming the work of making content, distributing content, marketing content, and Rahul EY has been doing so much research on the big picture of how AI is transforming the workplace from that 30,000-foot view. So we have a great cross section. Let me start with a jump ball for anybody who would like to catch it. Let's start with a granular example of how AI is influencing workflows, improving, changing, or even, maybe in some cases, complicating workflows in this transitional moment of understanding the technology.
I'm happy to start, and thank you for having me, of course.
Thank you, Jill.
In my role, I'm responsible for ad trafficking and executing what the sales team sells against our great portfolio of content at Warner Brothers Discovery. I have pretty sizable operations teams for both the linear and digital businesses. Think about brands like HBO Max, think about CNN, think about HGTV and food. And these workflows for both the digital and the linear system are pretty rooted in historical, old, manual type of functions. What we have started to test and learn with over the past year is utilizing AI to automate a lot of those processes and eliminate, at the best that we can, repetitive tasks. And that's freeing up the team freeing up the team quite substantially to do the bigger strategic thinking. It's something, thinking about it from a granular level, it's something such as taking a media plan and lining up the creative that a client gives us that someone would have to key in to a spreadsheet and then key in again to the ad server and execute a deal. AI tooling now can do all of that for you. So that's a little POC that we launched last year. Now what we're going to do in the coming year is really iterate on it and attempt to, and I believe we will be successful, certainly with the tools out there, build it into the pitch to pay workflow at the business, again, to free up time, to get us faster to market, to be able to service our clients in a more effective manner, and really free up the time for the teams that need to do the bigger strategic thinking.
Thank you. That's a very good example. Of course, Kristen, I know I've been interacting with Gemini and the different platforms now for a couple of months, and really, this is a big question for a company the size of Google, but can you think of a specific example or something that you're either talking to clients about or that you're using internally that you see as having just incredible potential in business?
Sure. I think there are a number of areas where we see incredible opportunity, starting with enabling creativity in new ways. And the topic of our panel is AI, but media and entertainment is a sector that you guys cover broadly. So if you think about whether it's an author using something like Notebook LM for their creative process entirely differently, or a filmmaker using Flow, or even an agency creative director making ads with VO, those have really been transformative. We also see opportunities to what we would say kind of enable the impossible. Things that companies or leaders didn't really think were feasible for their organization, largely because of things like cost or time or the complexity, difficulty, language barriers, distance, and things like Google Studio Vibe coding allows whole different opportunities. And lastly, I would say one of the big areas we see is empowering decisioning. And when you look at something like Gemini 3 and the reasoning capability is in there, there are insights that you can glean for your business or your marketing or whatever function you're focused on that no human alone would ever really get to. And I think we see a future where strategic distance for companies is going to go to those companies who can actually collapse the timeline between information insight and the next best action for their business.
I want to talk more. I want to drill down a little bit more about how you get to that point where it's processing so much data and giving you the insights that no human could get to. But before we talk about that, I want to talk to Sam, because you are also right in the trenches of this. Talk about how that, obviously AI technology is so core to what you do, but I'd love your sense of how you started working with it some years ago and how you're working with it today.
Yeah, so Epidemic Sound is a company that we're a music technology company. We combine essentially a music library of sound effects and music, as well as AI-powered tools to help it make it really easy to soundtrack content. And soundtracking content is really, really hard, particularly for people that are not professionals. Most of we are really, really big on YouTube and TikTok right now. Matter of fact, about 3 billion views a day on YouTube and TikTok are soundtracked by Epidemic Sound. And so for that type of creator, it's really, really hard to soundtrack. And so often you'll find people, they actually change the video to match the sound because it's so hard to change the sound. And using AI, you're now able to make it really, really easy to soundtrack the content. So not only does it reduce the toil, and so, if you look at the creative process, you talk to creators, there's stuff that they really love to do. And that's the art, and it's the idea, it's the storytelling, and there's the chores, the toil that they really hate to do. And that's the time sinking and finding the exact sound effect and that sort of thing too. And so what AI has allowed them to do is really raise the bar on quality to let people that aren't as experienced to create much, much better quality content. You'll find people that didn't mess with sound effects before, because those are very hard to put in a video too. If you want to time a door slam or footsteps, it's very tedious work to try and do that. But now we can use AI to do that with a new product we launched called Studio. We just upload. Now you can just upload the video, and we will actually place sound effects for you and give you an instant rough cut. And so it's really changed the bar to, on the enterprise side, to increase efficiency and make you able to kind of soundtrack videos a lot easier and a lot quicker. And for the individual creator, it really lets them spend more time focusing on the stuff they love to do about the creative process and less about the chores. And so it's really become central to the product.
And has it evolved significantly in the time that your company has been around?
Incredibly significantly. I mean, it used to be we're essentially a catalog of music and sound effects, and so you'd search it like you'd search a Spotify. You'd download the songs or the sound effects, and then you'd have to place it and figure it out yourself. And even the searching process was super tedious. And so, because you might not know musical terminology, so you might not know the exact term you could search for and things like that. And so now you can actually use natural language to say, this is the vibe I'm looking for. I'm looking for a gloomy instrumental song featuring cellos that I can use for a documentary, and now find kind of 5 or 6 songs that could perfectly soundtrack that, where before you'd have to figure it out from song titles or maybe from the metadata. And so it was very, very tedious. And so we went from a catalog that music was just downloaded and then you were on your own, to now we can really, really help power the entire soundtracking process.
That sounds like a big transition.
Yeah, it's been huge.
Rahul, as you're hearing all of this, how do you think in the big picture, it's at scale over long term, like what kind of profits, what kind of productivity is this and 1,000 other applications, what is this going to do for business?
I think very consistent with what everybody on the panel has said so far, particularly in the media industry. I think we've all heard the macro narrative that AI isn't having the returns everybody thought it was going to have. And I think the same is true in media. I think we've made amazing strides, but to get to scaled transformation, we're not there yet. I think everybody has spent the last 2 years having an appreciation for what the art of the possible is, and then realized we're not ready. We're not in a position to actually take advantage of all of these things at scale. And in order to put ourselves in that position, we need to get our data AI ready. We need to start to centralize all of our creative assets, because once I do create a model that actually works and can manipulate sound or video in a way more efficient manner, it actually turns out my content is sitting in 13 different repositories around the organization, and I can't actually get that transformative benefit until I centralize. So I think a lot of that work has been happening over the past couple of years, and I think what we're going to see for this next year is a real focus on reconfiguring workflows and operating models, because an AI-optimized process is by definition going to look fundamentally different than the way we've designed stuff today. So I suspect there's going to be another round of frustration when we say, okay, all the data is in the right place, all the content is in the right place, let's go transform quickly. Crap, we can't, right? We got to redesign the way we work to actually be attuned and responsive for the AI model so that we can drive to that level of transformation. And then I think there's also going to be a culture point, because the industry for the past couple of years has been driven on cost out and strain, which I think has hampered everybody's level of courage. And I think to get to transformative outcomes and benefits, we're going to need a lot more people in this room feeling confident that they can go out and do things that maybe are risky, but that's the only way we're going to get home runs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, courage is sometimes in short supply, but important in business. All right, Andre, as you have been listening to all of this, what from your perspective as looking at the security and perhaps the potential cons of this kind of activity, what as you listen to these folks, what are you hearing in terms of what do people, content owners, service providers, what do they need to be thinking about in terms of whether it's copyright or just general piracy?
Before talking about security, I would like to say that fundamentally, AI can change a lot of approach of how you do things. Execution is very often something that is challenging, but AI makes the execution of some elements more simple. But at the same time, that is creating some commoditization. So if you don't challenge the way you operate, then it will just be average. If you know how to use AI, then you can boost your creativity. Now, one of the key elements, and that is where security is also related, is your risk appetite. And if you take the difference between the good guys and the bad guys, the good guys need to ensure that you have not suddenly a content or something that goes wrong. Because one of the issues that you have when you are used to do things through executions that are pretty standard, the risk of having a big problem is smaller than if you use the AI at the edge. Because then you can come to things that are completely different from what it used to be. And don't forget, the sensitivity or the feel of one person may be very different from another one. And suddenly you may come to things that looks very odd. Having said that, what it's bringing me to security, the bad guys have a risk appetite that is much higher. They don't
let me ask you to define bad guys. You mean people taking unlicensed content?
Not only unlicensed content, but people trying to harm. They can try to take unlicensed content, but you may have also people that try to get something as a bad result. So what they
AI malware, basically.
Can use AI as a very efficient way to get to what they want. And take a very simple example. Many bad guys, it's about money. One way of making money is to steal some content. But another way is to make harm and, for example, different type of ransomware. Or to steal some content, not the content that is for the end user, but to try to take some content and create a copy that may be influenced, but without having all the costs that are related to that. So you have a lot of capabilities for the bad guys, because first they are unregulated to do things that they were not able to do until now.
Yeah, I mean, these are things that are just like, so much to think about in the execution of this. I'd like to follow up on something that Rahul said about that for many companies, the AI's incredible potential, but the companies or business systems are just not ready. And I can certainly say Variety is among those companies that has crucial things that are on so many servers, and we are in the process of streamlining, but I've heard that quite a bit around town. I'd love to, from Kristen and Jill's perspective, what, drilling down specifically, like Jill, in the use case that you offered with, just improving workflows in advertising, is that based, and forgive, this is a very rudimentary question, but is that based on like individual prompts that people are putting into databases? Is that something you have you work with an IBM or a company with that comes in with a overlay software solution to help you guide that? What's been your experience?
My experience to date has been utilizing tools that we've licensed for the company and have individual teams, tooling around with them and figuring out how you can take a process from A to Z and prove out that we are capable of doing that and replicating the human work that gets us to essentially perfection in executing a media buy. So we have things like Cursor AI in-house, right? We are working with Ernst & Young, obviously, and there's a lot of other, bigger tech companies that are, we're in conversations with, where there will be more of a holistic plan mapped out in order to build the workflows, sit on top of legacy systems, potentially, because Rahul did mention it, and we were talking before the session, how we're sitting on tons of old architecture and infrastructure, and to move fast, you can't necessarily just rip that apart and put it back together and build new. You do have to it will probably be more effective for us to layer on top of it with all the new tools that are coming out. So I do believe that over the next year to 2 years, we will be looking holistically on, not only those individual user prompts for processes, but, the reference that I made was one small little process within the team, which has saved a significant amount of time for that team. But in terms of how you get to a world where agents are managing a media spend and all the revisions that go with it and all the changes that you're going to want to make, as opposed to the humans back and forth with your clients on a regular basis. We need to get to a world where those prompts can be handled from an automated perspective.
Kristen, is that kind of what, is that when I would imagine that agents and getting, working that into a workflow so that it is, so that so much of it is not even, human centered in the day-to-day process of it. Is that, or is you focused on
no? I mean,
larger
I think
systems?
If you look at kind of where Google has gone from a couple of years ago, Sundar pivoted us to be an AI-first company, and I'd say today we sit as the full stack AI company from the silicon all the way to the search bar, right? And that is, it means that when we make an advancement in our model Gemini, it goes through, it helps us advance all the products across various surfaces around the world to billions of people every day. And that starts actually with people inside Google. And I think one of the questions that every leader, and kind of building on what Raul was saying earlier, needs to ask themselves is, are you willing to change and transform the way your company works? And if the answer is yes, the next question is, what are you willing to do as a leader to lead by example? Because I think we know that in order for real transformation to happen inside an organization, it's directly tethered to the capacity of leadership to reinvent themselves, reinvent their teams, and reinvent actually the work that that company does. And when you can do that, that is when you are the organization that sits on the frontier, and you are the organization that is going to enable quantum leaps in innovation, growth, and productivity for your organization. But I think it does start with having to answer that very difficult question is, are you willing to truly transform how your company works?
And that is very much, people are hearing AI transformation, and they are saying that that's going to be just massive job losses. So I'm sure within a company like a Warner Brothers Discovery, you have to overcome a certain amount of fear of people, particularly maybe at the lower rungs of the organization, going, we're doing this so that they can eliminate my job, which I know in the bigger picture is, as you've talked about, it's unleashing the creativity, making that team have way more time to do less grunt work. But I'd love perspective from everybody. Are you seeing that hesitancy with
Absolutely. And it started first with the skepticism around, will this work? And be able to duplicate what I did in a much quicker and more effective way for me. And we've proved out that, yes, it can work. You can get from A to Z very quickly and execute that buy flawlessly. Then, of course, there's the concern about, well, if we're going to do all of it, will you need me to do this? But I think it creates a new opportunity for those who are willing to embrace the change. We are going to, in the media industry, from a buying and selling perspective, because just remember, for us and me in an ad sales organization, we service clients, we service brands. If we're going to be utilizing agents to sell, those buyers also need to have agents to buy. So it will be a push-pull between the seller and the buyer on how are we going to make this a common set of pipes to work. The question is who's going to manage the agents? Who's going to manage and understand, one, the processes and how you sell through a deal and execute and steward that deal, but also what is an agent? How does an agent work, and who manages those agents? So I think it creates a lot of certainly concern about workforces and how many people you need to run a business, and the WBD ad sales business is quite sizable. But also, what do you want to learn next, and how will you truly embrace and work in a different way? Because you don't need those 10 steps anymore with all the tools that we have available. You can do other things and be more strategic about how we are monetizing this little pool of inventory, what new clients we're going to go and speak to, because we certainly can't cover them all. So I think those who are curious enough and they're willing to change, which change is hard certainly for everyone, especially that manager level who's still new in their careers, those managers are front and center day in, day out, working in tandem with our clients and our operations teams to facilitate the business. They're extremely important in the process that we're going to build from an agentic AI perspective. They know how things are supposed to work, and when they can consult with the engineering teams to build these agentic workflows, that's where there's a tremendous amount of opportunity for them. But certainly skepticism and concern, but you are starting to see a lot more curiosity about the tools, which I think will open up massive opportunity for a lot of the staff.
For anyone, have you had instances where you're in introducing things, you have somebody at any stage of the organization has a eureka moment of being able to do something, and then that animates others to like, well, I'm going to play with this, and I'm going to play with this and see what it can do. Have anybody have experience with like that, or experience with like it didn't work and that set back people from wanting to work with it for 6 months or so?
I mean, I have an example. I mean, we do a lot of user research. A lot of stuff we build, customers aren't asking for. You just have to, we're inventing on behalf of customers, so we use a lot of user research, a lot of interviews, and to try and figure out how do we solve customer problems in ways that they're maybe not asking for. And so one of the things one of the user researchers did, just for the heck of it, is they just loaded all the user research we'd done for the past 5 years in a notebook and just put it up there and said, hey, put it up in Slack and said, anyone can query it now. And so now you can literally ask questions to an agent that's, said, what would a user think about this? Or what would a corporate user think about this? Or what is the best, what is the maximum number of minutes they'll take for a download? Things like this too. So now you can query this entire body of knowledge. And what that did was all this research was just locked up in just Google Drive that nobody knew how to access or how to find to. And then
in PDFs that were read once.
Exactly. And now there's a Slack channel that anyone in the entire company can ask. And so it just became this infectious thing that now you can just make better decisions. And so that's a way where it's not a scary use of this. It's like, wow, I can actually do my job better. And the other thing that's really great about AI too is that because if your company has the right culture, anyone can kind of do stuff like this too. It doesn't have to be, before you'd have to have a bunch of engineers do it and have me approve the project, and then we'd have to just not do something else. There'd be a big bureaucracy around getting that done, and now someone can just do it in a weekend too. So it's really amazing that pace that you're seeing that AI can enable.
I'll throw an example in as well and stay on the positive train here, because I do think at the end of the day this will all be a net gain for the industry. We were doing real work with a client who had a eureka moment on the revenue side of what could AI do for our business and for the IP we have invested in building. And the exam question was, can we build a multimodal model that will take a piece of content that we've already developed and turn it into a different piece of IP and content that we can then go and use for other commercial purposes. So to make it very specific, we built an animated film. The target for this film is 3 or 4 major Western-oriented countries. The exam question is, would this play in other markets? As we all know, animation is super expensive, so the idea of localizing that content in advance of knowing whether it was going to work, too high a hill to climb, so we're going to build it for our traditional audiences. Well, in this case, let's load the film into a multimodal model and have it create 7 graphic novels of the exact same IP, but now in a graphic novel format. Let's then load it into another model that localizes that content into other geographies and languages, which is a far easier task than doing that with animated content. So now all of a sudden, off of a base piece of IP that I developed with my traditional workflows, I've developed entirely new pieces of IP that I can both generate revenue with in the market. I can use to test the efficacy of my IP in other markets and help to build the case to maybe create this film or localize it with a much higher degree of confidence that it's going to be successful. And if it works, maybe now I'm thinking about doing TV series off of it. Maybe I'm looking at entirely different forms of shoulder content and IP. And I'm fundamentally now rewiring the economics of the business, because the revenue upside and the value of a base piece of IP is fundamentally different than it would have been pre-IP. Pre-AI. So if we go back to the discussion we're having about what's going to happen with all the jobs, well, if you got to look at the other side of the coin. If we're using this to fuel our flywheel and build new IP and create new monetization opportunities, we need people out there selling it. We need people out there figuring out all of the work that has to go into having new content and new product out there that we can go build bigger businesses with.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you, though, on the first iteration, were those graphic novels compelling? Would you read, would a 25-year-old or 18-year-old sit down and read them on that first iteration?
The first iteration was 18 months ago. It was shockingly good, and it was incredibly, it was much, much better 6 months later.
That's-
And I bet if we rebuilt it today, it would be market ready.
That's
how fast
wild.
tech is moving.
Kristen, you were going to say something?
I was going to kind of pick up on the positive and the topic of, the fear and kind of getting people going. And sometimes I think the barrier of getting started is tricky. So we hosted an event recently with about a couple hundred executives from across the industry. And the point of it was really to help them get the right mindset, the right tool set, and the right skill set to lead and thrive in the age of AI. And one of the sessions we actually called Mission Impossible, and it was a fun little exercise where they were daunted at first because their task was to plan an 80th birthday party in record time. And so it was not a work-related task, it was a life workflow. But just to say, like, okay, how are we going to do this? And it was daunting because they had to create 9 assets for this event in 90 minutes using Google AI tools. To help them, we taught them the power of the super prompt. And when you do super prompting, the amount of tasks, different products within our suite can help you with, anything from using Nano Banana to create the mood board for this event, using Flow to create personalized video invitations to the people you're going to invite to this event, to even vibe coding to build a website to manage this whole process, right? 9 of these steps were completed by everyone in 90 minutes. And at the end of that, it was in some ways a watershed moment for many people who hadn't done the depth of prompting and understand how the tools can actually work together. And it was really about seeing entirely new workflows on something that didn't have to do with their business.
Right, I think that's a smart test.
Right, and it engaged them, and the feedback was incredibly positive. And so I think there are things that we can do to help showcase the positive aspects, and it is going to be a fun future. It's going to look very different, but I think the people who are curious and lean in are the people who are going to lead.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. I have a question for Jill that I want Andre's perspective on. So, in one of the great hopes, TV advertising, I know, has been very, very rigid for the processes behind it, the traffic. There's. I think it's changing now, but TV stations still employ people to count. Yes, we put these spots on the dots and everything. And the agentic future sounds amazing. Oh my God, so much more streamlined, so much more efficient. But that also presupposes that most companies have proprietary systems for monitoring, watching traffic, doing sales, doing all of that. If we're going to have agents buying and selling on their own, there's going to have to be a certain kind of open architecture, right? If they have to. So I'm curious, are you at that stage of thinking how, I know you're thinking about agentic sales, but how is that going to be a hurdle that you have to overcome? And then I want to hear Andre's perspective on the considerable security concerns around business transactions.
I don't think it will be as much of a hurdle as it would have been a few years ago. I spend a lot of my time in the digital space. That's largely where I live. Most of the vendors that you use or that work with the biggest streaming services in the world are much more open now to building open architectures that you can layer on top, which is a good thing for us as an ecosystem, because we are WBD at its most top level is a content company. It's not a technology company, but we are becoming more and more technologically savvy in terms of who we work with, how we push those partners to be more open and modular, as opposed to having to buy the whole stack. And even I'll give kudos to Google, we've been a longtime partner of Google from an ad serving perspective. They've 10 years ago it was buy the whole stack and use the whole stack. Now they're completely open and modular, and that's in the same vein for not only the ad serving community but also the SSP community. I think the DSPs will come around too. So you do need to be open, and you need to layer on top of what you currently have in order for this to work. I think I don't have a hesitation in how fast we can move. I will be curious to see how the buy side adopts AI in their workflows, because it will hold us up from the sell side if the buy side isn't coming along with us. And it's
it takes two to tango.
It takes two to tango, and they have to be over there. If we're putting out a seller agent, the buying agents have to be out there to receive it. So there's a lot of third-party intermediaries, like I just mentioned, those SSPs and the DSPs. And this is, it's ripe for the programmatic marketplace for sure. And any sort of automated buying that doesn't utilize AI, and they're all starting to use it right now, that's where they're going to go very quickly, I believe. And the good thing about these companies and these partners that we all have in the premium streaming media space is they're more open than they ever were before to make it work for both sides of the house.
And when you think of the scale of advertising inventory that Warner Brothers Discovery, as it's constituted now with the cable channels, with HBO, when you think of the scale of what it has to deal with, this could be like beyond revolutionary for your business if agentic can really, if it can really work. Andre, tell me, so when, especially in business transactions, buying and selling, people are doing like, what do you think is going to be the key to the architecture to make everybody feel comfortable that everybody's going to, and I actually wonder, is blockchain potentially helpful here? Because you could have that transparent ledger.
Blockchain is...
So I'm told.
Blockchain is part of the solution, but I would say two important elements about AI here: speed and out of the box. And to secure something where you have speed and out of the box is not trivial, because you cannot just say, oh, we secure the old way. We need to perfect new technologies that are able to grant security even if things are very different and will evolve extremely quickly. So it's the same things about law. If you just take the classical law to address the bad guys, you will be at least one war behind. And here, the question is to introduce element of traceability, introduce elements that allow you to fundamentally be able to be secure, even if it's not predictable. And that is really what matters.
My goodness. Well, our time is short here. We could talk for another hour. I want to develop a kid show called AI Bad Guys, because I just think that had, but really warning them about the techno. Truly, we've just scratched the surface, but I so appreciate so much granular information, so much like on the ground discussion. And also I appreciate the positivity, because it's happening, and you can be a Luddite and try to hold it off, or you can embrace it and figure out and reach those eureka moments. So really appreciate everybody's perspective and participating, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Around the world is watching the way he approached the game.
It's go time. What a night.
You guys look at this scene.
Best fans in the NFL.
See the defensive alerts. Who could be coming on a blitz?
This is incredibly difficult to guard.
Don't stop me. Don't stop me. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Take a look at our burn bar. Miles per gallon.
Good time. Biggest play of the night.
This is what you get on Prime.
Welcome to NASCAR,
a new era of the WNBA,
the National Women's Soccer League,
Thursday Night Football,
the NBA on Prime.
Let's go! It doesn't get any better than this.
Please welcome Harnessing Fandom Through Live Sports Content, featuring Amazon Ads and WPP Media, moderated by Cynthia Littleton, co-editor-in-chief, Variety.
Thanks, everyone. I know you're probably getting sick of me, but I appreciate everybody hanging in there, and I'm so great. Cynthia,
are they hanging in for us?
Yeah.
For us, definitely, yeah.
They absolutely are, because sports is, I was just about to say, I mean, sports is so much of the glue and the connectivity of media. It is one of the things that always propels new forms, and I, for one, am spending a lot of time watching Amazon Prime Video. You're investing in great, the Thursday Night Football and the WNBA. It's really interesting to see, and I know more leagues and things are coming online, and I have no doubt that there's even more to come. Oh yes, and that little league called the NBA.
Yes,
very much so. So it's an exciting time, and this is it's a making that work in this world. These rights are not inexpensive, so obviously you are incentivized to make the most of it and make the most of the footprint and the considerable footprint that you have with Prime Video. Let's talk, excuse me, so, sorry, let's start with Danielle Carney, Director of U.S. Video and Live Sports for Amazon Ads. We just wanted to dive right into that conversation. But yeah, Danielle, as we just said, has a very, very big turf and a growing portfolio of really interesting sports. And next to Danielle here is Martin Bly, Executive Director and Head of Executive Director and Head of U.S. Sports and Investment and Partnership in WPP Media. And I would imagine that you two are doing a lot of business together these days.
We are doing a lot.
We spend a lot of time together.
You are your own AI agents. Yeah. just to refer to the.
I wish there was 10 Martys.
Oh, I wish there was 10 of you.
This is a good team. All right, let's talk about, sports fandom is so interesting in the world that we live in now because, we're all talking about fandoms. Sports is probably one of the original fandoms, and sports now, as we all know, it's a very regional it's a regional activity, but boy, in the modern world of the last 10, 15 years, especially with social media, many fans, especially younger fans, often follow athletes more so than teams, and there's just so much activity and so many logical extensions around sports and the athletes and the personalities, and every athlete has a production company and several businesses. So with all of this activity and this growing portfolio that you have, where are you finding the biggest opportunities to grow the Prime Video business? I'll start with Danielle, and then I'll get Martin's perspective from the buying side.
Yeah. So we launched Thursday Night Football in 2022, and really it became the opportunity for us to lead how live sports will show up on streaming. It was the first time, to have an exclusive rights like that. And I think in year one, we probably hit about 10 million average minute audience. And this weekend, we're set to have a huge game, Bears-Packers. And we're anticipating to do, 28 million plus average minute audience. So really excited about, how much we've grown and how much, just sports on streaming is accelerating and how quickly. So that was 2022, and here we are 3 years later. We have a full calendar of sports, right? We have the NBA, you mentioned the WNBA, NASCAR, which, that was extremely interesting for us to take. We took on 5 races and really changed how we showed up for fans by innovating through some AI technology like the Burn Bar, where, able to understand what's happening. In NASCAR, if you're a fan, they don't actually understand how much gas is in the tank. And so it's a big part of the strategy of how you're going to win. And when we launched our races, we used an AI tool, took all of the data across, the teams, the tracks, the pit crews, the automakers, our data, and created an opportunity for fans to understand how much gas was actually in the tank. And it seems so simple, but for us to be able to do that and invest in that technology for 5 simple races, right? What might seem like that was really important for us because we wanted to showcase to fans how we'd show up, and fans loved it. It was all over Twitter. They were, calling for us to get more races because how much we understood the fandom and how important it was, no matter if we had 1 race or 5 or 10 races. And I think that example is really how we landed with the opportunity to have the Masters Masters this coming year, and how we can help innovate. And so we continue to grow our portfolio of sports, in 3 short years. And I think we've earned a lot of trust both from fans and from the leagues. And that'll continue to grow. But how we're set up on Prime Videos, we're really excited about being that leader and how sports shows up in streaming.
I will say, just from my own focus group of 2, myself and my partner, in the first year it was a little bit like, oh, Thursday Night Football is on Amazon. We got to pull up Amazon. By this past year, it was like we knew, you just know it's going to be ESPN some days, it's going to be Amazon. So it's really in the mix now. Martin, after what Danielle was talking about, what can you do with your clients? What does all of certainly the breadth of a Prime Video, what does that enable that you couldn't do 5 years ago, 10 years ago, in terms of creativity?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you start thinking about fragmentation, and fragmentation's been good. I know a lot of people talk about it not being so great from a consumer standpoint, and maybe learned behaviors when things shifted over to Amazon. We'll just keep talking about Amazon. When things shifted over to Amazon, whether it was Thursday Night Football or NASCAR, those learned behaviors happen. But it brings in a new consumer. There's a different engagement around the streaming platforms. There's different opportunities in terms of engage, different ways that you can connect with consumers based on the telecast that they run, whether you're betting, whether you're watching in a different language, whether you're just engaging from a different simulcast at the same time. So the way that consumers have embraced streaming, and specifically even more so Amazon, has been great. I think that you really struck on a point when you talked about the fact that fandom is different, right? And fandom's different, how younger consumers engage with athletes. Today is a different day when you look at how younger folks actually follow an athlete more so than following a team. It means that your conversation has to start earlier as part of the way you engage, right? You talk about what they wear. You talk about like kids want to know what they're doing, who they're dating, how they're involved in that, and then you have to find a way to link your brand into that. Amazon does a great job of tying that together as well from a social standpoint, but also just the way that streaming is younger. It brings in a different group of individuals as well. I've had a lot of experiences around this, and I've talked about it at length before about my kids and how they've done that. And I won't get so much into the different viewing habits at the Bly household. But what I can tell you is that the way I sit there and I watch and consume TV is much different than the way younger fans do. And you have to have the proper strategy, and you have to have the proper team to support that. One of the things we just did the other day, and with some of the stuff we came out in the trades, was the relaunch of our sports practice.
Right. Yeah. You two both made a big announcement in terms of the depth of the partnership that is important. Yeah.
So we launched out the WPP Media Sports, which unified not just media, but also media and partnerships and IP and content, because the way that clients need to interact in the sports landscape is much different than the way it was even 2 years ago. There's so much in 2026 that we're looking at. So there's a new opportunity, and that opportunity really starts with strategy, and then bring that strategy to activation and then to measurement. Amazon's been a great partner around that.
I think what Marty's highlighting too is really important for everybody to understand how to utilize sports on streaming, and that's kind of what he's working towards with WPP and the work he's doing there. But I remember year one when we launched, and I was just speaking about this with some customers today. Year one when we launched, we had those traditional sports buyers or advertisers or consumers who would come and be like, okay, I just want that mass reach. And, that's why sports has always been so amazing. But because we were a streaming service and because we had digital capabilities, unlike some of our other, competitors, we had this ability to go beyond just that mass reach and really show performance off of, what you might consider a traditional TV placement. And so at Amazon, we always say to everybody, take advantage of everything that we're offering on top of it, whether it's remarketing off of what might be a linear looking national spot, right? Remarket off of that, continue to talk to the audiences, use our interactivity. It's driving that deeper engagement. We see it, right? Even more so than QR codes. We find that some of our interactive units. And then how do you use some of, our authenticated graph, which covers 90% of our households? 90% of US households, how do you use that to be smarter and create these, segments and speak to them with different creative, especially with all the creative agents that are out there today? You can change and do that so quickly. And so I think, where it started year one, now we see partners, like Marty, who's representing a whole portfolio, leaning in and saying, okay, I need more than just that awareness. I need you to show out that performance. I need you to help us work harder and drive to purchase for, the products of his partners and his brands.
And does that demand allow you to do even more content, to do a docu-series, maybe a digital extension about Steph Curry's latest, investment, does that enable more content beyond just the game and the pre and post game show?
Yeah, I think, the way we've thought about how we approach some of our programming is live events is, as we all know, driving just such great impact for a brand. And so live events is key, how we're showing up for fans then. But then we're very strategic about how we plan some of the programs. So when we were launching NASCAR, we had never had it before, and we wanted to make sure that we were fueling some of the interest of those fans, whether it be through an athlete relationship. And so we did a whole docuseries on Dale Earnhardt. I mean, there's no bigger family to talk about, and really drive that excitement and help drive towards that content. And so that usually feels, we have products and content, partners like Twitch, where we can create creator casts around our NBA games. So,
and that's got to be exciting for you to be Twitch is opening up a whole new audience. That, yes, there are concentric circles, there are sports fans in there, but there are also people that probably would never sit and watch a 2-hour game.
Yeah,
that's got to be exciting.
Absolutely. I mean, you start to think about brands need to figure out the way to engage with fans and consumers and be part of the sport experience, but not interrupt the experience, whether that's a gaming experience and we're talking about Twitch, or if it's a sports experience and we're talking about Thursday Night Football or any of the other streaming properties, the NBA. It requires the right strategy to how to engage with those consumers. You don't want to disrupt. 2026 is the year of sports where we want to be part of the conversation with fans. We want to engage with the fans. We don't want to disrupt what they're doing in a way that is that doesn't make your brand feel authentic.
Right. You don't want to be the person that gets in the way of whoa, I missed the cat. Right.
Marty hits on a really good point. When we think about how everything's about personalization, right? And we can be so smart about what the content is, how we're serving it to the next fan, how brands are showing up in it through contextually relevant moments. On Prime Video, we do a lot of understanding first, creating optionality. So when we launched Thursday Night Football, we had 5 different alternate streams, right? Today, we don't have 5, but we allowed to understand and learn. But I think all of that personalization first starts with optionality, opting in, understanding where they want to come in, what's resonating, what's authentic. And then from there, you kind of can build it out in a bigger, better way for customers. So Amazon, we have, AWS stats that we have within the NFL. And we have an entire stream called Prime Vision where it's just all stats, and fans loved it. They were diving so deep into it. And so we replicated that for the NBA. When we launched the NBA, we launched right with it. So I think there's this optionality that needs to come before we go to the personalization, but it is getting to that point that's authentic and understanding the content.
But you do have like targeting capabilities where you can do creative targeting and make it more successful and have a higher brand lift just by participating in the sports that you guys do that with.
Yeah.
So
When we use, regardless of the category, when we use some of our audience segments and partner with the brands, we see anywhere from 20 to 30% higher engagement with that ad than if they didn't use the segments, right? It makes sense. We all know this. We just haven't really been able to do it at such scale like something with the NFL.
And I mean, again, it takes a company of an Amazon, which is, a unicorn in this world. I mean, a company of that size, you really see where you're using all of the leverage and all of the levers that you have to pull. Our time is getting a little bit short, but I want to close with asking what are some of the most important sort of non-traditional ROI metrics that you're looking for the efficacy of all of this experimentation and creativity?
yeah, again, when we talk about sales lift, you think about,
that's always a good one.
Yeah. I mean, like let's be honest. Clients want to see. They want to see sales. They want to see their product moving off the shelf. It's great to have brand recognition. It's great to have, the conversation continue afterwards. But again, it's a long game. And usually, when you talk about sponsorships, whether it be in the NFL or whatever sports they are, it's a long conversation with consumers to gather that trust in order to build your brand around it and to have that success. So measurement measurement's proper, but at the same time, it really comes down to being in the right place, in the right space, at the right channels, the mediums that make sense, that drive your business. And we are in the ad business, so having the right message is extremely important as well. When you look at 26, we have the Super Bowl, we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup. There's so much going on. So there's so much strategy work that's being done and has been done for probably the last year now just to be successful. I just can't wait until 26 is into 27 and we're into the Women's World Cup because, let's be honest, that's the next phase of what we're talking about. Like women's sports, so important.
Incredible,
to
yes.
what we do. So.
And it's so interesting, this conversation. It's a very mix of obviously data and enabled, but there's a certain amount of gut. There's a certain amount of gut instinct, just like every quarterback. Well, I just want to say I'm rooting for the Bears. They've been a great they've been a great story.
I mean, who
this
doesn't
season,
want
so I'm
them
rooting
to
for
win?
The Bears.
Can you pick are you allowed to pick someone?
Yeah. But I'm rooting for my Bear fans.
Announcing Brandmakers Elite Roundtable, moderated by Andrew Wallenstein, Chief Media Analyst and President, Luminate Intelligence.
Thanks, everyone. If you could just take your seats, we're going to get started with this next panel. Thank you. Just take your seats. Let's dive right in because we got a lot of mouths to feed, as you can see. A really interesting mix of CMOs from some interesting and different businesses. So what I'm going to do to start is I'm going to just have each of them not just introduce who they are, but also talk about a campaign, a recent campaign that you're really proud of, and we'll take it from there. So, Christy, go at it.
Sure, I'll go first. So I'm Christy Argelon, and I'm the global lead of Uber's advertising business, also known as Commerce Media Network. So to be sitting on a content panel is a moment that I'm very proud of, because we used to just be hyper-focused on performance and closed loop measurement and all of these other very, I'll call them mechanical but important KPIs that we drive as a commerce media. But probably about a year ago, it became very clear that this is more about context and content and how we engage with consumers that's really going to matter. And so a lot of what I'm focused on right now, when you think of, you all have, I think most of you have a relationship with Uber, we have these real-time signals that are coming to us in terms of where you're going and what you're getting. And when you think about it in the context of content in some of the sporting events or cultural events you're going to, or even some of the mundane moments in your life where you just need lunch meat for your kids' lunch on a Sunday night, like Uber is in the middle of all of that, and we have these signals that allow brands to then contextually in real time start to engage with consumers. And we have a handful of campaigns that we've done in that regard that are super interesting. And the most interesting ones are the ones that start digitally but end in the physical world, because we're also seeing that with our Gen Uber consumers, is that they want digital to facilitate their ability to get out into the world and do the things that they want to do. And it's those hybrid campaigns that actually drive great results for us.
Great. Darren?
Hi, I'm Darren Chalais. I'm the president of marketing for Fox Entertainment. That's comprised of the Fox Network, our production studio, and our global distribution team. The primary role of what my team does is to create new IP, sustain those brands for their life cycle, which now is forever, and really party with our third partner relationships all around the world in terms of how our distribution shows. My favorite campaign right now, I'd have to say, the way windowing for us works is really fascinating, because it used to all be about the TV ratings the night of, and now the world is so not that. So we launched Doc Season 1 last year. It's a very emotional, heartfelt drama based in a medical procedural, based on a real story, which really resonated. And for us, launched it with a paid media campaign to put awareness out there, but then using the Fox Network and football to really get that scale among a core audience, using Hulu to get that fandom a little bit deeper, encourage binging. We put Season 1 on Netflix at the start of Season 2, which just drove an insane amount of new fans. So this, for us, the cycles have changed and upended everything, and it's just fascinating, which is why normally my favorite campaigns are the most creative physically in terms of promos and posters, this more strategically, because the world's just become fascinatingly crazy.
I'm going to steal that phrase.
Yeah, please.
Could not agree with you more. Fast and crazy. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Grace Gao. I'm CMO of Snapchat. I also want to thank Uber Eats. Saved me lots of last-minute dinner. I think the most recent campaign I'm super proud of is our brand campaign, Satan and Snap. And we know that there are many different platforms, a lot where perhaps that you might have to curate or perform for. We felt that really what differentiated for Snap is that you could be your real self, an authentic self, and it should be a really fast and easy way for you to engage your family, your fans, and your friends. And I think one thing that I was really proud of is because for Snap we have consumers, we have creators, we have businesses, we have developers. I guess I'm really proud of that campaign because I think we found like a core positioning that resonated across all four audiences. So that's me.
Nice. I love Doc, and I thought it was great. And
marketing works, guys.
So yeah, word of mouth, very powerful. I'm Monica Austin. I lead marketing at Blizzard. We are a publisher and maker of video games. Our big IP is World of Warcraft, Diablo, Overwatch. We have incredible catalog content like at Fox. We have games. Thank you. StarCraft being one of them. We're part of Xbox and Microsoft, and I feel really privileged to sit on this panel with this group. And thanks to Variety for inviting us. We did. I've been at Blizzard about 18 months. When I first joined on Overwatch, the team was like, "Hey, we just had to unblock Luka Doncic again," and I was like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like, and they're like, oh yeah, he's like a top 500 player. Like, literally. I was like, wait, say that again? He's like a grandmaster, which means he probably plays as much Overwatch as he plays basketball. Like, don't tell the coach. Like, he's like legitimately good. And because he's so competitive, he like gets banned all the time. So I said, okay, let's put a pin in that. And have we ever worked with him? And they're like, no, but he'd really like to. And so opportunistically, we had a new feature launch, and it was called Stadium. And I was like, that's the one, right? We've got to go pull in Luka. And what I loved about it was our speed. We crafted that campaign in weeks, not months. You know, we often spend a year, crafting these incredibly sophisticated go-to-market campaigns. But this one just was the right, authentic player who we could bring to life in a really great way. It was also the first time as part of the campaign, we actually put Luka in the game. You could play like him. And we provided loot boxes.
Did he not love it?
Oh, Luka was... He totally geeked out. We had to do this incredible on-the-spot new campaign. We had to do a shoot because he looked so good after his summer training. He didn't have any stock photos. So anyway, and what we loved about it, I think just culturally, is the players loved it. Like they were like, aha, this is great. It adds value. But people really talked about it. And that for us was the litmus more so than any of the win back, which was big and was really impactful. Over to you.
Thank you. I'm Allison Stransky, and I'm the CMO of Samsung Electronics America, and we proudly make products that help you access everything that everybody else here is doing. In terms of a campaign, we were excited to announce at CES this year that Samsung is your companion to AI living. And this is an evolution of our AI for all idea. Our goal is to get AI into everyone's lives because we believe with all of our products working together, Samsung will make your life better. And I think it is a simple, beautiful idea. Last year in 2025, we launched a campaign that then we called our Smart Things Meets AI Home campaign. And the idea there was our products are amazing. They're the best at everything that they do, but they are made better when they are connected across categories by smart things, and even better still when you activate them with AI. So we had 4 spots in the campaign that showed that your washer dryer isn't just about speed. That speed gets you out of the house faster. Your fridge can look inside and help you meal plan. Your frame TV can input any artwork on there, including artwork that you AI optimized of your family vacation, and smart things cast to the TV. So these are all little things that are really important to improving our consumers' lives. So I'm proud to help tell the story of why AI living is just going to get better from here.
All right. My God, I think I mentally bookmarked like 15 different topics I want to pull out of this, but it was only so much time. I'll start with something that you guys didn't touch on, but I'm sure you've got opinions on, which is the audience that you're marketing to is not a monolith. It is segmented in lots of different ways, especially generations. Different age groups bring different sensibilities. And so whether it's Gen Z or Gen Alpha, maybe we should focus on sort of the young part of the equation. I'm curious to hear from some of you, not necessarily all, you could take it however you want. How are you thinking in terms of through maybe a generational filter as you try to target your messages? Grace, I mean, Snap is all about the
I was going to say, thank you so much for the tee up.
Teed that up.
One thing I would say on Gen Z, and maybe I am also biased because I have a 14-year-old and 16-year-old in the household, and I think the thing to think about with them is they're incredibly opinionated, lots of feedback, so much feedback from my teenagers, but they're really creative. They're in an age group and a mindset. I think we probably all remember when we were teenagers. They're exploring themselves, and I think the thing that we see is that there's so much more than just the scroll. There's so much more than just the feed. So, as a marketer, are you creating opportunities for your brand to engage and get them to participate, either whether it's a dialogue or getting them to create something? I think that's one thing that we've seen on our platform of how they're using our platform.
Anyone else want to take that?
I can jump in on that. And we kind of go the opposite direction in that we try not to hang on to a specific generation. And when you think of the role that Uber plays in your life, you can be 12 or you can be 82. But there is a specific need that you have that Uber can fulfill. So we actually did a study to really understand what is it about the mindset of people who are real big advocates of Uber and use it a lot. And we, instead of calling it, actually we tried to call it Gen Z for a while, and it's like, that's not really capturing it. We call it Gen Uber, and it is more about a mindset. And it's about the mindset of how are you embracing digital in order to facilitate what you need to do and want to do in the physical world. Uber, if you think about it, Uber has changed consumer behavior in really profound ways because we allow you to go places and get things instantaneously and in ways that you were never able to before, including a Samsung TV or appliance from Best Buy. Especially if it breaks and it's Super Bowl Sunday. So there's just somebody else's TV, yours wouldn't break. But when you consider like this on-demand immediacy that we all have as consumers now, Uber is right at the vortex of how you're executing on that. And that is just about people who have kind of that sense of urgency to how they live. It will tend to aggregate around Gen Z, but we know that that's limiting how we think about people who are heavy Uber customers if we try to contain it to a specific generation. So we open it up and really focus more on the use case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, plus one, that I think it's almost limiting to sort of say, oh, we target Gen Z. I think we really want to understand behavior. In gaming, of course, Gen Z is a huge part of the population, but 57% of millennials, are huge gamers and look to that as their first choice for entertainment. And so if you're just plugging into one, you're kind of missing the point. That said, on the marketing side, we know they do a job, right? They are savvy, they have opinions, they're vocal, and they drive culture. And so a lot of it is also by channel, as I think about, a lot of the focus that we have on social, as an example. TikTok is a huge, emerging platform for us that wasn't for years, actually, at Blizzard. We finally turned it on, and you just see a totally different conversation that they're having, and they can drive a conversation now in a way that, more traditionally we haven't been able to do. So I think they just do different jobs. The other thing is we start to cascade out. There's like near term, they're driving culture, they're driving conversation, but we're developing games that aren't going to launch for 5 + 6 years. And you start to think about what's the long horizon and what is their expectation and what do we have to deliver based on their behavior. And that's a very different way that we're starting to plug that mindset in of Gen Z, Gen Alpha into when we launch this game many, many years from now. Is it going to deliver on their expectation because of how they behave and how they consume? And so we just look at it from like a lot of different apertures, I'd say, than just, age range.
Got it. Darren, I wanted to go back to something you were saying when you were talking about Doc that struck me, which was, you're here with Fox, but you have a show that lives in more than just a broadcast network. There's a Hulu streaming service. You're managing more than one season at a time. How does the brand Fox not get lost there?
Sometimes it does. That's the honest truth, is we want the attribution back to Fox. We try. That's how we initially will launch, because we want people, which tends to be the older side of the audience, to watch on Fox. At the end of the day, and I use this term loosely, the metric we use to measure is total viewers. The Gen Zs, Gen Alpha, their parents, their grandparents, I don't care, I want you to watch. So we talk to people on their terms. We're never going to drive younger generations to watch on a network, on a broadcast network. That's fine. But I can give it to you on Hulu. It goes to Netflix. I have had shows on Prime. We are reformatting episodes and putting them on YouTube to appeal to a different audience. It is about exposing them to the content and bringing them in. And as they age up, as was being said, their habits are going to change. I want them to be associated with our content. And Fox has somewhat become secondary to the show brand. If you're a fan of Doc, you will follow Doc, whether you're watching it in pieces on YouTube or on Hulu or Fox, eventually that comes back around. So that's how we're weighing the brand these days. It's really living at a show level for us.
Got it. And Christy, coming back to you, I was struck by advertising in context. And well, I guess it's really a question I want to throw out to all of you, which is like, are you all in your own ways, you may not necessarily have sort of an Uber-type platform with which to push context, but are there other ways of approaching that?
One of the things that I talk about, because my career path has always been on the media side, and we used to talk about contextual targeting when we didn't have any data. And so we were like, okay, so I can do it contextually really well. And then we went through this phase where we had all of this first-party data, and so we had far more specificity around what people were doing versus kind of what general behaviors were. But the fact that we have data available to us now that actually makes the contextual specifically relevant because it's real-time contextual now. And we have creative assets that we can create on the fly now to make them more contextual to the moment is really where this is getting exciting. So we're almost going full circle. And because of AI, machine learning, computing power, whatever you want to attribute it to, we're able to actually pick up on signals of what people are doing right now and make sure that we serve a brand experience that's very relevant to whatever that behavior is and whatever that moment is. So it's just a super exciting time to go back to the original the original intent behind contextual and actually be able to execute it in a way that's far more accurate and much more interesting to the consumers that we're advertising to.
I was going to say, Monica, what you said about behaviors, right? And I think that was one way we think about it at Snapchat is what are behaviors that your audience is doing that your brand can create a intimate or meaningful experience. So we know our audience is messaging and chatting. So again, how do we have sponsored snaps where brands can actually have an opportunity for brands? I would always ask, are you in the group chat? Because I'll tell you that people would definitely listen to their family and friends for recommendations. What we found is that on Snapchat, 400 million Snapchatters visit our map because they want to see where their friends are and feel connected. So again, promoted places. If you have a store or brand, how can you show up on the map so you can have your audience meet up? And then for Snapchat, we open to camera. And so again, how do you create these opportunities where you can use AR and put your audience in the creator seat themselves and create a brand experience? So those are some things that we talked about and really resonated with me, Monica, when you talked about behaviors.
And I want to build on what Christy said about contextual targeting. I love that you acknowledge that we've been saying it for longer than we've been able to do it because we feel, look, the consumer is the North Star in everything we do at the end of the day. And my goal as a marketer is to reach my consumer more relevantly, and has always been. What's exciting right now is that tools are available, platforms are available to reach all different consumers at the right time with whatever that means. So that is something that we think a lot about and are really spent a lot of 25 changing our ways of working and our ways of structuring teams and things like that so that now in 26 with tool advancement and organizational, operational enhancement, we're ready to really reap the rewards of the things that have been progressing.
Oh, I love that you said that. Like, I love that you were just talking about like the nuance of in this seat, how you have to adapt the way you work to also meet and resonate and connect with consumers. And I think what I love about what's happening with the platforms right now is we're starting with creative conversations. It's like, yes, I want to know about all your ads, and I want to know about how effective they are, and I want to know that we can target and that we can convert. But at the end of the day, the thing that is actually going to connect and stop someone's thumb or get them to click in is actually the creative, and it's the message and it's the conversation. And more, that's the conversation that we've had to really shift even internally is how do we start with the creative idea, the big idea, the insight, And then let's go find the right medium to put it in, right? And our best partners are the ones who get that. And they're like, cool, we're gonna do that lifting for you, with you, and then we're gonna measure it together. And that's where I think a lot of the great magic happens at a campaign level.
One of the things that has been a theme of the last couple of days is just when you consider AI and its impact on marketing in particular, and most importantly on its impact on content, there's going to be a big blowback on trust. Right, because we're, as consumers, as people, we're used to big organizations and brands and everybody kind of making sure that everything is truthful, honest, and came from the right place and the right information. And so the more that we can create these really relevant experiences where people know whether they're, again, 12 or 82, where they know that this came specifically from a brand who cares about them and wants to serve them, and some of that content is AI generated. That's the place that we need to get to quickly when you look at how straight up the curve for AI integration into everything we do is coming. So it's a really important piece to be so hyper-focused on creating these really rich experiences that people can trust that they're coming from the right place and in their best interest.
Allison, I was curious what you might have thought hearing that, because AI obviously is so central to the Samsung campaign you spoke about. Is it a tricky thing, though, where you can't sort of lose the humanity? There could be some issues with how the audience you're marketing to receives it?
The word that stood out to me was also trust. When you just said trust, that's another really important element to... It cuts through the products and how we're using AI on products, as well as how we are using it in marketing. At the end of the day, trust is really critical to our relationship together. So we do think about it when we talk about how AI exists on all of our products. We put a lot in the consumer's owner's control too, about how your data is used, how your data is stored. And the storytelling that we have in that space is always this to an end of saving you time, doing a sustainability benefit, giving back, helping you live more sustainably, things that are, these little incremental improvements, because our hope is that by saying what we're going to do and actually delivering on it, you'll trust us. And then we have layers and layers beyond that. We're looking into pilots and betas and things that help. We announced at CES this week a pilot where we're partnering with home insurance companies to have smart appliances help lower your insurance premiums. That's another way to get trust and give you an added benefit back in a different way. And at the backbone to all of these things, connecting all of it, there is a lot of AI running in the background. And so my responsibility as a marketer is to stitch that story together in a relevant, understandable, and trustworthy way.
That's such a modern definition of what brand management is now, isn't it? I mean, that's really fascinating, the level of thoughtfulness that goes into that.
Just going to add another word onto trust is the transparency. What we're seeing is people will embrace AI as it makes their lives better, and I want to hear about that insurance thing. But people don't want to be duped. And in entertainment in particular, people associate with the characters, the stories. When people start hearing this was written by a machine, those actors aren't people, there's no connection. There's no human emotion in terms of who they're going to latch into. So in our business, it's very different. We're not there yet. Behind the scenes, AI, the benefit will be we'll bring it to market faster. The special effects might be something you've never seen before. The precision, the detail, the production, that will be our win, and ultimately the viewers win. But on the screen, I don't feel like people are there yet. Our brains are wired for human, and the hype and the misperception of what AI is also keeps everybody at arm's length. When we've dabbled in things on any social media platform, there is more than probably 75% blowback of, is this AI? And once one person goes, forget about it. But, it is a delicate dance, and it's going to be for quite some time.
There was something, Grace, that you said earlier when you were talking about the Snap platform and AR, which is one of a number of flavors of emerging platforms, VR, XR, maybe the Sphere.
All the R's.
Experiential. But the point is that emerging platforms are a place where you see some interesting marketing executions, but you don't know really whether it's just hype or just purely experimental. Do any of you have other sort of experiments that you've done on emerging platforms where you're like, you got to keep an eye on this. This isn't just hype or some one-off experiment?
I would say the hype part, what makes it not hype is, are you bring value to your user, right? Did you create something that was a utility? Did you create something that was entertaining? And I think that also comes back to trust. And so I think whether it's AR or even AI, like, is it adding some sort of value to your customer? And I think that still always has to be part of that foundational piece as a brand owner.
I think the level of opportunity versus risk. Years ago, we were so protective of our shows, our brands, only we could communicate and promote them. And then, this is obviously not new today, but the creator economy opened that up where we're like, talk about our show however you want to talk, because your audience is wanting to hear it from you. And that, well, sometimes it makes my head spin. I understand and I see great reaction. And ultimately, you're bringing people in to help you. And you have to learn to let go, because also how you interpret what you watch is unique to everybody. So it's been just in my career such a seismic change, and it's not going away anytime soon. It's how we're amplifying our message in the most authentic way.
Mm. Yeah, it's I like what you said about, it's about what is the message, how are you delivering it, is it great? I think there's been so much VR for VR's sake, as an example, or, I'm going to do a lens just because I've got the launch of something coming out, but is it great? Is it unexpected? Does it create, someone to go and look for it? I'm really excited from a gaming standpoint of what Discord's building, because they've made it value-based. It's like, hey, I can unlock something in the game I love by engaging with an ad on Discord. That is huge. And it's really a value exchange for our players. And so we want to spend a lot of time there. And the other side, we are a community-based, player-first marketing team. Gaming and community is the number one, tactic, if you will, for creation. But what we find is they actually don't just want to communicate online. They want spaces to come together physically, IRL. And so we've really made it an amplified focus to do experiential, to do live activations. And a couple of years ago at Gamescom, I think I was telling you this story, we didn't have the perfect, hands-on new experience I could do for World of Warcraft. But we said, you know what if we did a ride? And we did a VR escape Dalaran experience, and we did 16 stations. We didn't really, we're like, this will be fun. The players will love it. We had a line we had to cut off at the 4-hour wait mark because so many people wanted to experience it because it was great and people were talking about it and excited. So I think we want to keep leaning in, not for the sake of it because it's something new or disruptive, but because we have a really cool story to tell in that format.
And we can go to the other end of the spectrum, and right now we're experimenting with Journey TV, which is there are screens that are inside of an Uber vehicle. And, it's kind of interesting because people are like, well, is that taxi TV? And it's like, no, it's not yelling at you, and it's not TMZ. It's very relevant. Sorry about that. It is very relevant content based on where you're going. And, it's installed as a service. And as it appears right now, it's kind of interesting. It's an iPad that's, attached to the back of the headrest. But when you think longer term about autonomous vehicles and how suddenly the car is going to become a media channel, you can see where the learning that we're picking up now is well worth the investment. And longer term, though, you can see how it will be have the opportunity to be integrated into the operating system of autonomous vehicles.
I think the other thing I would say about these emerging technologies, it's just so clear that people do want to participate and actively engage in your brand. They don't want the brand to happen to them. So I think that would be the only advice I would also give on how you work with emerging technologies. Again, how are you putting that technology in the hands of the customer to have a brand experience that they can own themselves?
What gets me excited about all of this conversation too is not just emerging technologies, but formats. And there's seems to be constant evolution in where, as a marketer, you can find new ways to connect. And a couple of things, one of the things we're excited about, it's slightly emerging technology, but it taps on the engagement theme, is live commerce. We're going into it, and we haven't figured it all out, but it's a new thing that we're very curious about. And the creator space every year seems to get bigger and bigger in terms of what you can achieve. So love all this for inspiration and for new platforms to try out, because our consumers seem to, there's so much out there, you never know when you're going to reach the right person with the right message. So we got to try it all.
Just remember to add to the grocery list that the refrigerator is publishing that Uber Eats can deliver within 20 minutes.
Let's talk.
I come from a company that's very focused on metrics, Luminate, but we're not necessarily looking at it from a marketing perspective, but I'm curious how you guys, what are the metrics that tell you that your campaigns are a success? What are the things that help you refine strategy for the next go-around? Any thoughts there from any of you?
It's the hardest in Vegas for me, so I'll be very quick, that we're an amalgamation of different platforms and data points, and they're not connected. So we'll understand a bit from Hulu, which is owned by Disney. We understand a bit from Nielsen, which is live. We can see just views on different platforms. We don't own all of our data, far from it. So for us, it's like the longevity of shows, the profitability of the show, and the fandom. And a lot of gut is kind of how a show will get renewed and how it will go forward. There isn't a lot of like hard competitive numbers that are all inclusive on a domestic or global basis and every platform. It's just not there yet. So if you guys want to work on that, it'd be great. But
and we've been doing a fast sprint from the right-hand side of the funnel, which is, last click attribution, and did a small restaurant advertised, and then they drove more orders, all the way up to now when we're doing these really rich, digital, physical integrations. How are we lifting brand affinity? What are we doing in the upper funnel in terms of a measurement perspective? So we have a very sophisticated, multiply layered measurement capability. And then on top of that, it's got to have an API aspect to it so that it can then be plugged into any of the big brands' own measurement capabilities so that they can look at our performance versus everyone else's. So we're required to be able to cover it all, but to go further up the funnel and really think about it from a brand perspective and how experiential actually has all of this really important impact on both the brand metrics and the sales metrics is the piece we're super excited about.
Okay, well, that's all the time we have. I want to thank our marketing whizzes for joining us here. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Introducing a conversation with Kelly Day, VP, Prime Video International, interviewed by Andrew Wallenstein, Chief Media Analyst and President, Luminate Intelligence.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. If everyone could just take their seats. We've got a great interview to get to here. So if everyone could just take their seats and we will begin the conversation. I am pleased to be joined by Kelly Day from Amazon Prime Video. Well, I want you to explain first, if you're ready.
Ready when you are.
Your everything that you are responsible for, because I know it's changed a bit over the years.
Okay. Yes, I oversee the international business at Prime Video. Prime Video, thank you. Prime Video is kind of a unique business in the streaming landscape. And so, I oversee the streaming service everywhere outside the U.S., the international studio, which creates about 150 titles across 20 countries. We also have the largest selection of movies and television to rent and buy. So a fairly substantial TVOD business. We have our add-on subscriptions, which some of you may be familiar with, formerly known as channels, which is you can add things like Apple TV Plus, Max, Paramount, AVOD, fast linear channels. It's a long list. So
it's long, but that's the thing. I mean, look, the Prime Video is one of a number of globally scaled services, and I think to some degree people talk about these services as if they're interchangeable in what they offer. But with you guys, it's quite a pocket knife. There's a lot of different pieces to the puzzle.
Yes, and I think that in some respects, it's maybe a little bit misunderstood in the landscape because Cynthia described earlier. She said Amazon is a unicorn, and yes, there are some reasons why Amazon is unique in the space. But I think in particular, our approach to media and entertainment is very similar to how Amazon approaches everything, which is we start with the customer first. We start with working back from how do we deliver the best possible selection at a price that people find value in and make it as convenient and easy as possible to access it on as many devices and as many places as we possibly can. And that's really, Amazon kind of thinks that way about everything. It's like value, selection, convenience. And I think that really manifests itself through how we think about our entertainment offering, which is, we produce a lot of movies and television ourselves. But at the same time, we also recognize that we can't make everything, we can't produce everything that we know our customers want to watch. And we're pretty agnostic about whether they watch titles that have been produced by us or whether they watch something from one of our amazing partners like on HBO or Paramount or Apple, or whether you decide you don't want to subscribe and instead you want to just buy a movie and watch it on Friday night. Whatever it is that works for you, we want to make sure that we have it available to you, and we want to make sure that ideally it's easy to just find something that you like.
Sure. And across this, 240 country footprint, I think people here in the U.S. may not even realize that, okay, I get it, I pay a monthly fee for Prime in general, maybe I'll order some additional channels. That's not necessarily how it works in other markets, especially more mobile-centric markets. Give people a sense of how different it can be.
Yeah, so as you say, Prime Video operates in 240 countries. And if you have spent most of your life living in the US, there's a very good chance that you have a Prime membership. There's a very good chance that you get Amazon boxes showing up at your doorstep all the time. That is not exactly how things happen everywhere around the world. There are lots of countries where Amazon is still a relatively new business, both on the retail side as well as Prime Video. And in a lot of cases, Prime Video is actually the first experience that customers have with Amazon because we operate in more countries than our retail partners do. And so, what it means is that your experience with Prime Video is a bit different in different places around the world. And we actually see that as a feature, not a bug. And so the way that we think about it is like, I think that frankly, pretty much everyone that's operating at a global scale, you have to think about how you balance global efficiency and global scale and trying to bring whatever product you have, your in our case is, movies and television, to as many people as you possibly can. But at the same time, you're balancing with that with what local customer needs are. And we think really hard about that balance quite a lot. And in a lot of cases, we really want to go at it from a lens of how does a local customer want to interact with us? What kind of entertainment do they want? What kind of movies and television do they like to watch? What kind of device do they want to watch it on? A lot of countries, broadband still isn't highly penetrated. A lot of countries, smart televisions and things like that are not highly penetrated. And so we really do think of that balance between global and local all the time in everything that we do.
And I think, you mentioned earlier, you're not just about places where Prime shows up in the market. You're producing the content yourself, and you're producing, it's not out of one central hub, local for local. How do you know what works in terms of content that could travel across many markets to stuff that is specific to that market?
Yeah, I think that's been probably one of the most interesting and valuable learning experiences over the last few years. And I think that it's something that as streaming services have become more ubiquitous globally, I think a lot of companies are learning about. I like to think that at Amazon, we're a little bit ahead of the curve because, one, we are an incredibly data-centric company, and we obviously have a wealth of data and understand what people are watching and what they're consuming in different places around the world, and we're able to make smart decisions, we think, about what customers want as a result of that. But where we always start from is from the local customer first. So our international studio team, which is now run by Nicole Clemens. Nicole came on board about 6 months ago from Paramount. She's an amazing film and television executive, and she and I talk about this a lot. Where you have to start from is what does the local customer want, and so. Years ago, when we first started the international studio, and it's grown quite a lot, we now make around 150 titles a year across a little over 20 countries. And so it's a pretty scaled operation at this point. But it always starts with what is a customer in Spain? What is a customer in Brazil? What is a customer in Australia or Poland or wherever? What do they want to watch first? Because 100% of the time, if it doesn't work for the local customer, the local audience, it isn't going to work elsewhere. Like if people in the home country, as we call it, don't appreciate a title, it has very little chance of traveling elsewhere. And so when we make things, we try to make things with the idea of what do we think the local customer and the local audience is going to love. Now, where we've seen the magic happen and where I think, any company that's kind of operating on a global scale is probably thinking about this, is that, social media, word of mouth, and to a great extent, a lot of the work that we've done on our own service with personalizing the offering around like country of origin, language of preference, like things like that, have made it so that audiences in lots of places can enjoy watching movies and television from other places around the world. And I think that is something that streaming has uniquely enabled over the last few years that, People have always watched, film and television from other countries, but the way that it's really scaled up over the last few years, I think as a result of social media, as a result of the personalization and technical advancements that have come about, and even, the use of AI. AI has really enabled us to be able to deliver more personalized recommendations, a much larger volume of subs and dubs and things like that than we were able to do previously, given the scale of our catalog. And so what we're seeing now is that audiences all over the place are finding things from lots of other countries that they really enjoy watching. But at the end of the day, it kind of starts when you're making a show or when you're making a movie. You kind of have to know who the audience is that you want to reach when you start out. That's how great film and TV comes about, is sort of having an idea in your mind of who you're talking to. And it always starts with who our local customer is.
Talk about some of the successful international titles that you're most proud of and some of the interesting strategies behind it.
Well, look, there's a lot of things that the team has done over the years that I think we have a lot to be proud of. We have an incredible franchise called LOL, which we've now adapted in 25 countries or something like that, with stand-up comics. That's really hilarious. But I think the thing that we've been most excited about in the last few years, and we've been doing some of this with our global catalog in the US as well as through our international originals, is focusing on younger audiences, focusing on IP, book adaptations, book-to-screen adaptations. We've done quite a few of them over the last year on the global side. Summer I Turned Pretty, which was quite popular for us. The Culpa franchise, which we've done 3 Culpa movies over the last couple of years that have been incredibly popular. And that kind of goes back to what I was talking about, which is, there is a huge culture right now around book talk and book IP, as well as video games and fandom. We've got Fallout running right now. Shameless plug, watch Fallout. Those fandoms have really grown enormously in the last couple of years, and they are kind of fueled by social conversation. And we've leaned in very strongly to the IP and to the fandom, and really leveraging that social conversation to drive engagement and interest around it. And as we go into 2026, this is actually going to be one of our biggest years yet in terms of IP and book adaptations in particular. So we've got a lot of really exciting things coming. I would say the one that I'm most excited about is House of Spirits. It's an incredibly popular book. I'm sure at least some people in the room have read it. It's sold over 70 million copies. So it's an incredible story, a multi-generational story of these amazing women. And Nicole Wallace, who was in the Culpable trilogy, is going to be starring in it. So we're super excited about that. That'll be coming later this spring. But there are quite a lot of them coming this year, and we're really excited to be able to kind of bring that fandom and bring that excitement, especially from younger audiences, to life on the screen.
One last question. We'd be remiss not mentioning sports.
Yeah, we love sports. I think some people probably heard Daniela talk earlier.
Sure.
Yeah.
But is there any one international market where you're doing some interesting sports strategy that we should know about?
I wouldn't say one particular market. We really like sports a lot. We've invested heavily in Tier 1 sports, obviously here in the U.S. With the NFL, TNF, and NBA and NASCAR. Internationally, we have invested in football, soccer rights in a bunch of different countries. So we've got UCL in UK, Germany, and Italy. We've got Syria and Copa do Brasil in Brazil. Cricket in Australia. There's a long list. We love Tier 1 sports. It is incredibly competitive, dynamic, and I would say continues to get more competitive. as I think people continue to see the value. And again, that goes back to fandom. Like it's a different flavor from, book or video games or, things like that. But fandoms around sports are pretty unparalleled and have a very unique ability to bring in and engage audiences in lots of countries. And so I think we will continue to be strategic. I mean, we are thoughtful about where and when we invest, but we will continue to look at sports rights in lots of different places, I think.
Well, sounds like you got a busy year ahead. Thanks for taking some time out with us today.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Please welcome Headline Conversation with actor, filmmaker, and entrepreneur Joseph Gordon-Levitt, interviewed by Todd Spangler, business editor, Variety.
Hello, hello.
Hey, everybody.
Joe, thanks for coming here today and
Thank you.
participating. Really great to have you. So let me just start off by saying, observing that you've been a student of an observer and an active participant in the intersection of media and technology for more than 2 decades.
True enough. Yeah.
So you've started this thing called Hit Record in the mid-2000s, which, by the way, just to level set, that's when YouTube first, put up my Day at the Zoo. So tell us just a little bit about what Hit Record, what was the original vision for that? It's now part of another company, but how have things panned out on that?
Sure. Yeah. So Hit Record started as just this hobby that I was doing together with my brother. And it grew into an online community of people making art and media together. It eventually became this VC-backed media tech startup. And eventually we had our exit into Masterclass, like you're just talking about. And nowadays I use the name Hit Record for the work I'm doing developing film and TV and digital content, mostly around, trying to spread helpful messages about the future of technology and humanity. But I actually feel like I learned so much from all the different ways that Hit Record took shape over the years, and it's a big part of why I'm here today, having a conversation like this, because running Hit Record, I learned not only about the technology itself, but the business of technology and how that industry works. And a lot of the stuff that I've been raising my hand about with regards to AI lately, it's not necessarily so much about the tech itself. I'm actually really optimistic and excited about the technology. But the business incentives driving some of the biggest AI companies, I think could be leading us down a pretty dark path. And if we talk about it and we understand it, I don't think we have to go down that dark path. I think there's still time to go down something much brighter. And Hit Record to me has always been kind of fundamentally optimistic. It does connect back to my brother, who I started it with. If you ever got to spend time with him, he's like a deeply positive and caring person, which is probably part of why I can't give up the goofy name Hit Record, because it always makes me think of him.
Well, we talked a little bit about it, and when the internet first came out, I'm old enough to remember that, and I was like, oh, the future is so bright. Everybody's going to seek truth and goodness, and that's not what happened.
Well, yeah. I was as optimistic as anybody during the rise of social media. That's what Hit Record came from. And look, so much good stuff happened and continues to happen on social media. But what did happen is a small handful of these kind of gigantic walled gardens came to dominate what was the internet, and their advertising business model necessitated these algorithms, these engagement optimization algorithms. And I think it's those algorithms, frankly, that are causing so many of the damaging side effects that we've seen from social media, whether it's mental health or the backsliding of democracy. And we're about to see that all happen again with AI, but worse because there's so much more compute power now and so much more money at stake.
Yeah. So what needs to happen? I know, we talked earlier, the industries are regulated. There are laws. You drive over a bridge, you take it for granted that, somebody's going to be liable if the bridge falls down.
That law was built to code, as defined in the law. That's right.
And you can't sell a car that goes 1,000 miles an hour and drive it on the street.
Every major industry has laws, except the tech industry.
Is there, what do we need here? Do we need the political will to do this?
Well, just really recently, Australia, I don't know if you know, enacted this landmark legislation banning social media apps for Australians under 16. Someone just clapped in there, yeah. And I'm a dad. I have a 10 and 8 and a 3-year-old, and we're not anti-tech with our kids. They actually use computers a fair amount for cool things that don't have engagement optimization algorithms built into them.
But you're in favor of the nanny state. I'm just kidding.
There you go. Well, Elon, no, that's actually not what I'm in favor of. This is the question, right? Is like, well, and I understand why people kind of don't trust governments to make laws that regulate technology. But look, your bridge example is actually a really good example.
What was your example?
Well, from earlier, they didn't know that. but we take for granted a lot of how there's an interplay between industry and government. And that's how our society works. And there have to be some laws, some guardrails.
Yeah. Now, one of the things you've talked about extensively is that AI, again, it's neither good nor evil. It just is. One of the things that needs to happen is that the creators from which it draws its source material need to be compensated.
Yeah.
How close are we to getting that, and what are the obstacles to getting there?
Yeah, it's a really important principle to me as an artist and a creator, but I think it's actually important far beyond the entertainment industry or art or creativity. I think for the very viability of a whole economy, the basic principle that when a person has an idea or does some work, that an AI company shouldn't be allowed to just take what they did, put it in their AI model, make money with it, and not pay the person. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And it's important to know a little bit about how these models are built, because it's not always obvious. In fact, the name itself, artificial intelligence, sort of implies that like, oh, well, just there's this artificial intelligence and it just does these things by itself. But it doesn't. That's not how the models work. The way these large language models are built is they take every book ever written, every movie ever made, every article on Wikipedia, probably every article on Variety, every video on YouTube, everything that all these humans have put their time and energy and labor and perspective and skill and talent into, and they take it without permission, they take it without compensation, and now they're generating trillions of dollars of economic value, and that's not going to work. So one thing I think is really important is that all of us, whether we're an individual creator or a company, whether it's film and TV or music or journalism or whatever else, we all kind of stand for this principle that moving forward, AI companies are going to need to offer consent and compensation for the data and content they use to train their models.
Well, we've seen, so Disney, Warner Brothers, Universal, they have started a legal defense.
Yep.
They sued several companies. They said, hey, your thing says type in Darth Vader and it spits out Darth Vader. That's clear copyright infringement. What are your thoughts about that? And then, just last month, Disney did this OpenAI deal,
right,
where they're licensing 200 plus characters to their Sora video generator, and you're going to be able to make Mickey Mouse say, hopefully, brand safe things. But what do you make of all that? I mean, what are the traditional Hollywood companies? What's their play here? And, what is the play forward?
I mean, the first thing I would say is I appreciate the Disney leadership saying that they want to protect creators. We'll see how much that wish comes true. But I would broaden it out beyond this deal between Disney and OpenAI. Like I just said a second ago, almost all of these large language models are built on mass theft. So I would hope that any deal done with one of these AI companies doesn't forgive that past theft, because I would imagine that probably any deal from one of these companies includes a clause that says you release us from any claims for all of your stuff that we stole over the last number of years.
It could be.
And that's something I think we all kind of need to get on the same page and agree, no, let's not forgive that past theft, because whether it takes a year or 5 years or more, eventually we are going to arrive at the conclusion that this principle is important, that people deserve to be paid for their work. And at that time, we're going to go back and we're going to get recourse for all the stuff that was stolen.
Okay, let's shift gears. We're going to talk about AI, but you're directing a movie for Netflix.
Yeah.
About AI.
Yes, yes.
So what?
About AI. About AI. Some people, when we made the announcement, were like, "You're making a movie out of AI," and I was like, "No, it's about AI."
Are you using AI in any way in this production?
You know, it's a really complicated question because AI is a poorly defined term.
Yeah. Does it
what
mean
is AI?
Spell check and.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So, like, what I don't want to do is the thing I just said, where using these tools that are built on mass theft. I don't want to do that.
So Rachel McAdams starring in this?
Rachel McAdams is starring in it.
Not a likeness of Rachel McAdams.
Exactly. Yeah, let's hear it for Rachel McAdams. Thanks. She deserves it.
The movie doesn't have a title yet, but can you tell us anything about what the plot is?
I shouldn't tell you the plot. It's about these themes, my dear old friends Ryan Johnson and Ron Bergman are producing it, and I'm so happy that it's at Netflix. It's really the ideal place because it's the biggest audience in the world, and this is a movie that I want the whole world to see and be talking about.
By the way, what do you think about Netflix's deal to buy Warner Brothers and HBO Max? Is that good for creators?
It's a really good question. I'll say one thing. I love going to the cinema. There's nothing like going to the cinema. There's nothing like people gathering in the same time and space and sharing a story together. It's a big part of what makes us human, I believe. And hopefully, I hope against hope that will keep happening. The truth is, I don't think that any one company has the power to make that happen or not make that happen. And we were talking about regulation earlier. I don't think there should be a law saying that people have to watch movies in the cinema. Ultimately, this is going to be a decision for people. Like, if people keep going to movies, then the movie theaters will stay open. And if people stop going to movies, then they won't. And that's really just a kind of a cultural choice that we all have to make. And if it's been a while since you've been to a movie out at night or in the day, you know, with other people who you don't know, and you can feel them there. There's something about that social experience, and like I said, there's nothing like it. So go out to the movie.
So is your movie for Netflix going to run in theater?
I hope so. I don't think they decide that.
Did you talk to them about that? Did you say, I'm not going to make this unless you put it in?
I think they decide that later in the process. They'll see. Yeah. That's I don't know what they're going to do. I hope they put it out in theaters.
Yeah. Shifting back, I was asking about AI misconceptions. What do people in the industry, what does the general public not fully appreciate about AI? Because generative AI really is a step change technology. It's not just like from silent movies to talkies.
Yeah.
Although some people thought that was a pretty seismic shift.
So one of the maybe the chief misconception about this technology that I like to point out is that it's not a person. It's talked about like a person, and it generates outputs that use words like I and me. When you type a prompt into a chatbot, it'll say, "Oh, let me think about that. I think you've got a good idea, and I'm going to make there is no I. There is no me there. It's not a person.
It's a robot.
It's an algorithmically, statistically calculated set of outputs that are just the average of its inputs.
The lowest common denominator of whatever you're asking it.
It's technically average. It's exactly what it is.
So that can't produce something great.
Well, what's great? There you get into the philosophy. Like, some people really love movies and bands that I don't think are great, and I love things that other people don't think are great. So that's really subjective. To me, one of the most important parts of the sort of anthropomorphization of these models gets back to what we were talking about a second ago with intellectual property. Because the argument that's often made by these AI companies, and this is an argument that was echoed by Donald Trump and many others. They say, well, no, the AI models are just like a person who has influences, takes inspiration from things, and makes something new. If a human author reads a bunch of books, you can't expect them to pay all the other authors of all the books
like
that
George
the author
R.
read.
Martin drew on Norse mythology and whatnot.
Of course, exactly. But that argument hinges on the equivalency of a large language model and a person. And this is something we're going to see more and more, that these AI companies are going to say, our models should be treated as people, should be treated with protection under the law, should be given civil rights. Of course they want that, because that just makes their company more and more powerful. There was a lawsuit, this is a bit of a tangent, there was a lawsuit against one of the companies because a teenager who was using the chatbot a lot committed suicide. And they tried to claim that the model should be protected under free speech. A large language model doesn't need to be protected under free speech, just like a large language model. It's not the same as a person. And a large language model that ingests every book ever written in a matter of months and calculates the statistical averages is not doing the same thing as a human author who takes inspiration from the books that they love. Yeah. They're not the same thing.
So for your AI movie, where did you draw the inspiration, and you co-wrote the movie?
I actually just put a prompt into one of those chatbots, and it made the whole thing for me.
But without maybe being able to tell us exactly what it's about, you're going to have a perspective here on AI and its influence and impact on humanity?
This is a thriller. And
so it's entertainment, it's not homework.
Yeah, and look, what makes any good thriller is stakes. And as you know, I hope you could tell from this conversation, I really believe there's a lot at stake with how this technology unfolds over the next number of years. And yeah, certainly the position that I've been in, the privileged sort of access I've had to the tech industry and community has been really informative for me in how I've been able to co-write this movie. And I think you all are going to find it really intriguing and highly entertaining.
We had Anthony Wood, CEO of Roku, on an earlier panel. He said in the next 3 years or so, there will be a 100% AI-generated hit movie coming out. What does that say to you? And is that depressing, or is that just the way that things are going?
The depressing part would be if that hit movie makes a bunch of money and none of the people whose content and creativity and humanity went into the training of these models that generated the movie share any of that economic upside. That would be depressing. Is there also something like philosophically depressing about an algorithm that can make a hit movie? Maybe, but frankly, I've never been as motivated by it. What do you call a hit? Is a hit just something that does good numbers?
Made its money back.
Yeah. So I mean, if you're motivated by numbers as an artist, you're setting yourself up for depression because if you want to really take joy from art, you need to dig deeper than that. You need to acknowledge that there's something about art that transcends the transactional numbers.
I think that's defensible, especially in this room. With the time we have left, let me ask you, which side of the camera do you like being on? You've been in a number of movies. Inception, by the way.
Heard of that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is in front or behind the camera? What's your poison?
I love all that. I feel really lucky I don't have to choose. This next movie is going to be the first time I direct a big thing that I'm not acting in, which I'm really, really excited about, because I'll get to just relax so easy, and you don't have to be busy acting.
Hang out at the virtual craft.
Yeah.
Joe, thanks a lot. Any last thoughts here about what we're going to see in the year ahead? Either from you or the industry? What are some of the big trends to watch?
I think it's really good that we're having these conversations, and we all need to get on the same page. There's definitely a strategy of divide and conquer in place that's coming from the tech industry, who, I'm sorry, but make no mistake, the way that these companies think about their businesses, the strategy that they have is we are going to subsume not just the entertainment industry, all the industries. That's how they talk about it. They say we're going to, and they use words like superintelligence and AGI and things like our models are going to do all of the economically valuable work. That's what they say. So we all have to get on the same page and saying, like, look, it's great if the models are so useful, but let's acknowledge where the value is coming from. Yes, the technology you built is awesome, but also it's trained on a lot of labor and humanity and blood, sweat, and tears from all these people. So let's build a world where this technology doesn't have to be a bad thing. It could be a great thing if we set up the systems so that it can actually benefit everybody.
Joe, you should run for office.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Excellent conversation.
Thanks, everybody.
Introducing Fandom in the Zeitgeist, moderated by Todd Spangler, business editor, Variety.
I'm still here. Or is it an AI representation of me? You'll never know, but we've got a great panel with us today talking about fandom in the zeitgeist. Mainly it's about fandom, but let's go down the line here, have the panelists introduce themselves, tell us, what does the concept of fandom mean for you and each of your companies, and how is the definition of fandom evolving?
So start off easy then.
Yeah.
Love that.
Simple question.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Mitchell Berger. I'm the Executive Vice President of Global Commerce at Crunchyroll. We're the anime folks, if you haven't.
The biggest anime service in the world.
7 people I saw wooed that. Thank you for being fans. We appreciate it. Our entire company is built on fandom. It really is about this incredible fandom around anime. And what we find in anime is it's not just fandom of content, it's a lifestyle. It's about self-expression. It is about people finding a way to connect with others and express who they are. That's what makes it so special for us and why we enjoy being involved in it.
Okay. Nadine.
Hi, Nadine Zylstra. I'm our Global Head of Programming and Originals for Pinterest. When we think about fandom, I think fandom on our platform is entirely immersive. That it's not just that people come and, we're the biggest curation platform in the world, and people are collecting all those ideas and bringing them into inspiration, but it's not just inspiration, it's taking it into action. So they get the idea and then they find the outfit that matches with that idea and kind of bringing that fanship into the real world, I think is what makes Pinterest unique.
Nadine, I think some people may not know that Pinterest does originals. Just quickly, what...
Did you just tee me up there, Todd? Fancy you
what is an original
that,
at Pinterest?
We actually just yesterday announced our first linear TV streaming series called Bring My Pinterest to Life, streaming on Roku come March.
All right.
Thanks for that, Todd.
Okay. Francine.
Yeah, thank you. Pat Shaw, Global Head of Content Acquisition, Strategy and Partnerships for Audible. Probably 50% of you in the room probably know what Audible is. We're an audiobook streaming company. And fandom for us is really thinking about, more than just echoing the comments here earlier, it's really thinking about how do we turn passive listenership into passionate advocacy, and really getting people who really love content to then go and tell their friends about it and bring people to Audible so they can also enjoy it.
Okay. Next we have Jonathan Adashek.
Adashek, yep.
Adashek, thank you. At IBM.
What do you do when your house is too small?
Adashek. Got it. So what's your perspective on this? And, how is IBM capitalizing on communities of interest?
Yeah, I'm Jonathan Adashek. I'm the Senior Vice President for Marketing and Communications at IBM, the big bad tech company that the previous speaker was just talking about, or one of them, I should say. We're looking at fandom as we look at it, it's how we work with our clients and our partners to create these opportunities for people with great passion to come together. So whether that's through the Masters and the Masters app, U.S. Open tennis, Wimbledon, Ferrari, and there's 400 million Tifosi, or self-identified passionate Ferrari fans around the world. We created a new app that, how do you bring them together and give them that opportunity to engage and celebrate together? Doing the same thing with UFC, with the Grammys, with others.
Okay. And then, Farzine, if you don't know Overtime is one of the probably the fastest growing media company that I've ever seen. Like, you guys went from 0 to 60. Tell us a little bit about, you guys are all about super rabid fandom, right?
Yeah, for sure. Usually when you start companies, you have an idea of the product and you figure out who you want to sell it to. In our case, it was the opposite. We knew the audience we wanted to go after, and it was figuring out what we can actually deliver to them that's unique. And when you think about media consumption and how it's evolved over the last 10, 15 years, it kind of all started with House of Cards on Netflix, and now all of our favorite shows are on all these platforms. You think about sports, it's generally the same announcers, it's the same athletes in some instances. Maybe there's a yellow line during some of the football games. But for the most part, it's very much the same place, the same thing in the same place over and over again. And for us, it's been about how do we actually think about putting the fan first and delivering content to them in ways that are more digitally native. And we're very focused on the younger audience, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, young millennials. And so speaking to them and making them part of the community and just doing things that are more authentic and engaging them in ways that are native to them.
Yeah, we'll get to this probably later, but you actually created your own sports league, right?
Yeah, so at one point we said to ourselves, all this value is accruing to these major sports leagues because we're making the athletes more popular.
Yeah.
Why don't we just create leagues ourselves and own that IP? Amazing. And so we started a basketball league in 2021, which is now the second most watched basketball league in the world. If you charted every professional sports team on TikTok in the last 12 months, 3 of the top 10 would be brands and teams that we created 4 years ago in our basketball league. So really creating content and giving access to our fans that they would not otherwise get from traditional media.
Great, wow. And right there, the entire Randolph, who's been in the digital media space for a long time. I mean, not that long.
I'm not that old.
Okay, that came out wrong, I'm sorry. Currently, you're CEO of Rock the Bells with LL Cool J. What is your view on, what do you do today, let's say?
Absolutely. So I am the board director, and I'm on the board, and I'm an interim CEO of Rock the Bells. Rock the Bells is a company that LL Cool J founded several years ago, and our mission is all about the preservation, elevation, and innovation of hip-hop culture. Fandom for us, in the U.S. alone, there are 82 million listeners per month to hip-hop. So this art form that started 50 years ago in the Bronx has now, the world over, really transformed how we eat, dress, speak. And our whole goal when we think about fandom is to make that a participatory, elevating experience for the folks who contribute to the culture. So that's the artists, that's because we think of the artists, the consumers, the audiences, all of those of us who work at the business, and anyone who partners with us as fans. And so we look for ways to add to the culture and to the legacy versus extract.
Cool. All right. So my first question for the panel is, something we were talking about earlier, where you've got, the really large scale streamers, the Netflixes, the Disney Pluses / Hulu, everything to everybody, but there's room for a Crunchyroll, right? Like, what does that mean? You don't have to be 300 million subscribers. You'd like to be.
We'll take it.
But how do you build a business around that highly devoted, highly concentrated fan base? And, how do you know when to stick to your knitting and when to, maybe color outside the lines? This is a total mixed metaphor.
But a very nice mixed metaphor. You did very well there. For Crunchyroll, I think the best way to say it, and you touched on it, you gave me half of it, is we're not trying to be something for everyone. What we're trying to be is everything for someone, for that fan. And that's really the guiding principle for us is anime is such a rabid, passionate fan base. What we're there to do is to serve that, to accelerate that, to enable that, so that once you've come in and you've become a fan of anime and you're part of the community, we want to be there with an experience for you, whether you want to go to the theater, you want to watch it streaming, you want to buy a piece of merchandise. We're there to enable that fandom and to create those connections. And if we can do that, that grows the entire community, and we all succeed in that way.
Where do you stand on the anime has to be produced in Japan debate?
It's definitely a debate, sure. I mean, we believe that anime is rooted in Japan. There's a root in the art form there. But there are great stories that are told all over the world. And I think that great stories will always find an audience. And anime is one medium that we look at as a way to bring those stories to a worldwide audience.
Yeah. Nadine, let me ask you, social media, the internet in general, is splintered communities of interest across a million different things. I mean, how many, different Reddit subgroups and whatnot, right? How do you serve and super serve a community in that environment? Is it all automated, or what sort of curatorial human intelligence you put on top of it?
I mean, I think that we think about it as a platform, and then each of those micro communities have their own little worlds within that big platform, and really helping all of those little micro communities bring that inspiration to action. And I feel like we had a great example of this recently with Coachella. We partnered with K-pop band Enhypen. That they was the first time they were performing at Coachella. They'd never had a Pinterest channel. They decided to create one. Within minutes, the whole community's like, oh my God, they're on Pinterest. Oh my God, it's gonna be amazing. And then all they did was drop one board which had this like denim vibe. That's all they did. And we arrive at the show, and the fans are like, I gotta go home. I'm supposed to be in denim. Like, what's going on? And like, nobody even had to say anything. They dropped the board, and the fans got it. And afterwards, the CEO said, who told them about the denim? And the team were like, well, we did the Pinterest board. And so I feel like when you're speaking the language of your fandom, it's actually really seamless. Like, you're flowing with them.
That's good, just brand management, and to know what people want to hear, right? Pat, let me ask you, you guys definitely lean into fandom, and you did this whole Harry Potter series. It's all 7 books, right? And
yeah, it's
in their entirety.
It's all 7 books.
Hundreds of actors. It's amazing.
200 actors, original music, original score, sound production, multiple languages for global audiences. And so it's book 1 dropped in November, went to #1 on Audible in hours.
And that's a fandom that's hard to.
It's fandom, right? And so we heard about super serving customers. We talked about niche communities. I think it's the power of IP, and how we sort of really think about reinvigorating it, building upon it, and then really super serving customers with that. And so I think at this point we're now over 2 billion hours of Potter streaming consumption time. So yeah, and still growing. And we have 5 more books to go.
Jonathan, let me ask you: Does data alone, is that enough to give you a picture of what's popping and what's does it give you a good roadmap of where to pick your targets, or is that just part of the story and you have to iterate? I don't know.
Data is key. But it is not the only thing that you got to use, right? Yeah. I think there are a lot of people who are saying AI is going to make these decisions for me, right? There are certain decisions I think you're going to let AI and the data that goes behind the AI make for you, right? If you used navigation to drive here, right? You're going to, or to buy a plane ticket, like you're going to get that sort of insights. If you look at an enterprise, I talk to a lot of our enterprise clients, and that's what we're a B2B company. And the CEOs and the C-suite that we deal with, that I'm dealing with, is really talking about this becomes an input, but it's not going to be the final say. And I think that's key. And I think it also applies as you think about it across other things. Like I was talking about it yesterday related to sports. Would you rather have all the data, or would you rather have the intuition? And you could give Lewis Hamilton all the data in the world, but he needs to still have that intuition when he's out on the track to deal with the solutions that come. So it's got to be a mix.
And at a certain point, when you're talking about a creative industry, there's like a gut instinct to know, hey, there is a fandom there. The data doesn't show it because we're not tracking it or whatever, right? Like, Ty, what would you say about, believing in a creative idea that you have a hunch, data doesn't show because we don't have any data. There's no historical data to show that.
Yeah, I tell the team I talk to our team all the time about the fact that our mandate, and I think anyone who's building a business or a brand or serving fans at any level, we have to be both artists and scientists at this point. And so, AI and intelligence are great for, pattern signaling, for optimizing production, for bringing things to market soon. But original ideas have to originate from somewhere. And so often, so many of those insights, whether we're programming an event or thinking about launching a cruise or considering getting into a new business vertical, it comes from inspired ideas from our community and our fan base. And I think, but then you take those insights and you take a scientific approach to the art. So, you have this hypothesis, you test, learn, sort of iterate, fail fast if you need to, or move forward if it's working. But it's definitely a balance between the two. And our art form is all about risk taking.
Yeah. Farzin, where are you in the company's life cycle in terms of taking a risk versus being risk averse? I don't know. That's the way to put it.
It's a debate every day in the boardroom, right? I think 4 years ago when we decided to start a basketball league and build an arena, we went from just being a media company to operating sports leagues. That was
owning hard assets, yeah.
And today, we're always thinking about how do we iterate and continue to do different things. And it's a debate every single day. I think as you get more investors, you start to become a little bit more conservative, and that's how you get disrupted by someone else. And I heard someone say, in any company, someone's driving a bulldozer, and it can be someone else or it can be you. And so we always think about how can it always be us in some shape or form. And in the early days, we were talking about niche communities. What was very niche about high school sports was that it was all about recruiting and your wingspan and what school you were going to. And we just removed that metadata and we just said, this is the story of an amazing young athlete. Let's just tell you that story. And if you go on our channels today, we don't talk about salary caps. We don't talk about trades. We don't criticize the athletes. It's just about really organic storytelling. And so if we keep that at the core of everything that we do, the mechanism in which we create a league or otherwise, at the end of the day, it's just a different version of a content studio. And how do we continue to do that in innovative new ways?
Yeah. Now, in terms of matching, a passionate fan base with advertisers who want to reach them, what does that process look like? Is that easier? Are there challenges that didn't exist previously, given the media ecosystem we have now? I'm sure that's a pretty high-level question. Anybody take a stab at that?
There is something about acknowledging that the fandom has an authenticity, and you can't impose brand presence on the fandom.
Because people smell that out.
Yeah, and it's
and it backfires.
Badly. So you've got to really understand the fandom in order to meet them with something that adds value to their community in a way that's positive and additive. And I think the brands that can see that, who speak to the fandom with authenticity, can be very successful.
I think that's the key part. What you just said at the end is key. Authenticity. Right, it's got to be authentic for the sport. It's got to be authentic for the fans. It's got to be authentic for the brand and the company.
But how do you avoid, that sort of mismatch that's going to blow up in your face? We've seen it happen, I think, but.
I think one of the most important things is that the brand also be a fan of the thing that they're participating in. Because if you are talking to the community instead of participating in it, that's going to be problematic, and you'll find that your values aren't along. So if you really, really love hip hop culture and you remember the first time you heard, your first, I Need Love from LL, or, you think you really connect with Doechii in this way, and, how she and her authentic self has, created a new model for artist development. If those, what do you love about this community that you're looking to reach? And from there, because what that gives you is empathy and proximity. And without that, it's really hard to have genuine storytelling, to make really good experiences. And even the brands themselves, brands are run by people. None of us want to be spoken at, we want to be in conversation with.
I think you also have to be a fan of fandom itself. You know, I tell people all the time coming to Crunchyroll, you don't have to be an anime fan to be successful, but you have to be a fan. If you can't honor that fandom. So when I started, I wasn't a huge anime fan. I'm a massive Star Wars nerd, right? But I knew what it was like to be a fan of something that was creative. Yeah. So when I'm dealing with fans and talking to them, I understand I can honor that and not look at it as a transactional relationship, that this is something you love. I can understand why you love it, and it's my job to help enable that. If you can't be a fan of that kind of fandom, then you're not going to succeed in these kind of businesses.
Yeah. I can add also that, it's a huge challenge for us on a day-to-day basis. And sometimes I think about what are the incentive structures and what is the level of transparency you have with your investors and your board, and what are the goals that you're setting for yourself? Because if you set really lofty revenue goals and a brand comes to you and says, I have a bunch of money for you.
You're going to be tempted to do that.
You're going to be very tempted to say yes. And then you do that, and the next brand is going to see that you did it with another brand, and then it's really hard to say no to the next one, and then you end up going like this. And so I think staying disciplined is really hard, and at times, you know, I've been just as tempted as anyone else to kind of, it's just a one-off, but those one-offs start to become your everyday culture and your everyday expectation setting with everyone in your company. So it's a challenge that I face every day, it's a challenge that we face every day, but I also think it's like, what are the goals that you're setting, and what is the discipline that you ultimately have on a day-to-day basis?
Very interesting. You know, so when we're talking about fandom, obviously listening to the fandom, we've kind of had folks address this to some extent, but like, it's a fire hose, right? Coming in. What's the triage and what's the best way to, you know, keep your finger on the pulse of the fandom in kind of an organized, managed way, and then in a way that you can make a decision based on that. That's, you know, in a process that's replicable, or is it, you know, I hear this and so, you know, it's sort of ad hoc as trends emerge? I don't know. Is there kind of a manageable way to do this?
I'll tread into the topic that I don't think we've really talked about yet up here, which I'm impressed. It's AI. I mean, the amount of conversation and how you analyze what's going on and deal with and sort through what is real and what is not. The only way to scale and to really look at it in a meaningful way, in my opinion, is AI. It's not just the good; it's also dealing with the bad. Yeah. So, like, if I look at, and I'll give you an example. There's an event we work on, and in the course of that short-term event, we will handle 40 million cyber incidents in the course of a week. So it's not that, like, I use that as it's the exact opposite of fandom. But the only way to deal with, is it real, or can you just let it bypass you and not worry about it, is to really put some sort of technology like AI behind it to better analyze what's happening out there. I think it's crucial with more and more channels out there, more and more voices.
Is AI the answer, folks, or anybody else want to?
I agree that from a scalable perspective, it's the only answer, especially if you're posting a lot of content.
Sure.
And if you have your own ideas of what a benchmark looks like and what good performance looks like and what organic looks like, I think AI can help you analyze everything you're doing at scale, but it still requires, like I said, a human to take a look at it and say, okay, this is where the insights are valuable and I can create actions from it, and this is where I disagree. And ultimately, that's where the human element comes into play. But in terms of the data aggregation, I don't know how you do that manually.
Yeah. Or the AI is misreading what the sentiment means. You know.
Well, and I think there's also, you know, kind of going back to that art science analogy, I think field research is really important. You know, we were really fortunate at Rock the Bells to have some really immersive experiences. We do a cruise every year that just doubled in size. There are like tens of thousands of people on the wait list. And, you know, you set sail with artists and fans. And there's nothing like being in community where you're, oh, that gives me context to how people really respond to this thing. Here's how it actually comes about in the wild. Or, oh, here's something that we didn't sort of explore. You know, this is an opportunity to bring a new experience to life because I just saw this exchange. And so to your point, I think from a scale perspective, we have all these tools now to aggregate and analyze data and, you know, sort of like figure out the signals much faster than we could before. But we definitely have to still kind of like, to the degree that we can in our respective businesses, have some tactile experience to remind us of the real people, you know, behind those personas and avatars online.
Mitchell, for you, is it? Oh, Pat, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think it's a necessity, right? The fire hose is not slowing down; it's only going to accelerate over the next few years. And so, how do we take a tool and better serve customers? Just in the same way you go to Amazon and you search for something, you see below other recommendations of other products. Like, we think that benefits customers because they can get to their choice quickly, right? Or with less friction. So hopefully the same thing works in entertainment businesses. But yes, not losing the human, not really, giving up on the curation benefits that humans, bring to the equation. That is the tension and the balance that I think all of us are going to have to work through over the next few years.
We do this Pinterest Predicts report where we kind of look at the data from the last year and a half and make a prediction about what's coming. And, 88% of our predictions come true. But what I think is so interesting about how this point of art and science coming together, because we're looking at the data and we're seeing, whatever, people are searching for lace in their clothing, or they're looking for like decorations that are all lace. And you see those specific data, but it's actually, you have to look at all of that data to understand that the trend is this laced up vibe that, yes, it comes in your socks and it comes in your outfit, but it also
It's that memo.
comes on your bread, and it comes to life in all these different ways. And you need that kind of art to understand the data. Is not just the specific data.
Wait, so what are the big predictions for 2026?
Oh, I got 21 of them.
Oh. What are the top 3 highest confidence predictions?
Well, so the one that I'm super excited about is called Glamourati. And think about it as like 80s kind of boss girl aesthetic coming back. Big shoulders, fake leather, like fabulous.
Vegan leather.
Yeah, vegan. Opera aesthetic, like long gloves.
Did you say opera?
Opera,
Oh.
yeah. Flutes, champagne.
I got to check out Pinterest.
Velvet. I'll send them to you, Todd.
Okay. Mitchell, just on this question about data, I was going to ask you, you look at, you could see in real time or thereabouts who's watching what's popular, what resonates. Is that not enough to predict what you should do next?
It's definitely an input, for sure. I would tell you, if I could absolutely predict what to do next, I'd be retired, and I would own a small island somewhere in the Maldives. There's always, again, it's this art and science. There's always a creative element. There's always the bit of unknown, the thing you don't see coming.
The thing that people don't know they want.
Right, until they see it, and then they know they want it. So that's where it is important, and I so agree with this idea that you've got to be connected to people. You've got to go out and talk, and if you want to understand anime, go to an anime convention and just sit there for a day or two and listen, and you'll hear the signals. Because, I think as much as it's our opportunity to help enable this, we can only lead so far. The enablement is allowing people to express that and them finding those trends and us connecting those. So, yes, the data is absolutely a signal, but it's never enough. There's always that human element that we have to listen to.
Good. Let me shift gears just a little bit. How are we serving different demographics in how they exhibit fandom and participate? Is there a marked difference between Gen Z versus millennial versus old people like me? Do you have to segment the content strategy, the community strategy along demographic lines, or is it more psychographic? I don't know. Anybody want to take a crack at that? I'm sure Overtime has got fans who are in their 70s or whatnot.
We might. On a day-to-day basis, what we focus on is the young sports fan, and for the most part, the things that resonate with them is content that is authentic, generally being community focused.
But that's a psychographic, right? It just happens to be a demographic.
Yeah, it ends up being correlated with demo from that standpoint. But you think about who we have in our content, they're athletes who look like our fans. And what's very specific about young sports fans, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, is that unlike me growing up, I would sit down in my chair or couch or whatever and watch TV, and that's how we consume sports. Today, young sports fans want to be part of the conversation. They even want to be part of the content sometimes.
Yeah.
And we came up with this show called Lunchbox, where we literally, it's like First Take or Around the Horn if you guys watch ESPN, but we go to like high school cafeterias and we film content with literally our fans, and it performs tremendously well. And it just feels really authentic, but it also gives our community a voice and makes them part of the conversation. And part of the data that we track is the amount of engagements we have when we have our live games on YouTube. We look at the comments and people engaging. We have a moderator who's engaging with the fans. Sometimes, like, one of the fans would be like, can you get the commentators to say a certain thing? And we have, brands get integrated in a variety of unique ways. And so we always think about things in that respect when it comes to younger sports fans. And our positioning is entirely focused on that. We don't try to be, to Mitch's point, everything to everyone. I think we would start to lose our ability to really engage with them authentically if we were to try and do that.
My next question is, what's different about Gen Alpha? I know you already addressed that. You're already seeing Gen Alpha as a core constituency for your business, right?
Yeah, we view them kind of similar to Gen Z in that respect, where it's, they can tell authenticity very quickly. I think in the world of AI slop, it being raw, it being authentic is going to be really important. And engaging community and creating conversation and allowing them to be part of that conversation is something that, is very hard for AI to replicate.
We're a visual inspiration platform, and so you can see the trends between millennial, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and it's fascinating. Like, millennials love it, like all tidy, nicely in focus, lots of bright colors, like looking fabulous, like Pinterest perfect, boom. Then the Gen Z guys, they want it much more raw, authentic, like kind of little overexposed, like you just kind of discovered it. Like, you really do see how different the visual interests of each of those audiences are.
But in terms of catering to those different segments, is a different strategy required?
I think for Audible, what we've seen is good storytelling is transcendent across demographics. Harry Potter resonates with 50-year-olds as much as it does 8-year-olds. And so I think what we really look for is to say, what does the data tell us, informing us about listening behavior, completion rates, et cetera? And then how do we build up from that to sort of say, where do we think the opportunities are for us to invest or to license and to really super serve customers? Yeah. And so I don't think this like rigidity around, we only have to be 18 to 23 or 18 to 24 or whatever. Like that's, I think that's a legacy that comes from advertising a little bit in terms of targeting and demos. But if in entertainment businesses, content flows quite a bit through segments. At least that's what we've seen.
Younger people do have a long attention span, right?
And I also think that our content serves different needs for different people. So for us, for a Gen Z or millennial or Gen Xers like us, the content's there or for some of us, not for you guys, Gen X. The content is there for an escape. But if you look at Gen Z, the content for us on Crunchyroll, it is part of who they are. It's how they identify themselves. It's how they express themselves. So it serves a very different need state, and that's where you have to understand what that need state is. That's why it can transcend all of the different age groups.
I absolutely agree, and I think that one of the things that I always try to remind myself and everyone around me is that no one gets up in the morning and just says, or very few, even of our super fans, there's a very small subset that gets up in the morning and says, oh, I identify as millennial and I am a hip-hop fan or anime is my identity. That's not how that works. It's like we're always curating our own identity, and to your point, from a broadcast perspective, from an advertising perspective, we could force folks into these lanes that neatly put them in, but now everyone is curating their own entertainment experience and their and cultivating based on their own taste. And so it's much more dynamic. Yeah. And so we can see, to your point, here these signals about how these trends that are persistent across how the way that certain demos or psychographics perform. But remember, there are way more outliers than there are, and I believe that those boxes will continue to become like less rigid because there's just so much self-selection there.
And back to the earlier part of the conversation, isn't AI going to be the answer here in terms of hyper-personalization or hyper-targeting of
I think that the key here, it's beyond personalization. It's got to be relevancy. Personalization is only half of the battle. Relevancy and authenticity is key. And I think AI is going to be crucial here. And I'll just very quickly, because I know we're running out of time, I've got 300 creators on my team. And before we delivered AI to them to use as a tool, they're spending 80% of their time doing derivative assets. So it was trying to meet the different audiences on the platforms where they were or wherever they might be. Yeah. But that didn't allow them to be creatives like they wanted to be. We're now finding that's 40% and dropping fast.
And to Pat's point around different content formats for different people, like we think of it as a funnel, right? You have people at the top of the funnel where the things that can just be applicable to, the casual fan, but you want to move people down the funnel. So we also live stream a practice of our teams, and like that's for a very hardcore fan who wants to see people run suicides, but like that's what they want to see. And so creating different content formats for different people throughout the funnel, I think, is really important.
Well, that's not a mass market. Watching people running suicides, what is that? That's like a...
Those are great. What? You've never run suicides?
No, what is that?
Yeah. I'll send you some clips after this.
Okay. Sounds like a sports thing. Well, we're out of time, but let's just quickly go down the panel. What's the one big trend you're going to be following the next 12 months?
Watch more anime.
Okay.
There are 21 of them. Pinterest predicts. Go check it out.
How AI can drive right content, right person at the right moment.
For me, it's how AI is going to change marketing and communications and engagement in a way that is, I think, far greater than most people are thinking about today. It's well past content. It's deep into the organization.
You think traditionally sports executives always talked about sports tonnage and volume. Now you're seeing Netflix really focus on eventizing sports. I'm just paying a lot of attention to how companies and leagues are going to start thinking about eventizing their schedules and how media companies are going to start to adapt the way they buy media rights and how we need to be thinking about that in the context of our audience and our leagues.
And Tanya, you got the last word?
How a growing number of younger consumers are reaching the sort of digital online fatigue and opting into IRL experiences.
Yeah. Good, great point. Wonderful conversation. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Announcing Decoding the Feed, how Zephyr leverages NVIDIA technology to analyze social content at scale.
Yes. All right. Thank you guys all. Very excited here to be talking about content understanding. So start with some brief introductions. My name is John Mora. I am the Chief AI Officer at Zephyr. Jamie.
Thanks, John. I am Jamie Allen. I have the pleasure of leading industry strategy at NVIDIA for the ad tech, sports, and streaming segments.
Awesome. So we're going to talk about how us at Zephyr utilize our partnership with NVIDIA to really help deliver content understanding at scale. So a little bit about Zephyr. So Zephyr is an ad tech company who focuses on partnering with brands to help them make sure their ads show up in the right place on social media. So we work with the Meta properties, including Facebook, Instagram, Threads. We work with Snap, we work with TikTok, and we work with YouTube. And what our advertising partners know is that when their ads show up next to the right content, they get better advertising outcomes. And so a lot of what we do is helping to understand that content on those platforms, which is incredibly diverse. And we want to make sure that we either block bad content through brand safety and brand suitability, or target the right content. And so we're going to talk a little bit today about how we understand that content on behalf of our brand partners.
Which is fundamentally actually a very hard problem to solve at the depth that people want to solve it today. At NVIDIA, we have the pleasure of working with millions of developers across so many different industries, and our primary goal, really is to ensure that the people who are pushing the boundaries forward in whether it's ad tech or it's sports or healthcare, automotive, and the other work that NVIDIA does around the world. Is that those developers are enabled to solve those problems as well as possible with NVIDIA's platforms and technology. So that's why we work with the great team that John has to make sure that they are best equipped through NVIDIA's software tools and libraries, and obviously the hardware that's out there in the cloud, such as where you guys use it, to accelerate the solving of those hard problems. I think marketing and advertising has been potentially underserved when it comes to the realization of how hard some of these problems are. And I think in the last 12 months, with everyone sort of looking more at AI and advanced mathematics and these capabilities, people are like, oh, we can solve some of these incredibly hard problems. So it's great to, I've been on this journey with you guys, moving from some of those traditional ways that we've looked at content understanding across every industry, right? Natural language processing, object recognition. These aren't uncommon things in advertising, sports, or automotive industry. But going to that next level now is helping to solve even harder problems. So it'd be good to hear a bit about how you guys are doing that, both with open internet models and some of NVIDIA technology.
Yeah, for sure. So let's start with a little bit about kind of a motivating example for why this is hard. I have 3 kids, and my middle son, 10 years old, plays soccer, and I coach him, and it's great, and I have so much fun. And it's not uncommon to have parents or myself take videos. So let's imagine a YouTube video. Let's say it's titled, My Son's Travel Soccer Game, and it's great, and it's just kids running around. Most simple models could probably classify that as sports. It could classify it as soccer, using just keywords and kind of easier technology, but is it family friendly? And you might say, well, yeah, it's family friendly. But what if I told you, and unfortunately this happens, that 2 or 3 minutes in the video, one of the parents gets into a little bit of words with the ref and stuff's exchanged. Is that family friendly? Maybe. Depends what's said. Depends it's the focus of the video. Is it the background? Is it audible? How long does it go on for? There's so much nuance in understanding this. And this is really kind of just one of an infinite number of examples about why content understanding is so hard. And so the way that we've worked at Zephyr over the years is, I've been at the company 9 years, and when I started, we did a lot of keyword tech, right? And we've progressed to machine learning models, AI models, and now in the last couple of years, using a lot of large language models. And so what we always pride ourselves on is the ability to ingest large amounts of content. So we do roughly 300 million inferences a day. So this is large-scale stuff that we have to do. And so what we do is we understand, we work with our platform partners, we take down all this content, and we store it, and we'll talk a little bit about how we search on it later. And then we train machine learning models on it, we train AI models, and we use large language models to really help us understand the content, but they're too big to put in production, right? We could not call ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or any closed source, or frankly, a lot of the very, very large open source models at that scale. So what we do is we distill. So we have a process called distillation, where we extract the information that we want from the large models, from our human reviewers, and we make sure that that's distilled into a small model that we can actually run at scale. And this has been one of the great things working with NVIDIA, is that I know that you guys believe a lot, both in obviously open models, but also not necessarily small models, but the right models for the right task. Right, so maybe you could talk a little of that.
I mean, I think you can think of it as moving from having a sledgehammer to crack every single nut in the AI world, or the modern AI world, to using more surgical tools to solve very specific hard problems. And actually through that process being able to solve those problems better, because you're building very specific capability into a smaller AI model which has a very specific task, a specific workflow, rather than using, as you said, those very large general models, which are incredible and are solving incredibly hard problems in areas like mathematics and science and drug discovery and things like that. But even in those examples, we're having to add more information or giving them specific guardrails to solve mathematical problems in a very specific way. But in this content understanding space, there is the vision language model to start with is already a mixture of different AI models in order to both understand content and then contextualize it, understand the emotion and everything around a piece of video or an image or text. And then obviously the actual, the specifics that you want to get into from a brand perspective or from a safety perspective, you then have to add that information, and this is where the embeddings side of this come in. To any AI engineer or ML engineer, the concept of embeddings won't be new, but this is the sort of terminology that companies need to start understanding a bit more to ask the right question. Like, are you using a custom embeddings table? Is hopefully for you the questions that you're now going to get from brands.
I hope so. So this idea of embeddings is just so important. So a lot of us, at least more lay people, when they hear AI, they usually think of generative AI, right? The idea of predicting the next token, predicting the next word. That is just one class of a number of AI models, right? So these embedding models are super important to everything that we do. And actually, if you heard Jensen's talk at Keynote a couple days ago, he talked about AI search as something that NVIDIA is investing in, and we firmly believe that this is a key area to invest in. So to give a little flavor on what an embedding is, if that's a new word to some of you guys in the audience, really what it is, it's a way to store and organize information such that things that are semantically similar are close in space. Now that may seem complicated, but let's do a quick thought experiment with everyone. So I'm going to say a word, and I want you to envision something in your mind when I say that word. So the word is apple. So as I say that, I bet you a lot of you had a picture of a fruit in your mind. Maybe it was red or green. I know.
Pie.
Pie. Jamie had pie in his mind. But it was probably crunchy and it tasted sweet, and you can probably actually feel yourself tasting it as I describe it. I didn't do anything but make sounds come out of my mouth, and I evoked all these, right? So what we're doing in our minds is we're embedding, right? We're saying these things are semantically similar. Now, what if we could take that and make a computer do it? And not do it for one thing, but for everything. And not do it just for sounds, but do it for images, do it for text, do it for video, across all the world's information. That's essentially the problem that we try and solve with our embedding models, right? We try and take most of YouTube, most of TikTok, most of Facebook, and Instagram and Threads, and embed it, right? And the reason this is so important is because our problem is hard because we have to deal with such large content. So we use these embedding models to do search. So we talked a little bit about search. And without search, you can't understand how content is interrelated. So maybe we use a lot of the open models that NVIDIA produces. Their accelerated computing is a requirement, not a nice to have for this. It's a must. And so maybe, Jamie, before I get into some of the specifics that we have, you want to talk a little bit about RAG, retrieval augmented generation, and how you see that kind of in your frame.
Yeah, I mean, lots of these methodologies and processes, we've been working on for a long time, like many of the big tech AI companies have. But they're now coming more into the public, domain and language and lexicon, especially in marketing. The agency world will talk about these things a lot. I think advancing, things like retrieval models and retrieval processes with much more custom workflows and models actually brings a huge amount of power to these capabilities. Lots of people that have tested many of these tools that are out there may see them capable at like 40 or 60% of what they wanted them to do. With these customizations and the fact that we work with so many AI companies on optimizing their models, right? NVIDIA is one of, or if not the only AI company that works with every other AI company. We optimize everyone's models who will give them to us to optimize. And we build our own models as well, but we build models for very specific industries or use cases, and then give them over to the likes of you guys to build your product on top of. So trying to democratize the access to complex models that, as a starting point, that you then create that capability around to bring into something like a RAG workflow. So it's custom from the start, specific for a use case, specific for a brand, rather than just using off-the-shelf capability, which will, as I said, will only get you so far.
So yes, that's what we're noticing as well. With a lot of the off-the-shelf stuff, we don't have the native content understanding that we need to have. And I'll give a motivating example that's a good one. We watch a lot of social media in our company, and so we see a lot of algo speak. So basically different ways that people try and hide, if you will, from the platforms. So has anyone ever heard of the word SEGS? S-E-G-G-S. Yes, some people, yes. It's a euphemism for sex, right? And it's unambiguous in its euphemism. But we only discover that because we have this powerful AI search so that we can see that this shows up like other sexual content, right? And in the traditional landscape of brand safety and brand suitability, you might be able to block this with keyword blocking, right? The word segs is pretty unambiguous. When somebody uses that word, they know exactly what they mean. But that's not the only one. What about more difficult examples, like the word spicy or corn? That's C-O-R-N, right? Those also have double entendres and coded meanings. And so the way that we discover these relationships is through this use of these embedding AIs, right? And so we're able to do this at massive scale. We have large armies of humans that help review, that use these search databases, and then large language models that help contextualize and understand this. But it's only with access to this massive data corpus that we're able to do it. And another example, too, and this is, again, working closely with our partners in NVIDIA, is we see this in images as well. A lot of our brand partners right now are interested in image provenance, right? So how was an image generated? Was it made by a person? Was it made partially by AI, totally by AI? And I am very much in favor of AI content generation, right? It's definitely the future. It's the way that, it allows voices to scale in a way that we've never seen before. But our brand partners still want to understand provenance. So in order to do that, we use accelerated computing from NVIDIA on the computer vision side, and then we have these large embedding databases where we can go and look up content, right? And we could say, oh, this image that was generated by Nano Banana or by any one of open source, models is like this other image, so we're able to learn information on top of that.
I think also detecting augmentation and generated content is important for every industry. We put a huge amount of work into building algorithms and models that do the inverse of generation.
Yep.
And that's something that's important, not just for the obvious important political and social media reasons, but also from a pure marketing and advertising perspective. You may be happy with the fact that it is generated content or an augmented ad, but you want to know that as well, right?
That's exactly right. And a lot of our brand partners have that exact thing, have that exact concern. And so one of the things that I know that you've heard a lot of, and maybe I'd love, Jamie, for you to comment on this as well, is this model family. So we have a team of data scientists, and they spend, I would say, some of their time just scouring places like Hugging Face and GitHub to find the right models to meet the right scale needs. So we have very large models, we have smaller models, we have embedding models, we have classification models. Can you talk a little bit maybe about how other people are using across the NVIDIA landscape these different classes of models?
It's really interesting. I think it's if it's difficult for developers, we then have conversations with enterprises who are trying to figure out what they should build versus what they should buy. This is applicable, pretty much for every industry. So it's really important to continually refresh, your understanding of how we as big tech companies, AI companies, are approaching the best practices to intelligent model families and sets. And one of the most important things right now to understand for the application of agentic AI is the concept of a mixture of experts, right? Whenever you use any tool that's available, certainly to the public right now, behind the scenes there might be 20, 30 tools being called and used. So we are now creating, as well as many other the amazing AI partners we have, these families of mixture of experts, models that are much smaller and cheaper and more efficient to go and start with. We announced a whole load on Monday called Nematron. NVIDIA actually releases more AI models with open source, open data, open weights than any other company, but we do it with much smaller targeted capabilities. That then not only allows you guys to build on top of, but where we work directly with enterprises, with brands who want to internalize capability for different reasons, the same technology is available to them to go and start building their AI foundations with. And then because there is then that common underlying foundation, it's easy for them to interact as agentic workflows, as capability. So that's, ultimately our goal is to democratize and enable developers and enterprises to create these capabilities, which is, I think what's happening right now across marketing and advertising is it's a really exciting moment where we've gone through these stages of the last few years of being very excited about content generation, and that has very quickly been democratized and understood. Now we want to figure out how do we bring data and effectiveness to what we're deciding to generate in those creative workflows, as well as having then, as you guys are doing, a deep contextual understanding, better than ever before, of the content that we're advertising against, which is a common problem, right? I'm fortunate, as I said, to work across 3 really exciting industries. If you think of the Venn diagram of ad tech, sports, and streaming, in the middle, there's lots of overlapping requirements. Deep content understanding is one of those most important needs, and we're working, again, to create these families of models that are applicable both for advertising needs as well as sports teams and analytics and the streaming world. But because we can create those single foundational technologies and then allow an ecosystem to customize them, it makes it a lot quicker for these things to become available. The pace at which things are happening is often, right now, maybe a bit frightening for a lot of people, but we've been preparing for this and building the academic capability and the engineering knowledge to make this happen for 20 years. So it's not surprising to us that everything's kind of happening at the pace it is.
So with that, let's wrap with a couple predictions for 2026. So I'll go ahead and start. So a couple things I think you'll see is, I think you'll see doubt become a real talking point in 2026. If 2025 was the year of agents, I think 2026 may be the year of evaluations. So when AIs make predictions, it's great. They're very good at a lot of things, but they're not perfect. And if anyone in the audience is interested in getting into AI on the product side, I would give you a tidbit. I am always looking for people who can write good evaluations. So when has an AI, whether it's purely generative, whether it's an agent, made a good or bad decision? And how is that important to some business outcome? So I think that's one. And the other one that I think is going to be important is when we think about doubt, the way that a lot of these large language models are trained is that they are trained to emulate us, right? So there's a process called reinforcement learning from human feedback. We give the human feedback. We don't like uncertainty, right? If you went to a doctor and they said there's 99.9% chance you don't have cancer, and another doctor said you don't have cancer, you'd probably prefer the second doctor, even though the first one was probably more correct, right? And when we're thinking about content moderation, this idea of doubt is endemic everywhere. So much content, like that first example I talked about, is, well, kinda, sorta. So getting the AI to be able to express doubt is something we're very interested in. We actually have an academic paper coming out at AAMAS, an AI conference over the summer, that explores this topic more.
I think generally making predictions around AI for the last few years has been a bit hard, because whatever either of us say right now could get solved in the next 2 weeks.
I doubt you.
It's this year, certainly for where our focus is, we're incredibly excited about the speed at which physical AI solutions are going to be, adopted both in the industrial space, but also, we are seeing the introduction of robotics, AI, autonomous robotics into the consumer landscape, as well as where they're already working in factories and things like that. Autonomous vehicles have made incredible strides in the last 6-12 months, and we're going to see huge increase in both the companies bringing more autonomy to their existing cars, but also companies like Waymo and others really pushing forward the levels of FSD. Specifically, more in the 3 sectors that I get to focus on. We are going to see more data flywheels appear between different parts of these ecosystems as tools get faster, as access to data gets quicker, and how we understand that data, which obviously comes back to this, contextual content understanding, we can enable more intelligence to happen in real time. One of NVIDIA's biggest goals always is how do we make things faster? How do we optimize? How do we bring capability to, as the speed of light, as we like to say internally? So as much of this coming to real time is going to be really, really exciting for some of those ideas around hyper-personalization.
Great. Well, with that, I think we're out of time. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome The Big Picture Outlook, What Trends Will Shape 2026, moderated by Cynthia Littleton, co-editor-in-chief, Variety.
Thank you, Todd Spangler, for that applause. Oh, thank you all. I cannot express how happy we are. That figure, we are the thin line between, the end of the day and cocktails and dinner. Thank you all for hanging out in here. It's gratifying to us. We really hope you've gotten a lot out of the day. I mean, we have brought you everything from Pinterest to NVIDIA to a new look at a really very promising looking show on AMC Networks. I feel like we have had a power-packed day, and we're very grateful. And we are extremely, and it will end with an exclamation point here. We are extremely grateful to our panelists here. I'm going to go down the row, and then we are going to talk trends, and we're going to talk about truly where we've been making sports metaphors all day, where the puck is going in our business, and a little bit of crystal ball gazing, but we have the perfect group of folks to do that here. We're going to start next to me here is Jim Squires, Executive Vice President of Business Marketing and Growth for Reddit, a little site you might have heard of, a little business you might have heard of. Next to Jim is Chris McGurk, CEO of Cineverse. Chris has worn many hats in a long and distinguished career, so he really has the perspective, and we're so grateful that he joined us. And one of Chris's latest ventures is microdramas, which is a big trend that we'll talk about. Next to Chris is Nikki Santoro, CEO of IMDb. Another service that I was just telling her, if she had a nickel for every time I used it in the research for a big year-end project about Variety's 120th anniversary, your margins would grow.
Thank you.
Would grow. No, it's a literally indispensable resource for journalists. Any journalist covering entertainment, IMDb is an indispensable resource and has really just become part of the fabric of what we do. Next to Nikki is Yongyi Zhu, Vice President and Head of Business Operations, Strategy and Compliance for Tencent Games. That's a broad purview. And next to Yongyi is Maureen Polo, CEO of Hello Sunshine. So we really have, what we're excited about with this panel is we have a cross-section of businesses that are really forging their own paths, have either, like Reddit, which just really pioneered that idea of being a central hub for people talking about fandom, talking about things that are the pulse of what's going on in pop culture or sports or politics, you name it, you can find it on Reddit. Of course, at Variety, we focus on the entertainment, but I just told Jim that it is such a predictor of trends. If something's going on, we will always go to Reddit. And we also for folks that are in the business of research, if you want to know what people were thinking about the NBA in 2019 or what they thought about movies, or it's really quite a resource. And while Variety is 120, Jim just reminded me that Reddit is 20 this year. So happy birthday. Many, many more to come. And so I wanted to start because so much of, and also I want to say with Chris's business, Chris has a very big AI business. So I want to talk about, let's start with a discussion of how all of your businesses in some ways tap into fandom, tap into people that are actively searching for either information about entertainment or other things. How do you use how do your communities, your fans, your consumers, how do they influence how do you harness the data? How do you measure trends? How do you use the activity from your consumers and your subscribers to really to gauge what's going on in the marketplace? That's a jump ball for anyone who wants to weigh in.
I'm happy to jump in and talk a little bit about that from the Hello Sunshine.
Thank you. And I want to say from Hello Sunshine, I was just at the Grove in Los Angeles and went to the Barnes & Noble, and one of the first things I saw was a big sign, Reese Witherspoon's book club. Hello Sunshine is a company started by Reese, but it's also now, in the last couple of years, it has evolved into quite a bit of content that is Reese adjacent, but not every, it's really been quite a business. And to see that writ large, IRL, as we've all been talking about, IRL has become more and more valuable in this world. I was just thinking, like, the value of that as you walk into a big barn, two-story Barnes & Noble is pretty cool.
Yeah, and I actually think that that's a really good segue into fandom, because how that happened, we're at the Grove at Barnes & Noble with Reese's Book Club, the moniker, and the books that we're recommending. We also happen to be at Target at 1,300 stores. We have Reese's Book Club end-of-aisle displays where we also have products that we're curating, and all of that is happening. Target came to us. Barnes & Noble comes to us because our fans are telling us what books that they want, that they love, and that they're loving, and then we're looking for more, and we're rapidly hearing who our audience is. We're so focused on the human elements of what people love. There's obviously so much opportunity for us to think about and talk about the technology behind how we can leverage technology to get closer to what people want and what they're looking for. But ultimately, we at Hello Sunshine, we've stood up human-based panels where we have, a good example is we just launched a couple months ago Sunny, which is a community designed for the next generation of women. It's for women who are 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. Today we launched a book club, a book community for those same girls, Sunny Reads, and we built the community. We built the book club because we started an advisory board with over 30 Gen Z influencers. Influencers is a broad term. Some of these girls are doctors in medical school who have social followings where they talk about science. Some are budding bakers who are also amazing writers and storytellers, and they're multidimensional, and they have passion points where people follow them. They're not massive like Reach. They have really deep communities, and they're telling us what their communities want from them. And then we combine that with research we've done with YPulse, where we're going deep on understanding quantitatively what the next generation wants, and then we combine the two and build our trends that guide us through that data.
And it's a good example why Hello Sunshine is so successful, because for a company of your size to invest in that level of research about who you're reaching,
because we're small,
is very telling. Yeah.
I think in a lot of ways, you may think that books and games are very different, but in a lot of ways they're actually very similar in the sense that back in the day, games were kind of a drop and push the content out. But more and more, from a Tencent's perspective and how we look at development of our games is with our communities. We have influencers, but we also have players, right? And so for us, it's about harnessing that power. And I think we have games that we've launched, like Warframe, Path of Exile, that we continue to iterate on. It's a live service, evergreen title that we continue to develop. But even for games that are unreleased, one of the things that we really look for in our developers is something that's innovative, something that's challenging the status quo in terms of what the genre could be. And that sometimes involves a lot of collaboration with communities and reaching large audiences, whether it's through open tests, closed tests, open dialogue with influencers. They feed back in. They tell us this doesn't work. I can't stream this. And engines like Twitch really enable us to build better games. So that's one of the things I think in terms of data, people. It's not AI generated, but at the same time, it's very much a human element of data that we're trying to collect.
And the scale that you have at Tencent with your reach, with your mobile games, I can't even. I would imagine that you have you're using a lot of tools to help you decipher and analyze all of that. But I can't even imagine the scale of the fire hose.
Well, at Cineverse, we've got a lot smaller scale than Tencent, but we're a complex company, and we're in a lot of different businesses that touch consumers, so we collect a ton of data. We have 30 streaming channels that are all very fan-specific. We've got 60 podcasts in our network right now. We're in the theatrical releasing business. We have 70,000 titles in our library. So obviously, we're collecting a huge amount of data on what works in the marketplace and what fans want. But at our core, what we are is we're a technology company. We spent the last 10 years developing kind of a soup to nuts operating system for content management and streaming called Matchpoint. And we have 150 engineers over in India who are constantly modifying it. And we've built it into an AI-driven operating system. And one of the things I'm excited about that we're doing and we're showcasing here at CES is we have a AI-driven search engine for streaming called CineSearch. And Ava is kind of our Siri or Alexa for doing this. And what we've done is we've taken all of that information that we've collected on film and TV performance and tiered it all. And we've trained Ava over the last year and a half so that we think she's smarter than anybody else out there right now in terms of solving the kind of the problem that exists in the streaming business, because the biggest issue is discovery. It takes 10 minutes in general to find a film, which isn't good for the consumer. It's not good for the platform because it causes churn. And actually, it's not great for the artistic community either, because what happens when you go through these archaic menus on these streaming services right now, they drive you to the big studio films, so 90% of the views are on 10% of the content. And the promise of streaming was always that it was going to sort of democratize access to content, go around the gatekeepers, but guess what? The gatekeepers, are there right now. So what we think Ava is going to do in a very personalized way is help break all that down. And what we're looking for is positive and constructive uses of AI in the industry that don't impact the creative side of the business. And I think CineSearch is a perfect example of that, because it's good for the consumer, good for the platforms, and really good for artists as well. And that's sort of our focus going forward, to find other opportunities to use our technology and AI to do that.
And also, if we're talking about scale, I mean, Nikki, with IMDb, you have also, in the sense of search, I know I will look for a title and I'll find that I can buy it, it's available on this. Like, it's a really good navigation tool as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think with IMDb being the go-to resource for everyone who loves entertainment, it has been around for a very long time. So our data includes titles that have long passed. So the longevity of film is in the catalog. We are not bound by understanding the data of what interests fans in any particular platform or on one streaming service or in one country. We have customers who come to us who are in the industry, who are fans, and they are looking for information about movies and TVs. They're trying to decide what to watch. They're building their careers if they're professionals. So with all of that data, one of the things that we've put together recently was a report on the 25 years of Indian cinema, which was really incredibly insightful. And one of the things insights within that was this global appetite for content that is not in your native language. And so that language being less of a barrier of entry for consumers consumers these days has really been a shift that we're noticing in every country, with the popularity of Korean dramas to Japanese anime, and in India, which is a very large film producing country with many regional languages. Regional films are starting to take over the box office. So 70% of the box office in India are in non-Hindi languages. So I think some of that is really an example of what you get from IMDb data. It's just so expansive across genres and platforms.
You may not know this off the top of your head, and forgive me because I did not prep you on this, but you may not know this off the top of your head. Is it a balance in terms of searching by title or by person? Do you have a sense of does it lean toward one or the other, or even a different search?
Yeah, we do have a sense.
I had a hunch you might.
Yeah, we do. So we see a lot of interest, fans around titles, and what happens is you get into the vortex or the rabbit hole. Someone maybe starts on a title and they go to the individual names who are part of it, and then they go back to the filmography and they look at the long history of what they've been in to explore and find something that they haven't seen before, even if it was released, years ago. And on the professional side, a lot of names is sort of more the entry point, where they start with a name, a collaborator that they might be interested in, and they go back and they look at titles that they've been in. So it really is, it kind of goes around both sides of it, but it kind of depends on what the user need is at the time.
Yeah.
You mentioned scale. One thing that is mind-boggling to me is there's 20 years, there's this corpus of conversations that's on Reddit that has just been building and is interesting, but then there is every 2 weeks a Wikipedia amount of content is created on Reddit. So it just grows and grows and grows. You've got people having conversations. We're talking about entertainment today, but 100,000 plus communities, every single imaginable topic, including entertainment and those properties, is being talked about and discussed on the platform every day.
It must be just the data of what groups, what threads are created on any given day. That would be incredibly telling as to what the pulse of culture. Do you have, and again, I didn't prep you for this either, do you have a sense, is there one category that is larger than another? Like is it sports or politics or entertainment, TV, film, music?
They're all huge, especially in the US, and even the sub-genres and subtopics within those are so active, millions of users in these communities. Now, you absolutely can get a sense for the trends. The trends pop there, and then they spread out to the other platforms in many cases. And many of these communities, they want to actively engage with businesses and properties. So, for example, inside, speaking in the entertainment realm, Netflix, K-pop Demon Hunters, they're in there doing AMAs with the creators, AMAs with the actors. The community loves getting behind the scenes information and actually talking about this and pulling back the curtain on what is happening. So the businesses that are doing really well understand how to properly engage with these communities and bring value to Reddit.
Can anybody give a for instance of how this information and the data that you have led you to success in launching a product or predicting something that was going to be very buzzy?
Terrifier 3, which is a movie we released last year.
And just to level set for folks, Cineverse has really done a very interesting, doing very modestly budgeted films, but you're looking for those cultural kind of pulse points where you know that, and correct me if I'm not describing it quite right, but tell them, give a sense of what
we have a horror streaming channel called Screambox. We own Bloody Disgusting, which is the biggest name in online horror, and we release tons of horror content through our library, and all of that led us to this franchise called Terrifier, where they had done one little movie in 2016, and it wasn't even released theatrically, but it built this fandom online where people were crazy to see the next one. So we bought the second one for $250,000 and took it out and spent $90,000 in marketing, because we used our podcast network and we used our streaming network to market it and our ad tech. And the movie did $12 million at the box office, which was pretty ridiculous. So then with Terrifier 3, we really knew what we had. So we took that out. We upped our marketing spend tremendously. We spent $500,000 to open the movie.
That's not even lunch at most studios for a month.
Because we used our network of channels and podcasts and our ad tech to probably create $5 to $10 million in non-cash media value. Okay, so the movie opened up to $19 million on a $500,000 spend and knocked the Joker out of #1 at the box office, which was great, and went on to do $91 million worldwide. So I think that's a perfect example of using data and the system and all of the things that we have at our disposal in our different businesses to identify a product that's going to work in the marketplace and then use that entire ecosystem to make it successful.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think for Tencent, it's very much in the DNA of the company. It's actually how the company got big. But more specifically, one of the examples of the companies that I work with is Miniclip. They're a casual mobile game company, and they look at, in terms of your mobile phone games, every single thing that goes on there, whether that button is red or blue or green or yellow, or whether it's red or blue or green, yellow for you, all of that is optimized and is tested, and they have algorithms, and they're constantly optimizing those kinds of things.
Optimized for individuals?
Optimized for individuals.
Oh my God.
It can be, depending on the level of sophistication with the game. And obviously gameplay is something that they also look at in terms of level of difficulty. Sometimes should a game be too hard too early, or other games should we let people play a long time before we kind of give them a really difficult level, and then when they experience a difficult level, how do we encourage them? How do we make sure that they don't give up? Like, they understand that this game is hard, can be hard, but that there is a way through it, and that they continue to engage in the game. And a lot of our games, most of our games are about engagement, right? We want to make sure people play. And so it's really fine-tuning those knobs. And, for Tencent, we started mostly on mobile titles, and we've kind of built that business up quite large. And that's what Miniclip is doing. But now we're expanding a lot of that to console, PC titles as well. In terms, it's not as perfect because the systems are not as agile, right? A mobile phone you can update many, many times over the course of a day, versus these other systems, it can take weeks to update. But still, there are things where if we run a promotion, or I remember we certain geographies responding to certain types of content better. And so it's really about fine-tuning not just what the overall thing looks like and finding kind of the diamonds in the rough, but it's about, for each individual, what your experience will be on that platform, and we use that data to transform your experience over time. And I think that one of the things, you talk a lot about AI here. I think AI is going to kind of turbocharge that for sure over the next 2, 3, 5 years, and whatever that may look like on all platforms.
As engaged, if I may, I'll hear from Jim, but if I may, with engagement being so important, does that indicate that the business model is leaning more toward sponsored content placements versus like in-app purchases?
It just depends on the game, to be honest. And some games will have more in-app purchase. Other games are more driven by ads. It really depends on how people engage. In some areas, people play for a game for a long period of time, and maybe that's a great place where you can serve an ad and it's more casual, and they can kind of go off and see, oh, I do need to buy groceries because I just got an ad for it, right? In other games, it's more purposeful. You're sitting down, you're shooting other people in the face in a shooter type game. You maybe don't want to put some ads in there. It's more about, and in those types of decisions, it's more discrete decisions about, oh, I think that piece of content is really cool. I want to invest in it. And I think more and more it's about, it's not just like we sell a game and that's it. People have a lot of choice now, right? And so the content that we make has to resonate with people. And so more and more it's about finding that perfect resonance of like when they want to make a purchase or when they want to choose to engage.
Mm-hmm.
Reddit is the greatest focus group that's ever existed. And so we tap into that for our own products that we're developing, the insights from the platform.
Be foolish not to.
Exactly. So things like, I mentioned the AMAs, Ask Me Anythings that happen on the platform, AMA trademarked, TM. We get feedback from people that we want to know when those are happening, what's going on with that. So we create an ad unit that allows you to create an AMA and then promote that out to relevant communities, relevant people, and then we get feedback. Oh, we want to. I forgot when it was happening, so then we do reminder ads on it, so you get a notification when it happens. So we tap into that all the time. But then for other companies, they're tapping into it as well. There is you mentioned, I think there's a horror genre. The equivalent on Reddit, there's a community called r/no sleep, and it's people writing scary stories inside that community. And one of the posts, Warner Brothers optioned, brought Sydney Sweeney on. They're turning one post from an English teacher in Massachusetts that wrote this post. They've purchased that and they're turning that into a movie. So there's all kinds of examples of if you tap into the insights and we make those available to our partners to be able to understand what people are thinking and what's going to be valuable for them.
Yeah, it's so fun for us sometimes on the Reddit side. We'll launch a book, we'll announce a book, and we've been doing this with, as we've been thinking about our book launch for Sunny, and we'll see what people are saying about the author or the book that we've just announced and launched, and sometimes it shapes the way that we're showing up with our creatives. We have a good example of that. But going back to my answer to this question was when I talk about the research that we've done for the next generation of girls, we set out to build Sunny as a brand where we brought in Gen Z editors and Gen Z storytellers that were hired by Hello Sunshine, that just like we've done with all of the other businesses that we run. And we did all this research and we leveraged this panel, and all the research that came back said, don't hire anybody. We need to create with you. We want to collaborate. We want to build Sunny. We want to be your team. And all of a sudden, that advisory board that I mentioned, these 30 women who have, one's the youngest woman to ever go to medical school. One is an AI esthetician who's at Duke, who's writing the AI ethics code that everybody wants to tap into. And they're girls saying, hey, we want you to work with us to build your content. So this data and this insights actually flipped our model. And instead of hiring a team of people, we have a team of people that is very small, working with all these women outside who get trained on the Hello Sunshine methodology, on our brand, on our storytelling, on the way that we think. But now they're co-creating and building with us. And now what's really interesting, and one of the reasons I'm here this week, is they're saying, well, now that we're collaborating with you and we're building the content with you, we'd like it more personalized because Gen Z wants it personalized. So now I'm talking to tech companies about how do we actually personalize this a bit more? How do I give these girls that don't actually even work for us full time and are doing all these other great things, how do I give them the tools that we trust at Hello Sunshine, that we believe in, that they could then go personalize for themselves and then personalize with us? And so it's been really fun to sort of be able to think about the way that we're leveraging our insights, but then going out and finding more ways to bring it back to them.
Yeah, I think that we've always had great data and insights, and that's been what's powering a lot of decision making. IMDb data, Reddit. We've all been. This data has been used to make and empower professionals to create art. I think what's changing with AI is you're able to now get all of these data points across so many different services, access it in real time, synthesize all of that data, and do it without a very large data analytics team, without maybe even data licenses to all of these different providers. AI is kind of creating that opportunity to use your own voice to ask the question, what is the insight instead of general insights? What is the specific thing that you're looking for? And for us, IMDb Pro in specific, we are focused on empowering professionals at every level, whether it's major studios or independent entertainment professionals. And I think that we want to make sure that we're giving them just equal access to that leveling playing field to insights.
And I know, of course, IMDb is a very autonomous, unit within Amazon and has an enormous scale unto itself. Again, half of Variety probably uses it 3 times a day. But do you also tap into Twitch and the other elements of Amazon?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are part of the larger company and also an independent subsidiary. That's sort of the best of both worlds. IMDb has been part of Amazon since 1998. And I think we've kind of grown up, and it's fun to talk with the folks at Twitch and Wondery and other subsidiaries because they come from such a different perspective. We've been around as the company has kind of grown up. But I think the advantage is, a great example is X-Ray on Prime Video, where you can pause a movie that you're watching or show you the watching, and you're getting IMDb data in real time about who's in that scene or trivia about that movie. So I think there's just just so many and many more to come ways where we can integrate the assets across the company.
That's got to be invaluable.
Yeah.
Chris, I had a question for you. How have you tracked, you talked about Ava that you have been training. Have you tracked Ava's growth? Ava's development in terms of getting better at recommendations.
Yeah, Ava is 100 times smarter than she was a year and a half ago.
Oh my God! So extrapolating will be 1,000 times smarter.
But she's been exposed to 700,000 films in the last year and a half, so that's helped.
That's an incredible. All of you are in your own ways are talking about these incredible funnels that you have. You have incredible funnels that can catch people and then bring them into a system, and then your jobs are to keep to give them the vitamins and minerals that they seek in whatever the content they're searching out.
I think the other part is to widen that funnel. I think one of the things from when I look in gaming, some people think it's just whether it's a PlayStation or a mobile phone or what have you. But now more and more you see it in film and TV, right? Last of Us, Fallout, like expansion of gaming into all of these other media methodologies. We're certainly looking at that as well as like, how do we broaden the funnel? Because people, I think there used to be a stigma around that space. I think more and more there isn't, and it's reducing and getting better, especially with entertainment properties. But it's still like educating people, like, oh, it's okay to want to watch The Witcher and want to watch Arcane and all these things that may seem geeky, but it's one of the things I work on a lot is like, working with, and why I'm here is like working with entertainment executives to see what are some of the opportunities of bringing our IPs into, storytellers' hands so that they can really engage. And we don't want to, and one of the things I think Tencent does well is we make long-lasting games that are gameplay-centric, but not necessarily story-centric.
So Hello Sunshine actually built a game, a Reese's Book Club game in Roblox with Elf. And
I remember we wrote about that. Yeah, that's quite. I mean, that's just a constellation of trends right there.
And what is so cool is you'll see the executive team at Elf talk about how it was their most successful game, and what we saw was an uptick in young people reading and coming to our platform to talk to us about doing more, and that's a dream. And I'm going to South by Southwest, not the media entertainment South by Southwest, the education South by Southwest, to talk about how if you immerse yourself inside media ecosystems and you're intentional with what you do inside those ecosystems, it can benefit you, but you have to have intention and you have to build trust. In my perspective, I think the biggest trend as we go into this year is trust is going to be the ultimate currency. Trusting, not just trusting humans, of course, but trusting every tool that you're using and doing the work, the human work to make those decisions.
Yeah, I can't let an opportunity for a shameless plug for one of my movies go by here. So,
I told you he was a Hollywood veteran.
On January 23rd, we're releasing Return to Silent Hill, based on the wildly popular Konami video game. So if you want to help cross-pollinate all these businesses, buy a ticket, okay?
Part of the fostering is that I view that you talked about before and the vitamins, et cetera, is unlocking all this data and all these conversations. So you mentioned it sounds like an LLM that you've built on top. Yeah, so similar. So we built an LLM on top of Reddit data so that it's called Reddit Answers, you go in and you're able to chat style with that LLM, ask and get things from Reddit. But the difference from ChatGPT or Gemini or some of the other LLMs is that it's actually telling you where it came from. It's telling you which communities, who said what. It actually gives you, it's not a sanitized average or summary of what's back there. It's actually has a point of view and allows you to then follow that down. And then that's for consumers. For businesses, we have a product called Reddit Pro, which allows for free that you can go in, you claim your profile, and then you can start getting trends. What are people saying about my brand or about my movie? Which communities is that trending in? What are they saying about my competitors? And then you can use that. Really valuable on Reddit, but also really valuable to take off of Reddit to whatever you're doing on other platforms and beyond.
Now, why aren't you upselling that? I would think that you could, especially for business, for insights, you could charge a few shekels.
For our close partners, they get the more advanced version of those insights. But we want to democratize it, and so for small businesses out there, letting them get in, self-serve, get those insights. What we find also is that when you get those insights, you then want to take you want to action them, and that comes in the form of running ads on the platform, more activity on the platform. So that it kind of leads into that, because it naturally, the way I prioritize it is create value for people first, then create value for our partners. And if that's working well, we will have value for Reddit.
Good things will happen.
That's how we prioritize it.
And Nikki, I know you were saying we were talking about IMDb Pro is taking that next step to not just telling me, what agent I need to call to reach this person, but also like that connectivity in projects. That's got to be a relatively new leap forward for you.
Yeah, it's interesting. We talked about contact information. Like that is a big part of how the industry meets and greets each other, right? They look at the filmography. They're trying to find collaborators that they're going to work with for the rest of their careers. And Pro gives you that ability to see people who work in a similar space, whether that's genre-based or whether that's even from a box office perspective. Okay, I'm not at that level, I'm at this level, and I want to make sure that I'm finding peers who'd be interested to work on my projects. And so we see the opportunity to use AI to continue to go down that path of building that community and connection and that networking effect of creating art. Ultimately, it's very selfish. As entertainment fans ourselves, like we clearly want great art created so that ourselves and entertainment fans around the world can enjoy great stories for years to come. So selfishly, we built Pro to make sure that that continues.
Well, I feel like, we could go on, but our time is short, but I really feel like this has been a very concentrated masterclass in next generation media companies. And I really appreciate your time and your insights. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
That concludes Variety's Entertainment Summit at CES. Please join us here tomorrow for the Variety Business of Creators Summit presented by Samsung Ads. For today's Entertainment Summit, Variety would like to thank its partners. Premier partners, Amazon Ads, EY, The Trade Desk. Official partner, Zephyr. Supporting partners, Deloitte, Epidemic Sounds, Nagra Kudelski Group, Ray, Tencent, Vizio. Announcing Masters of the Creatorverse, moderated by Introducing the State of the Creator Economy in Media and Entertainment.
Please welcome to the stage Samsung Ads Head of Brand Marketing, Carrie Nelson.
Please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Welcome to the Variety Business of Creators Summit at CES, presented by Samsung Ads. Thank you to our partners. Presenting partner, Samsung Ads. Official partner, TalkShop Live. Supporting partner, LV8. Please welcome to the stage Variety Co-Editor-in-Chief, Cynthia Littleton.
You can leave it there.
And all.
We're holding space with Variety.
Thank you to everyone at Variety
who really do support independent filmmaking. You're a beacon to our industry.
I finally got some wings, and the sky is not the limit.